All right. Thanks for joining me, guys. Appreciate it. We're going to be covering something that's not on the news just yet. And, I hate to do this, but I'm not going to give you everything about the data dump. I'm just going to choose one thing to kind of release, just so you know that, the information's solid. Um, and I'm going to give you guys the choice on what to cover. I'm only going to give you guys two choices, and then I'll take a little poll with audience participations, thumbs out, thumbs up, thumbs down, sort of thing. What you guys want me to cover first, before we get to the data dump stuff. I do want to highlight that. Um, Not really. I told you so. I'm getting tired of all that type of language. Because I don't think it's needed, especially like right now. But I did tell you so. Um, just kidding, guys. If you look at my post about 2 weeks ago, talking about loitering munitions, talking about North Korea flexing, talking about October surprise being a data dump, talking about I've listed quite a few things on there, probably like 7 or 8 things. And if you guys pay attention to my posts and you guys do share them, one, for the people who press the repost button on posts like that, I don't think that you need to repost my little silly, you know, post on that has really no meaning. You guys don't need to do that. I appreciate it, but you guys don't need to do that. But on the post that I say here's what to look for the next month or in the next 2 weeks. Um, for you guys who do share those posts, I genuinely appreciate that, because those are the posts that have the most meaning to me. It's solid information that I've gathered, and I put it in one post to kind of share it out. That way, people are mentally prepared to see some of the things that's going to be highlighted in the media. And of course, North Korea has started flexing. Um, Alexis, could you possibly put that down in the net, or in the purple pill, that post that I'm talking about? I'm certain you know what I'm talking about. It's got the data dump in there for the October surprise. It has North Korea flexing. It has the weather modification, because, of course, this was prior to Hurricane Milton, and a few other things. Just so the audience knows exactly what I'm talking about there. Pretty much, pretty much everything that was listed there has came into fruition already. All of it, other than the details of the data dump. Now, Elon has gone public with the knowledge about the data dump, and I was talking to a dear friend of mine this morning, and she told me, she was like, I was wanting to create a post of a lot of the stuff that you've covered. And what's really odd to me is the fact that, and I know that it's odd to you guys as well, um, that once you say something, it always comes into the fold, like the Trojan horse. Then, of course, Vivek um, talks about the Trojan horse. Um, the data dump. I talk about it heavily all this year, and then finally, it comes about where Elon says data dump. Talking about spiritual, when it comes to these UAP stuff. And then Tucker comes out, says spiritual. Then blackouts. Blackouts, been talking about that heavily. And then, of course, Sean, Ryan, says it. Guys, let me tell you something. This is not some little crystal ball that I have. It's not anything that is special about me. I'm literally just you know uh, giving you the kind of the blueprint of what's going on, and I've been blessed to be a part of those circles. That's all it is. It's not anything that I'm doing. It's just I'm repeating stuff that I'm hearing, and I know that if it's in areas of those circles that they talk about, I'm almost certain that you know those people are correct. And so that's kind of how I get things done, and that's how I call things correctly. It's really nothing special about me whatsoever. It's literally just could, because you guys would be doing the same exact thing that I would be doing, you know. um, and I'm certain of that. There's people in this audience right now that are exceptional when it comes to um, the engagements of X and how they put out information, the research that they do, the hard work that they put into it, and they don't get enough recognition. People like Blue and people like Des and even Alexis, even though Alexis doesn't speak in spaces as much, her her account is just as valuable to me personally, than those accounts with like 500,000. So really, it's nothing special that I'm doing. It's just that I'm literally giving you real information, and it's not sensationalism. It's just to kind of give you guys a roadmap of what you're about to expect to see. And for the people who do share it, and for the people who have been giving me kudos and stuff for the past couple days, I really appreciate that too. Just because it allows me to know that at least minimally people are paying attention, and people are actually listening to me, and they notice, when a story that's the big thing, is when I say something, hey, this is going to come out in 2 weeks, guys. And then a lot of the times mentally I think that everything that I'm reporting on is forgotten. And so when people give me the kudos and say, hey, let me just read you an example. um, I'm not going to say that, guys. Well, I mean, he posted it publicly, so I guess it's all right. Henry Adams, his X handle is your Henry Adams. He said, "My oh shit moment today. Me watching something at GTP podcast said would happen to be proven correct again. North Korea, data dump, Syria, etc. I think, oh shit, he is right again. That's badass. Then I remember the other shit he said that is to come, and I think, oh shit, he is right again. And then the GIF that he put on there, and he said, I'm half excited, but I'm also absolutely terrified. It's little things like that just make me smile. It makes me know that, okay, people are actually paying attention to this shit, and it keeps me moving forward. So, with that being said, I just want to say thank you. I really appreciate it. Um, I got some news today from a friend about the Everett Naval Base. Let me go ahead and read that before we get started as well. Did anyone hear those sirens going off a few minutes ago on Warm Beach? It sounded like it was a Camino, or Camino, Camano, whatever that is, echoing off the water. Then over a speaker, it was something about evacuation, and then it was in several different languages. That happened at the Everett Naval Base in Washington. There's a bunch of comments, and there's some comments that says earthquake preparedness, which does not make sense. I don't believe that at all. I think they're off the mark here. I unfortunately, when I read that, and it's my very first question to that person was, is this military related? Does military have any involvement on this testing? Because that's what it is. It's just testing. Does the military have any involvement in this testing at all? And they said, well, it's from the Everett naval base there. And I was like, okay, well, that makes sense. Um, if you go back, Blue Canaries reported on this, NBC reported on this, a bunch of people reported on this. If you go back in January of last year, of 2023, there was a leaked memo that was predated, and everybody had a problem with it being predated, but that's just normal with generals. They'll predate something and then they'll send it out on that date. But there was an Air Force general that talked about going to war with China by 2025, and that it was imminent. Those were his words. This is an Air Force general. This isn't some sort of kook on social media platforms. And then he gives a list of preparation and training exercises um, to make sure that our soldiers are trained in these different areas. I'm not saying I'm not. Well, we're in World War III. Let's just call a spade a spade. I'm not saying the military escalation is going to go full force tomorrow. However, I am saying that the military escalation is going to go into full force within weeks. I don't know how you guys feel about that. I see Santino in here. Santino, can you give me a thumbs up if you can co-host Mrs. Doubtfire? By the way, if you're not following Santino, I don't know why you're not. He's one of the most remarkable people on X. Because I know that he's been paying. I'm so glad you accepted that. Thank you, Santino. I'm going to go to you because you've been covering this war stuff more so than the majority of accounts on X that I follow. You've been putting out, having your audience pay attention to these escalations. My question to you is: in the past 2 weeks, compared to the previous 2 weeks, um, have you seen more and more activity?
Hi, Game. How are you? I'm glad you're doing well today. Absolutely. I didn't speak about it at least 4 weeks, 5 weeks ago. I did kind of comment in spaces about that. You're going to see more countries getting involved with their own personal issues with other countries. And that is coming to fruition now. All eyes were on Israel and the Middle East. And now, of course, we have Russia and we have North Korea and we have China. And I actually knew this was going to happen. Deep down inside, I knew that they were going to do it closer to the election because they want the most impact. They want the most havoc. And why I'm saying that is because when are you going to get the biggest response? When everybody starts to get involved in their own issues and all the countries are getting involved with their fighting back and forth. And we're seeing things escalate now. We're seeing China and Taiwan. We're seeing North Korea and Russia. We're seeing the Middle East. We're seeing Israel asking the United States to get involved. When it comes to military action, I find the United States has sort of depleted themselves because they're everywhere. They're helping everybody else instead of helping themselves. So when the election happens, who's going to be here to take care of the craziness on the streets here? So that's my big concern. I said it here. I said it now. People think that the military is going to be in control in the United States. Well, where they're everywhere. They're everywhere across the world, helping Ukraine. right? So yes, I do see a massive escalation, but I'm not surprised, and I don't think you are surprised as well that this was going to happen. Closer and closer, everybody's going to start fighting, and that's when it comes to be a full-on fledged World War III.
I think that people, in this audience, they're basically mentally prepared. But I think that it's just like they don't know how to feel, they don't know what to do, they don't know how to think, they don't know how to process this information. They don't know the severity of the situation that we're in. They don't know if it's just going to be very light or heavy. And, you know, um, that is because, and let me explain why you guys feel that way. It's not because of your own deficiencies. It's not because of your own lack of knowledge or intelligence. It has nothing to do with that. It's all about the psychological war that we're under. Now, are you guys understanding why it's very important to understand that this is a psychological war, that they're feeding you information and the lack thereof on certain subjects on purpose to get your mind basically an idol? That is a part of the weaponization of this psychological operation that's going on. This is an operation. This is not something that is just naturally happening. This is being planned and coordinated, um, by, again, like the deep state. I know people are tired of hearing that word, but they are a real group of people. And China is very involved in the psychological operation on the United States right now. It's not Russia. It's not Ukraine. It's not, well, it is Israel. Israel, surprisingly, is in second place on this. Um, and another thing that I keep seeing on, I will get to the data dump in a moment. I know that you guys are all here to hear the juicy details of it, but I wanted to highlight this stuff because I think it's highly valuable for you to know. Anything that we say against Israel right now, have you noticed that social media has taken a turn drastically about, like, let's say that we speak out against Russia, or we speak out against China, or we speak out against Ukraine, or we even speak out against, let's say, Croatia, or Siberia, or uh, Japan, any country that you guys want to name. Let's say that we speak out against them on an issue. We don't get very much pushback on social media. We don't. And if we do, it's a troll here and there. However, if we take and we push back against what Israel's doing, it's not that they're debating you on the ideals or principles or logic. It's that they want to label you a racist. It's basically the Marxist playbook that they're using. It's like the BLM of geopolitical warfare. Um, and that's another thing that really I've been noticing lately. Because for me, in my experience and in my worldview, is the fact that we do have terrorists in the world that want to target Israel. And then Israel has to counter that, regardless of whether we have feelings or not. They don't care about your feelings. The country of Israel does not care about your feelings on how they react to a terrorist situation. But on the flip side of things, we have to understand that these terrorist situations are literally caused by the CIA and Mossad. They're caused by it. They plan it. They coordinate with these terrorist organizations, and that's what the majority of the information. I know that that comes out a little bit, but not as much as I think that it should. Is the fact that we knew about October 7th prior to October 7th happening. Um, and if we point out these facts, and we point out that Israel does not have the United States' best interest at heart, and that they do control the banks, and that they do control Hollywood, they do control the music industry, and they do control basically all of our politicians, then somehow we are anti-Israel, and somehow we are anti, or that we are racist by or anti-Semites for exposing those facts. That's a psychological operation, folks. That is to get you to stop saying what you really think that's in your head. That is basically manipulating you to shut the fuck up about anything that bad about what we're doing, because in reality we're all about getting rid of terrorists. That's their number one. I'm dumbing it down, but that's their number one comeback in all this. But in reality, the facts show is that they are actually creating instances of terrorists activities, so that way they can have that narrative, that way that they can continue to move forward with their agenda. It's a very hard balance as a journalist to kind of navigate on how to report such things without your Jewish friends, or without these Jewish accounts coming and attacking you because they think that you're anti-Semite for mentioning those things. And it's also a hard balance, because you got to put it into perspective that yes, Israel needs to defend itself against the crazy Arab world. I'm going to call it for what it is. The crazy Arab world that wants to continue to kind of eliminate them. But in hindsight, you have to sit there and look at the Arab countries and think about what their mentality is generation after generation, because they have been putting up with, the destruction of their whole, economic state, and you know, worrying about their own country, and then having Israel basically change the direction, the direction of how they want to do things, because of Israel's self-interest. I mean, look at Gaddafi, for example. That's a prime example in all of this. Libya. If you want to look at how they changed the trajectory of Libya, that goes way back with Clinton. Libya was, you know, um, on the uptick of being a successful country. And these globalist elites, they didn't like that. So what did they do? They took Gaddafi out. They assassinated him, basically. And now so a lot of the problems that are in the Arab world is mainly caused by us, by the United States. And so that is why they have the feelings that they have, and rightfully so. So it's not about, them hating us. They hate that we put politicians into power that create these challenges for their own self-interest. It's very hard, Santino, to kind of balance reporting like that. I don't. Uh, it's it's um, it's exhausting, to say the
It's
least.
it's very mentally exhausting, and you are speaking, and you at the same time are mentally thinking, what are people? How are they responding to your thoughts? And are you going to get attacked, or are people going to agree with you? So I completely understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and I know, like, I'm already prepared. I haven't looked yet, but when I look at the purple pill, when other speakers come up and speak, I'll look at the purple pill to see what other comments from everybody is, to know what their thinking and direction is. But I know that there's going to be one or two of you guys out there that says Israel is Satan and they're the ones who's causing all this stuff. I understand how you feel, guys. You don't have to sit there and try to educate me on the evils of Israel. I already got all that information in my computer already in my brain. So you're preaching to the choir. However, you've got to balance things out. You've got to understand that there are terrorist organizations, and I understand the generational footprint on all of this. That this is a generational war that was completely created by Israel and the United States. I understand that. And what I mean by generational war, does anybody give me a thumbs down? Everybody who does not know what a generational war is, give me a thumbs down. Because if there's more than five of you, I'll go ahead and explain to you what that is. I need some audience participation though. I'm not seeing any audience participation at all. So maybe, okay, give me a thumbs up if you guys do know what it is.
We have two thumbs down.
I got two thumbs down. There's three. Two more, guys. There's four. All right. Let me go ahead and I'll be brief. I'll give you a quick summary. So, what a generational war is basically all the propaganda from the beginning to the end. It's like those kids shows where you see these Arab TV shows with these kids basically learning that Israel's evil, you know, and that's basically what's taught in their schools, by the way, in their homes, through government propaganda, through going to the shop and hearing conversations about Israel. So growing up in that 40 years ago, you've got a whole entire generation that has been fed nothing but Israel's trying to kill you. Okay, that's always been programmed in their heads. And then you see, then they start seeing the implementation of these military operations going on in Lebanon, Syria, Palestine, you know, uh, Iraq, Iran. You see all of that happening, and then the number one country that is involved in all of this is, of course, Israel. So, how do you honestly just think about it? How do you guys think that these Arab countries and these citizens who live there is going to feel? Look at it from this point of direction. When we talk about immigration, when we think of immigration or the illegal immigrants coming into this country, what's the first thing that we think about? We think about the South. We think about the Latinos and the Hispanics and Mexico and Venezuela, and we think about those countries flooding our country, right? That's the number one thing where our mind goes to. Well, that's kind of the same type of thinking that these Arab men have. Is that that's the feelings that they've had for their whole entire life, and that's why it's a generational thing. Until we can stop this generational programming, and until we can sit there and have peace and call out evil people, whether it's Israel or Iran, until we can say enough is enough. We're not going to put up with the deep state or the globalist elites' plans to disrupt our lives anymore. And when we you know do not engage in those conversations or activities that Israel and Iran and the United States is doing, until we get ourselves mentally in the right place, this is going to continue, unfortunately. It's very hard. It's just a hard balance. So I'm just going to get off this topic. But North Korea is going into Ukraine to provide support with Russia. There's reports that China is having a lot of military movements this week. So watch Taiwan, please. Pay attention to Taiwan. That will be in about 10 days from now. I'd say a week and a half, maybe a little less. By Friday, maybe, or by Wednesday of next week, we're going to hear news about Taiwan. We're going to hear more news about China. But this is all pre planned. Every bit of it has been pre planned. And I'm talking years of preparation. And it all comes down to this election. And that is why they're doing all of this. That's why you're seeing all of this power grab. I don't think that anything's going to happen prior to the election. I think it's going to be all afterwards. I don't unless they can stop the election with some sort of move, with some sort of power move, where they can like suspend the election, which could take place. I just don't see it happening though. The date that I'm worried about the most is November 26th. Put that on your calendars. If you have a phone, put like an alarm or set that in your calendar and make sure that you remember that date. Because that's when, honestly, shit's going to hit the fan in a fucking big way. The data dump. So let's get started on the data dump. What do you know about the data dump, Santino? You know anything?
No, I don't, but I just did quickly one thing. I typed in November 26th. November 26th is the 330th day of the year of the Georgian calendar.
That is useless information. Thank you for that, Santino.
I'm sorry. I just want to see. I want to type it in and see what's so special about November 26th. If you start talking about the data dump, maybe I might catch on.
Follow Santino for the useless information posts. I love you useless information though. Absolutely love it. Mrs. Doubtfire, go ahead.
Isn't that the day Trump is sentenced?
Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And I have a feeling that if they sentence him and put him in jail, everything he knows is going to get released.
Data dump.
Like, dead man's switch.
All right. Do you guys want me to bring up the assassination part of the data dump, or do you guys want me to bring up deep state crimes? All right. I'm going to do an audience poll. You must participate, or Santino is just going to remove you from the space. Just kidding. But I would love audience participation. This is why we're doing this. This is why Santino's here. This is why Dory's here. We're here for you guys. You guys are much a part of this as we are. I need to know your opinion. What do you, I'm only going to release one thing of what I know about this data dump. There's many, and trust me, it's crazy, guys. There's a lot of dirty shit. So, do you want me to talk about the assassination of American citizens, or do you want me to talk about uh, See, I was really hoping that you guys would choose the assassination of the American citizen, but I want to just leave it up to you. Or do you want me to talk about the crimes of the deep state? So first up, give me a thumbs up. And Dory, Mrs. Doubtfizer Santino, help me out with viewing the audience right now. Start scrolling down and up. Assassination of American citizens. Thumbs up.
2 thumbs up.
3. Mine counts.
All right.
I have about
I,
8 down, and I look down at the bottom of the last few
Oh, way
rows.
more now.
Nobody's
We got
doing.
like 20.
There we
Yeah.
go.
all right. I guess that's the majority. How many people do we have here? We have 109, so 20 is not enough.
Okay, it was 50.
So I'm looking at the last 5 rows, and they're all pretty much. I saw 1 thumbs down. Everybody else was thumbs up.
All right. I guess that's the majority. All right. Just out of curiosity, crimes of the deep state. Thumbs up for crimes of the deep state.
Look, if you've been following Q or any of their posts at all, we already know.
Well, these are particulars. These are ones that I'm certain that's going to be released. All right. I'm sorry. The assassination has it. Seth Rich, folks. Seth Rich will be in the news here pretty soon. Now, what you're going to see, it's going to be. Don't let him gaslight you. Mentally prepare for this now. Do not let them gaslight you. The FBI has already has prepared for this type of. They're going to dumb it down. They're going to say, well, there's new, quote unquote, there's new information that we've gotten a hold of that we're going to reopen this case and we're going to look through it thoroughly and we're going to get to the bottom of it. That sort of explanation. Okay, that's how they're going to kind of just gaslight us and push us into, like, okay, they're on top of it now, and we'll snap our fingers and pat them on the back and say, you go get them, boys. No, no, no. We should be like, fuck you. You knew all along, you fucking filthy bastards. That's the way that our language should be. I mean, seriously, the gaslighting needs to stop. We get these congressional members. Who's that guy down in Louisiana? Santino, the guy that has that thick Louisiana accent. He's in Congress. The bald headed guy. I think he was
Oh,
a
I think
officer too. What's his name?
I can't remember. Oh,
Anybody? Dalphizer? Dory?
Would you repeat that, please?
The congressman from Louisiana. Not Johnson.
Massey?
No, Massey's from
Oh no,
Kentucky.
he's Kentucky. Clay
What did they
I
do?
think it's
Higgins.
Clay something.
Higgins.
Higgins.
Yeah. There we go.
But what did he do?
Well, Higgins gets these little. He gets his time on TV, and he gets these trends that of people sharing videos of him questioning Chris. Yeah, they question him about the ghost buses, and they question him about, has there been any confidential informants in the crowds of January 6th, yada yada yada. And people are like, yeah, go get him, Higgins, go get him, yeah. And then people are like, then they go on to the next thing, and there's no accountability for any of it. So all of this congressional shit, just it floors me that we have the reactions that we have instead of like what I suggest you to do. I'm not saying you have to do it, but they read the data. They understand how to manipulate you guys. They understand the psychological warfare imprint that they have on you guys. And they read your cheering. They read your, go Higgins. They read all that shit, guys. They collect the data and they collect, like, it's basically statistical percentages. 73% of the posts cheer for this. 16% there's a negative response. The 73%, let's look at their demographics. It's, made up of 75% Republicans, 20% independents, 5% Democrats. Out of those Republicans, 60% live in the Beltway. 15% live in the Southwest. And, they break it down. They break it down so meticulously, guys. That's what you guys need to understand. That's what you guys need to really hit home in your brains about, is the fact that they collect data on our conversations. They do. And they break it down in such a degree that they tweak their messaging to make it better, to make more people fall in line. And how do they tweak it? They take and they hit regional patterns. You think that my algorithm is different from Santino's algorithm. Santino's algorithm is different from Dory's. That's because Santino lives in a different area than Dory's. So those areas, they pinpoint areas where they have to do better. Do you understand? So if Santino's area, let's say and I know he doesn't live here, but let's say he lives in Colorado, and they need to change the way that you feel, the way that people feel in Colorado in a certain way. They will take and have an algorithm based for Colorado, like people who live in Colorado, and the surrounding states around there. That's how they do things. So instead of cheering Higgins and Gates and all of them, start saying, fuck you, buddy. We're not cheering until we get some accountability. It's that simple. It's that simple. That's how all we feel. That's how we feel, right? So why not allow them to collect that data, to let them know that you're not susceptible to this programming anymore? Because that's what it's about. They're wanting to know whether their programming is working. And we've got to be on top of our game and not allow them to know or have the footprint of knowing where our minds are on certain subjects. You will never see, I rarely give a kudos to anyone. I gave a kudos to Elon Musk, which is very highly rare, just a few weeks ago, because of how he was talking about freedom of speech and the depopulation shit. That really impressed me. Now, whether he's in on the game or not, that's another story. I have no fucking clue. But he's making the right moves. This data dump, guys, has been prepared since March of 2023. I guess that's another tidbit of news you guys haven't gotten yet. This data dump that is about to happen has been prepared meticulous. See, Elon's been a Trump supporter prior to this year. Did you guys know that? He's been in communication with Trump longer than just this year. This was all pre-planned. All of it was pre-planned, including RFK. So Yeah, Seth Rich. That's going to be one of the topics about the data dump that we're going to learn. And you're going to find out what Seth Rich did to get him offed, I guess. And there's going to be some people that's going to be named. They're not going to get arrested and all of that shit. And it's not going to happen once this information gets released. That's where people are going to take it. They've already prepared for that. I've already sit there and looked at it. I'm like, I'm rolling my eyes once I'm reading this shit.
Did you see their post yesterday? They were putting up the gallows at the White House again.
Yeah, it's this is all subliminal messaging, and it's just great. Like, I didn't think that the public would be this susceptible to that sort of programming, but man, it is. It's bad. It's really, really bad.
Let
That's
me
what,
hop in here for a moment,
yeah, go
gang,
ahead.
about something really bad. Okay, John Matthew, who we know, I think I sent him a message to come to this space. He did an interview last night on a podcast on Rumble with Sylvia Beachy and some other guy. He has receipts for a company called CYM. CYM, it was a report on their detention center inmates. The inmates were all children between the ages of 4 and 14. They blood typed them all. He has the receipts. They have all been blood typed. Okay, then it gives the level of quality of the adrenochrome either by A plus plus, A plus A, B plus, B plus plus, whatever. And you pay according to the quality. And for A plus plus, it's 1950 a milligram. There's daily quotas assigned to each quote inmate. Okay, this thing has been shut down, but the address for the company blew everyone away. The address on the letterhead on all the receipts. He had the host Google it live on Google Earth, and it was Trump Tower.
That's wild.
That's really wild. He said it's been shut down, but he wants other people to dig into this. He said he'll send documents to anybody that wants to dig, but I've been really busy and have not gotten a chance to message him. But because Melania and Barron are on the human trafficking task force, special task force or something, right? They're involved with stopping it or something. And then this address gets traced back to, people are going, well, anybody can rent space. You don't know what's going on in there. But as a landlord, and this is weird, guys. I don't know if this is going to be part of the data dump or not, but I might suspect that it could be.
I got a question from the audience. It says, "Is McAfee John?" She's speaking about John McAfee. Is he a part of this data dump? No, John McAfee's dead, and he is dead. Uh,
You mean the
uh,
the McAfee virus guy, John
right.
McAfee? Oh, okay. Yes,
Mac.
he's dead.
Um, uh, he has passed. I can tell you this. He has passed on the data that he collected by basically infiltrating government servers through his software. He's passed along that data to other people. I don't know who those people are, but I know that that's what's going on in circles within, journalists. Other journalists have been kind of hinting towards that. I don't know what that is all about, though. I really don't. I would love to know, but I don't know. But anyways, Santino, if you could, instead of posting your post down in the purple pill, could you do me a solid and start posting it up above in the nest where people can actually see it better? Because there's one post that about Cuba that I think is important. Well, all of them are important. this one is really attention grabbing, considering I've been telling everyone that blackouts is my number one concern. And it is. And to this day, it still is my number one concern. Of course, we have the terrorist cells that we have to be that worry about, people dying we have to worry about, but on a mass scale, this is going to cause more massive casualties than anything else. So I want you to look at Santino's post up above, and I want you to. I know that you don't have to worry about listening to it. Just look at it. You can see that everything's dark. You guys have seen those satellite images of North Korea compared to like Russia, China, and everywhere else, right? Imagine the United States having a complete blackout. Not for days or weeks, but for months. What's that going to do to us? Ask yourselves right now, what is that going to do to this country if we have blackouts everywhere? No power. Gas stations, no power. Hospitals, no power. Nursing homes, schools, where you work, your home. Generators can only last so long, guys. What's going to happen? Grocery stores. We're in a we're basically almost in a cashless society right now, right? We're in a, I gotta mute your mic, man. Adam, I gotta mute your mic. We're basically almost in a cashless society now, right? So are we going to be able to pay for stuff with our debit cards or credit cards? No. No. Are we going to be able to pay for stuff with our Bitcoin? No. No. All Bitcoin's the way to go, because once we're taking the power back. Okay, yeah, that's great idea, but if you have no power, how are you going to exchange it? Can't. It's impossible. So what is going to happen if all of these systems get shut down? That's just not possible. It's not possible, game. It's not. There's no way that that's going to happen in the United States. Okay, all right. Then why is our military preparing for it? We're just going to prepare 18 months solid, day after day after day, for just for a 1% possibility. Look at Cuba. Look at what England or the UK has announced about blackouts just recently. If you don't believe me, okay. If you think that I'm just a non-talent piece of shit, uh, I'm certain you guys follow Sean Ryan, right? Is he a talented, a non-talent piece of shit? Does he not have the smarts or the intelligence that you know his audience thinks that he has? Because he said it. Tucker Carlson on the Theo podcast, he said it on that podcast. So is Tucker Carlson just out of the realm? So basically, people who don't think that this is going to happen, I just want to I want to logically think about you not believing it's going to happen. I really want to know, like, why why are you thinking that way? Tucker said it. Sean Ryan said it. The military has been preparing for it. The UK has put out information about it. Cuba's going through it right now. So you're smarter than all of that combined? You're smarter than Tucker? You're more intelligent than Sean Henry? Or Sean Ryan? I mean, I don't understand you guys' way of thinking if you think that it's just all bullshit. I truly don't understand it. And I hope that I'm kind of changing your mind if I'm talking directly to you. If you feel that this is not going to happen, then come up here and explain to me why it's not. When everything is going into that direction, there's nothing going into your direction. Nothing. Everything is going into that direction. And not only that, but I sit there and tout those people as examples in case you guys don't believe that I actually have sources that have been telling me these things for over a year now. Okay, trust me, bro, sources. Okay, that's fine. You can believe that. You can believe that GameTech doesn't have sources. That's fine. And I honestly actually completely understand that, considering the mush that we get on fucking social media. I don't take offense to that. I'm proud that you guys have your discretion about, you know, people posting stuff for sensational purposes. That actually I think that that's a positive about you. I don't take it as a negative. And we need more people like that, to be honest. More people who are skeptical. However, on this particular thing, if you don't believe GameTech or his sources or think that it's a bunch of bullshit, that he's been highlighting this for over a year now without any other media highlighting it, without any other stories coming up beforehand, and people sitting there listening to it at the beginning when I started saying this over a year ago, thinking that it was complete bullshit. And now you're starting to hear it into the mainstream, like Tucker and Sean Ryan and whatnot. And then you're starting to see on military.gov website, not some sort of kooky QAnon post out there, but actually on their website, a government website, about these blackouts and about the training exercises that the military's been staging for this event. And then you're seeing a lot of this other stuff coming into the fold. I just question your intelligence at this point. And I know that sounds harsh, but there's so much that can smack you in the face until you just get it. I'm really serious about this, folks. I think that we are in the cusp of something dramatically happening to the United States that we are just not even. And I know that you guys can't financially prepare for this. No one can. I don't care if you make $500,000 a year or $60,000 a year, $50,000 a year, $30,000 a year. A person making $30,000 a year compared to somebody making $500,000 a year, it's not going to make a difference. You guys are going to be the same. Does not matter. Can't financially prepare for something like this. It's all about mental preparation. And that's the thing. When you join the service, when you join the military, it's not about push-ups, sit-ups, not about digging a foxhole. It's not about target practicing or learning how to disassemble a IED or a claymore or any of those things. It's not about that. It's always about mental preparation first. Always. And I think that right now we're fucking at war. Right now you are literally a soldier in this war, whether you know it or not. You are, men and women. And you guys need to have that military training without taking and going to the target range, or without reading about bombs, which I do not encourage you to do online. You'll have some agents showing up at your door. But mental preparation is key to all of this. And that is literally exactly why I've been doing this for the past 2 years heavily. For the past 4 years, I've just been wanting to put out real information ahead of the game so I could start building success. Now it's really about taking and preparing my audience mentally for this shit, because no one else is doing it. Everyone else is trying to gather the headline or the trends for the day and post about that because they're worried about their pocketbook. And then when shit does hit the fan, they're automatically fucking experts on this stuff. But this audience, you people right here, already know about all of this stuff, and that's the positive. And you guys need to spread out this information to your friends and families that blackouts are occurring, because it's up to you to mentally prepare your loved ones. You don't have to scare them. Just say, hey, I have information that is solid information. Look at this, this, and this. You don't have to name me. Just have them listen to Sean Henry, since they have a bigger platform than I do. Or listen to Tucker Carlson on the Theo Von Show. Or, better yet, go to the military.gov website, type in Black Start Operations. Let your friends and family read that stuff yourself. And don't do it in a way that it say, this, we need to, look at this social media. Push social media out. Have a genuine conversation with them. Do not talk about social media, because then they'll think that you've got this information from social media. Say, no, this is from our military website right here. It's right, military.gov. We need to at least, you need to at least inform your friends and family about these occurrences that are going to happen, so that when shit does hit the fan, they're not freaking the fuck out as much. The freak out meter would be at like 1,000. Them knowing about it beforehand and knowing it's going to happen, it's still going to be a high number, but at least it's going to be lower than 1,000. It could be 800. That's a lot better than a total meltdown. A total, like, the person that was screaming after Hillary lost, that meme right there. No, you know that's a total fucking meltdown. We don't need that in our country when shit's hitting the fan. We need you guys to be more mentally uh, okay. Go ahead, Ms. Stoutweiser, and then we'll get to Adam.
Oh, I put it in the purple pill. I had known about the blackouts for several years. So when I heard you talking about them, it wasn't really a surprise. But after Hurricane Helene and the disaster in North Carolina and Tennessee, it really hit home. Um, our government's not going to be there to save us. And how are we going to help other people if we're all in the same situation at the same time? We can't. So it just kind of hit home the importance of making sure you're prepared, because you are going to be your own savior. That
Water
was it.
is water is the only thing that I could tell people to financially prepare for. Water is the nuts and bolts of surviving on any sort of event. Um, now,
Well, I know where I'm at. I mean, blanket and things to stay warm, depending on the time of the year, but a lot of we have a lot of stuff to stay prepared all the time anyway, because we have so many tornadoes here. But
Well, this is speculative on my part. Of course, I'm 100% on this, but it's however the audience wants to view this, because I have nothing to kind of that I can show receipts on. But I can assure you that there are receipts. I can assure you that they had stand down orders in China just a month ago. That's a fact. Don't know what that was all about, but that's just, when you see something like that, it's definitely a fucking red flag. But I'm telling you, there's something to this. I think China's fucking with us in a different type of war, and we just don't have the defense capabilities to kind of defend our way out of this. And that is why you're seeing the kind of stand down orders, and you've seen the stand down orders yourselves just last January and February of last year. You've seen it in real time. You heard it in real time. That is what a stand down order is. Those spy balloons going across our whole entire country and not being shot down because of quote unquote safety. No, the fuck it wasn't. It wasn't shot down because we had stand down orders. Those were stand down orders. And I think that there's a lot of shit that's been happening recently that people just wouldn't even understand in this new type of war. We are at war with China, and the Biden administration has been bought off by China, whether you want to believe that or not. And we can sit there and blame it on the Bidens, but it's been a long set way before Biden was even in power. Go ahead, Santino, and then we'll get to Adam.
Game, I couldn't agree with you more. We have all these countries globally that have been purchasing, trade from China. So that's the first how they've controlled us. They rely on China, but now we're talking about cyber. China is always doing these attacks through our cyber. Cyber attacks, our computers, our infrastructures, you name it. The list goes on. So, United States, amongst other countries, are bought and paid by China. And, I'm starting to believe China is the puppeteer. I think that everybody should pat themselves on the back. Game, can you imagine 4 years ago, if all the information we've put out there, we didn't, we've woken up so many people, we've made them aware, but we have to continue doing that. And back to your water thing, I have life straws. You need water. It's not just food, you need water. Your body's based on water, a certain portion of it. So you have to drink water. Life straws, it goes up to, I can't remember how many gallons, but you can take the straw, you can go to a river, an ocean, what have you, and you can drink. Even if you just have to replenish your fluids, replenish your bodily fluids, and that's how you live. So it's really crucial. They always said, watch the water. Everything always goes to the water. And one more thing, Dory, when you said CYM, I just Googled it. It's interesting. I found this interesting game about CYM Canada. Now we have to remember the connection between Canada and Ukraine. There was a time where they were letting people over here that did not have to be vaccinated. They can come here and live, and they did not have to be vaccinated, nor did they have to get vaccinated. The Ukrainian Youth Association, UYA, or commonly known as SUM, is an international voluntary nonprofit youth organization which branches across Canada. The members are comprised primarily of youth between the ages of 5 and 18, although there is a role for individuals of all ages interested in furthering the objectives of the association. I found this very, very interesting. The association encourages Ukrainian children and youth to discover their Ukrainian heritage by promoting the Ukrainian language and traditional and cultural activities. Now, why I'm bringing this up really quickly is because when we think about Ukraine, we think about the tunnels, we think about all the testing, all the trafficking, you name it. I find this very interesting. So I just want to leave it at that. Thank you.
I think about the the COVID shit. That's when I hear Ukraine, I think about biochemical warfares. That's where my head goes towards. Let's get to Adam, and then we'll go to Erickson.
Hey, thanks for having me on the space. I just want to say that I agree with you 100% that this is about preparing. And we're not out here to try to scare anybody. We just need to get people to open their eyes and see. We all know what's coming down the chute. And the first thing you can do to prepare is go out and talk to your community. Go out and talk to your local police. And then go
Yeah,
out
but
and talk to
Adam,
your local
let's have
sheriff.
Adam. Let's have a back and forth because you're bringing some stuff up that I absolutely love. But here's my question to you, Adam: is the fact that you bring it up to the law enforcement, you bring it up to your community. One, the law enforcement is very well aware of these scenarios because they have been issued memos by the FBI, by DHS for over a year and a half now, and that is firsthand information from me, not by a source, but by me taking and going undercover and recording conversations I've had with DHS employees and different communities all around the country in that respect. So. Um, the first thing that happens when you talk about it in a public setting to your community is that you get shut down and you get called crazy. How do we take and respond to a community or a law enforcement community by labeling you crazy? Like, how do you stop that?
Well, I mean, first off, my community is pretty well aware of what's going on. I mean, there's some people in the community that just, they don't want to hear it. All they care about is, hey, where are we at with the polls on Fox 9 News? What's going on with the election, and let's listen in to see if Trump got shot at. I mean, they don't. That's all they care about. They're not listening. And you know what? As long as you put your voice out there, let them call you crazy. But we, the people that are out there speaking the truth and getting prepared, are the ones that are going to make it. And I'm not saying all of us, but go out and speak with your community. Go out and speak with the officers. I have. Um, I've spoken to my sheriff. I let him know what's going on. Whether he shakes his head and says, "Yep, don't I don't agree," but whatever. At least I put it out there. And
I love hearing that. Go ahead and finish your thought. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
oh
you
no,
just
no, that's fine. And I think there's a lot going on, especially with the hurricanes in North Carolina, which that we all know that was weather manipulation. The same with Florida. I mean, I think they got a couple more hurricanes coming in. It's a distraction. They want us to take our minds away from what's really going to happen. And the best thing to do is just get prepared. Get even like my dad doesn't want to hear any of this shit. My mom, she'll listen to me all day long. So we're out there preparing. We're gathering food. We bought solar generators. Yeah, they're not going to last forever. We have water. I have 700 gallons of water with water heaters in them so they won't freeze in the winter, because I live up here in Wisconsin, close to Minnesota. Um, so yeah, it gets really cold up here. Um, make sure you got plenty of ammo. I mean, even if you have to go out and shoot an animal to survive, I mean, not everybody wants to do it, but are you
you
going to
you
go
know
hungry?
one of my buddies that works for the FBI has said that ammo will be the next sort of monetization, like that will be like a monetary value. That ammo would be the biggest trade in case something like this happens. That and water.
Ammo, water, and liquor. Because what are you going to
Yeah.
do? I'm not lying.
I
I am
know.
not lying.
Uh,
People, especially if they're used to drinking every day and they need to have it, they will do whatever they need to do to get that drink. But I want you guys to know that even if you do prepare, keep it to yourselves or your loved ones. Because when this shit goes down, if anybody knows that you have something and they don't, they will kill you and your family just so that they can survive. It's very crucial. I'm not trying to scare anyone.
what do you think about? Let me put this into perspective, and then we'll get to Erickson. What do you think about? Now, this is the conundrum. This is one of those ethic questions that we would get in college. What do you think about? Uh, we know that there's going to be looting involved in like the WalMarts, the Targets, the Walgreens, the CVSs, and all that. What do you think about people looting? Like, what's your thoughts on that?
They're gonna loot, absolutely, and that's why you need to be prepared now, so you don't have to go out there. I'm gonna tell you what, this isn't gonna be a looting for, hey, who can grab the most toilet paper. It's gonna be about food, and when that's gone,
And
it,
drugs, like, you know,
everything.
yeah, pharmaceutical stuff.
There is gonna. That's why I'm saying prepare now. I'm preparing for my family. I'm preparing for my friends. I've got. I don't know what came over me this summer, but I never do it. But I cut up and chopped, 14 face cords of wood because I have a fireplace in my house. When the heat goes off, when you don't have any electricity, you're gonna need those things. And if you think that they're gonna that you have to just worry about the people coming in and trying to steal your stuff, wait till they start throwing more. I mean, I wouldn't doubt it if they wouldn't try to have a hurricane here in Wisconsin. They're going to throw everything down the tubes to make it difficult for us to survive. They don't want us around. They don't want humanity. They hate humanity. And I'm sorry for going on a rant. I just need,
I love it.
I want people to just, if you don't think you need it, you're going to the grocery store and you got your daily list or whatever, grab some extra rice or something. It's a no-brainer. And be careful what you buy too, because they're poisoning the food. I mean, don't the lettuce has got mRNA in it, the tomatoes got mRNA in it. They're starting to do it with our beef, our pork. I mean, if you can find a local butcher and ask him if they inject their cattle or their livestock or whatever with vaccines, don't buy it. Be
By
smart. Be
Amish stuff.
smart.
Yeah, go to the Amish community, and that's
And
why.
you want to know the other thing I did? And you guys can call me crazy. I don't care. I went to a local fleet farm, my Tractor Supply. You can even get it on Amazon. Go get ivermectin horse paste. I just take an eraser-sized tip and put it on my toothbrush every morning before I brush my teeth, and then I swallow it with water. I get the apple flavor. It still doesn't taste good to me, but you know what? At least you're killing off anything they're trying to throw at us. They're going to come at us at all directions, people. And just ivermectin's not going to kill you. It's been around for centuries. Stock up on hydroxychloroquine. Stock up on your vitamin C, B, all that stuff that you can, because when it's gone, you ain't getting it. So thank you for letting me speak. I hope
Well, I hope that Adam didn't put a damper on this party.
I'm not trying to.
I'm just joking, Adam. I appreciate that. I love that rant, man. And nice meeting you, by the way. This is the first time we've discussed this type of
Well,
stuff with each other.
I'm on a lot of other spaces, but you know what? This is a space that I actually enjoy because It's about how do we prepare? What do we need to do instead of, hey, let's have a space on Kamala Harris and her
Or P
little.
Diddy.
Who gives a yeah? Who I mean, who cares? Life goes on. They're just trying to throw us through a loop so we take our mind off what's really going to happen.
I fucking love it, dude. This is dude. You deserve a follow because like this is exactly why I do what I do. I mean,
Um,
hands down. This is what I've been frustrated for the past 2 weeks about, and I know Erickson's frustrated. Me and him, we go head to head on shit, but I'm starting to understand his. He's even got me blocked, but he's
yeah,
here. But the thing of it is that I understand his frustration now. And that's
yeah,
why I pull him up because I don't hold grudges on anything. I just don't. Now it's not the time to hold fucking grudges. Now it's the time to be working together to kind of educate people about these situations that we're going to be facing in the near future. And the thing of it is that this is imminent. This isn't something that we're just making up off the top of our fucking heads because we're crazy fucking individuals. There's so much proof of everything that we're showing you that you can't deny it anymore. And
no,
to deny it is going to cost you your own loved ones' lives and your life yourself.
yeah, and I don't want to continue going on a rant, but I mean, if you think I'm just, I mean, they're gonna, like I said, they're gonna throw everything. You sit there and you watch these videos of these drones that are blowing people up over in Palestine. Do you think they don't have that technology here? You think you're just gonna run out in the woods and hide?
Loitering munitions. That's why I highlighted it 2.5 weeks ago. It's
Yeah,
because we have our own loitering munitions that will have to worry about. The FBI has already put that memo out 2 weeks ago about that shit.
yeah.
And it's just it's crazy. Let's get to Erickson. We'll come back to you, Adam. All right.
Oh,
Erickson,
perfect.
go ahead,
Thank you.
man.
Yeah, game. What is your source on the blackouts?
Military, my friend. Military. If you go to military.gov, which is a government website, and you type in Black Start Operations, you can see that I'm not going to name my primary source because I got this information like when they first started doing the 3 months of training on this, and it was like a red flag to me that they were doing 3 months of training. Well, that 3 months of training actually turned into 18 months of training. So I highlighted this heavily last year in spaces and in posts that blackouts were going to occur. It's just now we're I mean Cuba has just gone through their blackout. You have UK putting out information that they're about to go through blackouts. So yeah, I mean it's just a collection of stuff. Not It's not just my main source that kind of brought me to the attention of that. It's a collection of everything that I've seen so far.
Can you put the link up in the nest to the military so I can go take a look at it? Because as of right now, the only information I've come across is FEMA did a continuity of government martial law exercise in August. So I'd like to take a look at the link you're talking about.
Sure, I'm going to put it up in the nest. It's going to be at the top, and it's not a link. It's basically screenshots of government like literal government documents. This isn't information from social media or created QAnon posts. This is like literal documents that you can grab from their website. So it's up in the nest right now. You can read through it, and you can kind of even see Black Star exercise. This is from https colon // home.army.mil /Riley. So these are all from our government's websites, and I encourage the whole audience to look at that. So go to the top of the nest and look at that. I posted it on July 30th. Of course, I've highlighted more information prior to that, but that kind of gives you the blueprint of what's to occur.
Yeah, screenshots aren't going to do me any good, game. I need the link to the site.
Well,
I've also got to
the link.
go ahead.
The link is literally on the screenshots, so you can there's links that's in the screenshot yourself, so you can go to the direct website.
Well, okay. Also, I've got a White House correspondent that is reporting that there could be a cyber attack right before the election or on the day of the election.
I don't have any information about that. I wish that I did, but I know about it. I know that others have talked about it, but I haven't gotten any. The only thing that I think may be similar that I reported on last January, late January, early February of this year, was the communication systems being down around the election time, and that they were testing those systems for quite some time. We had the first test through AT&T at the end of January, if you guys can remember back that long. Then we had a 911 systems test about 2 weeks later. I believe at the end of February, maybe early March, so maybe 3 weeks later, you had a 911 system in a regional area around Colorado, all the way up through Nebraska. And then Verizon just recently, just a few months ago, and then another 911 system testing going down. And a pharmaceutical company, they shut down their system for about 4 days because they were upgrading their capabilities of stopping a cyber attack. So that could be related to what you're talking about, but I'm not certain. I don't know what general area that you're speaking of.
Well, why wouldn't you just copy the link from the screenshot and then you would be able to go straight to the website?
Because
Why do people
I'm
post
not-
screenshots and not the links?
because most people don't. Well, I'm just not as smart as other people doing my posts. I'm not like good as blue canaries. I just look at stuff and then try to at least highlight what people need to see and hope that they trust that that's where the source comes from, instead of just taking and posting links all day. Most people don't click on links. I don't click on links because I'm afraid that they're phishing attacks. I mean, you have people like Chris Hunter, which is a dear friend of mine, who is a fucking genius when it comes to fishing for data. He sends me links all the time at first. Now he knows never to send me a link because I'm afraid that he's probably some sort of op guy and he's trying to dig into me a little bit. That's kind of why. I wish he was in here.
Hey, on those cyber attacks that you're talking about, I know we are all familiar with what they can do and how they're trying to do things with the cell phones and all that. I'm not saying everybody can afford it. It's not like it's real expensive, but I park my truck in a garage. They make blankets to go over the top of the engines that cover the computer system. And when they have a cyber attack, that cyber attack's not going to destroy your engine, it's going to destroy that computer. So if you're able to get online and find some of these blankets, it'd be a smart thing to do. And just, put it over your vehicle when you're not using it. Um, it's all about preparing. And you know what? Um, get your go to your local Walmart. Go get some walkie talkies. I mean, cell phones aren't
That
going to work.
that's why if people really like look at these elites and their preparation, and then also what Elon Musk, if you guys can just take your conspiratorial mind in that direction, why Elon Musk's vehicles have a HEPA filtration system in there, and why everything is going to solar and these electric cars. It's literally just because they know what's about to happen. I mean, that's where my mind goes, at least. Let's get to blue. Is there anything else, Erickson? No. All right.
No, I'm just. I didn't see any link on the screenshot. There's no link on the screenshot you just posted.
All
So I'm
all
gonna go.
again. All you have to
I'm
do.
gonna go to Black Start exercises and see if I can bring up information on it.
I would suggest you to type in Black Start Operation other than exercises. But go to military.gov, type in Black Start. That's it, just Black Start, and it will probably pull up. If not, then Black Start Operations. Um, those are the three keywords that I would mention. I know Alexis is down here. Alexis, could you post the link down in the purple pill, and have she's really great about finding stuff. So if you need help, Erickson, just look in the purple pill and look for Alexis's post. She'll take and help you out with that. I didn't think of it, Erickson. I didn't think of to put the link in there. I just don't think in those type of ways. I don't create posts like that. The only type of links I have is from, like, if I'm on the Drudge Report and I see something that a story that I think people need to pay attention to, I'll click the share button on that
Yeah,
website.
can I add something to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you just
Thank
let
you.
game finish? Jimmy,
What's
can you
going
let
on? He said
can you let
I could say
Jimmy
something,
one second?
man.
Jimmy, let game finish what he's saying, and then you can respond. One
That
second,
that
please. Finish game.
Yeah, that's all. Is just to the only thing that I share with links is just news stories, and I just go to the website, and then they'll have that share button there, and then I'll share it. That's the only time I've ever really posted any links whatsoever. I don't normally do that, Erickson,
Could I add
and
something to
maybe I
that?
should. But go ahead, Jimmy, and then we'll get to
Thank
blue.
you. Another way of finding new news is to use an app called Feedly or apps like that. Basically, get a source of information from multiple newspapers and magazines and other things like that, and you can add your Twitter accounts that you like. This way, it also uses AI to prioritize which news is most relevant to you. And when you post it up, you get points. So, for example, for these, what they call, ever heard of an RSS? It's like a code where back in the day everyone was using it, so you could also add Facebook and things like that. You can't do that anymore. It's just Twitter, newspapers, and magazines. So when you post something, you get points. And when you post many good things, the AI detects if you're adding value. So it says, for example, his name I believe is GameTechPolitics. I blocked him already, but let's say he adds something useful for once, which is very rare, unlikely. But let's say if he does that, the AI will say, "Good job, you've finally done something useful in your life." And I just firmly believe you got to have multiple sources of information. People taking all their news from Twitter, it's not a good idea. Sometimes long form content is fun. And if it comes out and it's recent, it could be investigative journalism, right? There's some on Twitter, but outside of Twitter, there's also a lot of other stuff going on. I add a lot of world news, Arabic, and I have AI translated. Russian news. I translate that. You can even get Telegram channels. You know those Telegram channels where it's like some Russian bot account that is talking about the recent military news? You can add that into Feedly too, and it uses AI. Um,
Now,
but
just curious, Jimmy. I know why Erickson has blocked me, because we just have personality disagreements, and that's okay.
Mhm.
I still love Erickson. I do, and I'll say that publicly. I love the guy. I think that he is a patriot. I
Got a
think he's
very gay beard.
hold on. I think he's one of the original truth tellers in all of this. For his whole entire career is based on the type of stuff that I've put out in the past couple years. He has probably 20 plus years on me doing this type of work. However, sometimes we butt heads. We'll block. I don't ever block, but he'll block me, and then he'll unblock me, and I'll always have a mic available to him because that's the respect that I give him for that, for what he has done for this country. And and Erickson, you're just gonna have to just deal with my words. Sometimes he's just an old guy that fucking bumps heads and says "fuck you," and I'll say "fuck you" back. That's just the way it is. But you, I've never spoken to you before, so I'm kind of curious. Why did you block me?
I blocked
You
you because
talking
you
to me,
take too
Jay?
long to finish your sentences.
You block me because I create my own space. Now, if I was in another space, I would give you a
I
quick
also
sum.
blocked you for creating your own spaces. I don't like hosts. It's like
Oh,
those who are in the army don't like officers. You know what I mean? I hate officers. You know, I'm like an enlisted man, a sergeant who's lost a few stripes on
Did
salt.
you serve
Yeah, go
in
ahead.
the military?
Horse, Otter forces. My great grandfather was a leader in the Ottoman Empire. We were also part of the Ottomatic
Shut up.
Brigade.
Shut up. I'm talking
What?
about
I'm
in the
not getting
U.S.
told to shut up by
military.
a woman. Okay, when the Otter speaks,
Oh,
someone listens.
baby otter, you're gonna be
Jimmy, calm
done
down.
here pretty
I'm
quick.
calm. She's not.
Don't stop interrupting.
I
go
was
go
asked
ahead.
the question.
You
Go
already
ahead,
jumped
Jim.
in front of Blue.
Yeah, you
Yeah, it
actually
was fun.
did. Jimmy, go ahead and finish your thought. Blue will be patient for you, my dear. And
Anyway, so use something like Feedly. Make sure you just have a collection. Some Telegram accounts where you're getting the most recent information. Often it's unfiltered. Twitter stuff that is mostly commentary, in my opinion, in the long form news magazines. When you have all three channels of information, you become a superhuman, and now you are above all others. You
well,
have the power of
or
the
Jimmy,
news behind you.
or
Thank you.
Jimmy, you could just follow me and get all your information here. That
See,
could be
that's
a.
not how it works.
All right, let's get to Blue, and then we'll go back to Erickson.
You can go ahead. I saw Erickson's hand go up when you were
Uh,
talking about him.
yeah,
So
yeah, go ahead, Erickson, and then we'll get back to Blue.
Yeah, I unblocked you, game. I've got the military website up here. Black Start exercises are real world installation energy exercises in which the delivery of energy provided from off an installation is terminated before backup generator assets on the installations are turned on. And it goes into more stuff, but it gets to something I'm more interested in. Similarly, energy resilience tabletop exercises are simulated war room exercises that access an installation's ability to respond to different power disruption scenarios and are utilized.
Perfect. So you heard it from Erickson, guys. He read off the website himself, and it's a very real scenario that we're dealing with. And again, Erickson, this is my main concern out of everything that we're seeing. This is the one that I'm more concerned about than everything else, to be honest. It's a very, it's a crazy situation that we're going to be facing. Go ahead, Blue.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And a lot of times, even when all of us are doing, research on our own, and I put out stuff years in advance of anybody usually picking it up. So, I can always go back and refer to it. I don't think my time is wasted when I do that. But, you're absolutely right. I know somebody that was in training that did a TDY last year in November, right before Thanksgiving, in Florida. And I do know that it was like a chemical and biological weapons training, something kind of normal. But near the end of their training, they did lose all power during this simulation training. And, of course, the enlisted weren't told anything. And even many of the officers didn't have the knowledge of what happened. It was, suggested that it might have been a EMP attack, but nobody even talked about this. Of course, the public wouldn't know this because this happened during a training exercise. But this was the training, was to go like 24 hours on this base without any power, and to show them what it was, show them what it would be like. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. And yes, they've been telling the military for at least 2 years now that we're going to war with China. And that stuff's been coming out. It's been slow rolling. They've been talking about it. The war with China was planned a long time ago. And, we're just, when you see this information and it's coming, and then you try to tell people and they don't want to, some people just, oh, you're a conspiracy theory. Well, okay, well, we've looked at all the documents. We know what the military's been told, and we're just trying to let people know to prepare for things that aren't being talked about, and don't, so you're not blindsided. The huge problem with even looking at these natural disasters that are occurring all over, and people don't seem to think that these things are 1,000-year 5,000-year flood. But these events have been happening throughout time. We had a gorge created in central Texas from a 3-day rain event. A gorge, it went down, it stripped the land of what they called millions and millions of years. But what had happened was the geological changes that happened and occurred within 3 days. People say they weren't, we haven't seen these things before. Well, the reason we haven't seen these things before is because the scientists have decided to give everybody a narrative that our Earth is a lot older than what we have, that these things take billions and millions of years for these changes to take place. When in all actuality, you can create a fossil from a teddy bear in about 3 months if you have the right minerals and water that's dripping on it. Those stalagmites and stalactites and everything you go and see in a cave doesn't take millions and years to form. It has to do with the mineral content and the rate of the water which drips. That's putting it down to the simplest terms for people to understand. And so when you don't expect these kinds of natural catastrophes, and just look at the area in North Carolina that was hit, that used to be a coal mine. It makes sense, because when the waters flood down, that's how coal is produced, is by the peat, and the stuff setting on top of one another and sitting there over time. I'm not going to say millions of years, but then you can create. Then coal and other minerals and things are created under the earth. And so the biggest thing that that they've done is just to lie to everybody about all the sciences. And they've even separated the sciences so that they don't teach, they don't share their information with one another. They're separate from one another. And so, when you start to look at these things and you're like, well, how did this happen? Well, I could just go back a couple hundred years in history and find that we had coal miners in that area. And this stuff landed in the same spot where the coal was once. And now we have probably another formation of coal happening in this same area. So I could tell you, just by looking at the reports, that area has flooded before. Just because if you know the geology underneath the earth, you can see what's been happening. Now, some of the things are not explained, but because nobody has been looking at all the untruths that they're telling us. Because if you start to put it together, then it's like, wow, we're accelerating at a lot faster rate than than they want you to believe. They want you to believe that, you know, the all these things are due to climate change or whatever the latest narrative is. But and actually, these things have happened throughout history of the earth. We've seen, you know, there's evidence of a worldwide flood that covered all the continent. There's fossils on top of Mount Everest, for heaven's sake. There's sea marine fossils on top of Mount Everest. How did they get there? You know, because we had a worldwide flood. They want to deny these things. They want to deny some of these events and act like they've not figured this stuff out, but they know it all, and they just keep lying to all the normies so that they can, you know, perpetuate whatever, like I said, narrative that they want to run, money grabbing scheme that they want to run. And I'll land it there.
And for $39.99 per month, you can get Blue Canary's homeschooling science kits to create your own coal and other science type experiments. I would love for Blue Canaries to take and homeschool my kids. You're absolutely exceptional. Just putting that.
I love it. I really love it. And I love to get kids to think about these things. It is just amazing to see the light bulbs turn on when they know more than I love it. This is why I do it.
And I can tell. Erickson, I got a question before you state what you wanted to state. Have you gotten any information about November 26th and the martial law type information coming out? I don't know. I know it's connected. Most people don't think that it is, but I do know that it's connected. But do you have any additional information about November 26th specifically?
No, not that specific day, but I'm definitely covering the unrest that's probably going to take place after the election. So you just go to my feed, it's all there. And I just want to let people know the the tweet that I think is most important I put up at the top is the first post, July 2024. FEMA Eagle Horizon exercise tested the government continuity of government plan. And that goes directly to a military website. And folks, continuity of government is the same thing as martial law.
Thank you, Erickson. Yeah, I'll get into that in just a few moments. So let's get to Shelly, and then we'll circle back to Adam.
I've been saying these things for probably the last 3 years since COVID started and just been called conspiracy theorist basically since then. But most of the conspiracies unfortunately come true. And then all of a sudden become, everybody looks at me like, oh, how did you know that? It's kind of aggravating. I've gotten to the point where I don't want to say anything because of that. And another thing I wanted to say is that whole thing about women don't say for a man to shut up. We are all one and the same. And I thought that was the world we live in today, I thought we were better than that. And for him to say the things he was saying to you and then make that type of comment, it showed, I'm sorry to say, but his stupidness. So I just wanted to let him know that that was very, very offensive. The word shut up maybe may not have been the nice word to use, but yet to speak about a woman being anything less than a man, and not because I'm a woman, and that's not even my point. I think from we're all from the same. We all bleed the same. I would give my blood to a man. I would give my blood to anybody of any color. So that was just very offensive to me. But I think that the information you put out, I'm thankful for it. And when you post, always pay attention. And not that I want you to be right all the time, or that I think you know it all. I just think your heart is in the right place. And that's what matters, because your heart is in the right place. You're only trying to help us here. Anybody who wants to listen, it's there for them. If you don't want to listen, don't. And don't come in the space. You don't need to. But there are us that are out here, and I am one of them, that I'm very grateful for you. So I just wanted to make my point. Thank you for letting me speak
You know,
today.
when a man says that, they shouldn't say that. They should never say that, right?
Hold on, Jimmy. I'm hosting here. I'll let you have a
Okay,
comeback.
my paws, they're up. Just remember that. Mhm.
But I appreciate that, Shelley. And that's the thing is I don't hold grudges. If people want to block me, that's their right. They don't have to listen to my bullshit ever. But I won't reciprocate. I'll allow them to block me, and then they're still going to be welcome in my spaces, and they're still going to be welcome to have an opinion. Everybody's opinion is sometimes it's trash and sometimes it's valuable, and we just got to depict on what's trash and what's valuable. And I think Jimmy is giving us a really good example of that, to be honest. um, so let's get to Adam, and then we'll circle back to Jimmy.
Hey, Joan, thanks for saying that. You know what? I mean, my eyes have been open, but you are absolutely correct. I mean, I took offense to when Jimmy said that. I respect women. I mean, there's a lot of things that women can do that men can't, and I think we don't think about that. Um, I try to do the best that I can for um, my daughter, and she's a woman. It's just her and I, but I value her opinion. So it's just what's bred into women. They know things that men don't. So thank you for that. And on another note, I just wanted to say, all these events that are happening, you just have to go back and look. I mean, look how they started at COVID-19, and they got us all to wear masks and stay 6 feet apart. And look what they did to our children. It was all a game to them. And if we don't see all this stuff, we got to stop being blind. It's just it keeps rattling down the tracks, because you got the Epstein thing that came up. I mean, it's all a distraction. It's all a way to silence you. The the transitioning of men to women and women to men, and it's all a distraction. They want to know if they can silence us, because we're not. I mean, they want us to hate
Well,
ourselves for.
let me give you a little bit of a secret, because I've asked a lot of people that are in the know about why they've been doing this, and it's more to it than just the distraction narrative. It's very confusing, but once people start getting more and more information, it's going to come to you. I don't have really time to kind of take and pick it apart right now, but the reason why they're doing that is the same reason why they're taking down statues, Adam.
I
It's
agree.
the same reason why they're just like what Blue says. They've basically monopolized education and said that this is exactly what's occurring, when in reality that's not true at all. It's for after the depopulation happens. That way, when people are in the bunkers, and they have like 300,000 people in these bunkers, it's to teach the next generation a new sort of education that was going to be completely false. And so they're utilizing that sort of mass programming on people to see how effective it is. And so this whole, there's 150 different types of genders, is literally just going to be in the textbooks 50 to 75 years from now.
No,
That's why they're doing it. And I don't think people understand that. But I don't, I mean, I can't eloquently like explain it thoroughly, but that's kind of the system that they're putting in place.
And I agree 100%. I agree 100%. And it's all one big plan, but you have to go back and you gotta.
But Adam, you said something about me. Can I respond now?
No, Jimmy, this is your last interruption, buddy. You can't. We're not doing that. This is not that type of space. We keep everything orderly. So Adam, go ahead and finish your thought. Then we'll get to you, Jimmy. Just be patient, man.
Yeah, no, and I just wanted to say too, that hey, about a month and a half ago, I lost my job due to the fact of me opening my mouth and just letting people know. And I guess they got butthurt about it. Whatever, it's no big deal. Um, and I'm fine financially, but I just said, you know what, things are going to go down the rabbit hole real quick. I'm just going to go and get something to keep my mind occupied. So I started working for FedEx and just going out and delivering packages. You would not believe the type of stuff people are buying. And I'm just in one little area, but it's every day. Generators. They're ordering water and food. So I just want to let you know that people are opening their eyes and they're getting smarter and they're preparing. And with that, go ahead, Jimmy. I got all the time in the world to listen to what you have to say.
Okay, but first off, I think the host is the only one authorized to let Jimmy the Otter speak. Host, am I authorized to speak? Because I'm playing by the rules.
Jimmy, you're far from that, brother. But yeah, we're going to allow you to speak one more time. But
Okay,
let's just change the tone a little bit. Let's be
sure.
friends today.
I want to
And
apologize to Shelly, and let me just say this: I've known a few Shellys. They've tried to eat me. They've tried to sell me to Korean restaurants, and I don't accept something like that. So I apologize to Shelly for absolutely nothing. Now let me respond to Adam. You know, FedEx is a great company. I hope it treats you well. The problem we have in the United States today is too much regulation, too much taxes, and people are being mistreated, even though they're good, upstanding, tax-paying citizens. When we're letting 30 million illegals into the country, we in the United States have become very passive. Okay, and instead of going after the government, you're going after an otter who tells you to be quiet. Look, an otter is allowed to speak to you the way that he wants to speak because, unlike Adam, an otter doesn't have to hold the job. Okay, an otter, he's just an animal. So why are you going after cute little animals,
all right,
asking them to behave like humans? What's wrong
enough
with
with
you? Thank you.
the crazy talk. We're going to go ahead and drop you unless you have something uh, to say that's on topic. Other than I don't think anyone's mentioned otters, so we're just going to have to just be more creative. I know that you're trying to be funny, but you're
I'm
missing
not.
the mark.
Okay,
It's
I'll
not.
say this. This is important. Okay,
You're not.
and I don't want you to drop me, but I have to admit I am a clout chaser and a professional liar. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that. I don't think. I think you need to get into a different avenue of work just because you're not very successful at clout chasing. Um, it's just not working for you. It's not working out for you, buddy. Tweak it a little bit better. It takes some time. If you're going to do this and you want to be successful at clout chasing, then you need to start chasing a little bit better. Start getting people behind you to allow your audience to know that hey, this guy's the real deal about clout chasing. You know, take and rub elbows with people like Elon, or make some positive Elon Musk posts. To try to get in his circle, like some of these other.
I have a picture of him holding me in his arms.
Well, post it. All right.
Hey,
Uh,
I got one thing to say here, really quick. Look, I'm not out here for anybody to feel sorry for me. In fact, I enjoy working for FedEx, and they do treat me well. And you know what? against our government because they don't hold any value to us citizens. So I file exempt on my taxes. I don't pay the taxes that they want me to pay because I'm not going to pay for them to give millions and millions of dollars to illegals when our American people are sitting in the mountains in North Carolina dying. I'm not going to do it. I mean, yes, I do have a daughter that I need to raise and take care of. And you know what? Financially, I'm fine with doing what I'm doing. So I don't want you to think that I'm complaining because I lost my job due to what I had to say. And
Oh,
the
you got
whole reason I got on this space was because I wanted to let people know on how to prepare. That is my mission from God or whoever, a higher power, to make sure that people prepare for what's coming down the tubes. Because you might think you're prepared, but you're not.
Well, let's get back to the original topic of the data dump.
Sure.
Santino, go ahead and take it, and then I'm going to kind of transition into the original topic for everybody because I know that that's why they're here. I'm going to relay what one part of the data dump is, and I'm just going to throw out some
I just
possibilities.
posted a photo of Elon holding me, by the way, up on top.
Dory, take
You
control
he
of that.
can't keep cutting Endgame, and I wanted to cut in and make jokes like you oughta be prepared. You oughta leave. You oughta shut up. Like I was prepared, and I was like, Game's gonna be so mad if I cut in, but I was just chomping at the bit. So thanks.
Well, he oughter gone now, KT. I
He
took
ought to
care of
get
him
some mental
because I
health.
don't like rude people. We all know that, right? I'm out on his deal. Okay. Please don't interrupt, guys. Game has serious spaces. He has serious intel to drop here today. If you want to go to a fun space, go find one, okay? And then do your trolling or perfect your little shtick or your act somewhere else. Please. Thank you.
Unless it's really good quality stuff that will impress me. That just doesn't hit the mark for me. I don't know why. And I usually love trolls. I love people like that it's entertaining, but you got to practice, Jimmy. You got to practice. It's not working out for you, brother. Maybe go
Jimmy.
in another direction. I don't know. Santino, go ahead, and then we'll get to Am I? And I really appreciate Katie joining us. Katie's one of my favorite people, by the way, on X. If you're not following her, follow her because she, look. Let me just highlight a couple things before we get to Santino, if you don't mind me, Santino. Like it's accounts like Katie's and Santino's and Dory's and Blues that I just don't understand it. I don't understand why these people don't have like 500,000 to a million followers. These are the content creators that are actually they're working. They're putting in work. They're doing this not because they're trying to get rich. Uh, because trust me, if they were trying to get rich, if they were trying to monetize heavily on this, one, Santino would open up the comments for everyone on his post, but I understand why he doesn't. Uh, Two, Katie would be putting in positive Elon Musk posts every single day to kiss his ass, and also to go into like Mario spaces and all rubbing elbows with all of these swampy creatures on X. There's so many different avenues that these people could actually take. Look at Blue Canaries, for example. The success on her Meta Biota posts has so many eyes on it. So there's ways that these individuals that I've just named that could do things so much differently, and they're smart enough to know the direction where to go if they wanted to be successful in having those 500,000 followers, but they don't. The reason why they don't is because they care more about the information that they give us rather than the attention or the monetization value of what they're trying to you know um, dish out for us. So I wanted to put that out there. I'm not kissing ass. Trust me, I don't fucking kiss ass to nobody. I'm just putting out the truth. So if you guys aren't following these individuals, you need to, because these are the people that are going to, when we need real information really quick, these are the accounts to go to, not the algorithmic trends that the CIA pushes from Mario and from these other, the Colin Rudds and all of this other stuff that are attention grabbing. And I'm not saying that they're bad people. I'm just saying that they have an agenda, and their agenda is to get millions of engagements. Those are the people that you really need to not share as much or repost. You need to start reposting people like Santinos and Katie's and Blues and Dory's, all of it. That's the repost that you need to concentrate on. Go ahead, Santino.
Thank you so much. That was very well said. I can't wait to hear your data dump. Anyway, I want to just kind of end this conversation like when you were saying you want to move forward. But I think that us as a society, we bring things to the table. We bring wisdom, experience, knowledge. We all have something, a gift that we bring to the community to enlighten people. And I remember, and I'm to blame for it. I was indoctrinated that how much you have in the bank, that makes you what your wealth is, who you are as a person. I have this much money. If I don't have this much money, I don't match up to the average human being. Well, I'll tell you something. When the grid goes down, when there is a blackout, your money won't help you at all. The time is now, right now, to use some of your money and buy things that are going to allow you to live and survive when the grid goes down, when the blackout goes down. This was the whole agenda, to make you feel that if you have this amount of much money, you will be this. And if you don't have it, you're not this. And that's why, and now we've become the slaves of these people. We really have. And we have to get that out of our minds. We have to wipe it away from our minds. Get rid of the thing about, I have this X amount of dollars. I am better than the other person. That is the wrong way of thinking. Because guess what? Right now, that money that you have saved is going to do nothing for you. Absolutely not, because you won't have access to it. It doesn't matter how you try to wing it, manipulate it, you will not have access to it. So, guys, I'm really serious. The grid will go down. I've seen it happen. I've seen blackouts. I experienced them. It will happen. And that was at a good time in the world. So can you imagine right now? So I'm really pushing this out there. Please, 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 from my wisdom and experience, I am telling you, please just get water, canned foods, grain, wheat, flour, and those straws. Those straws are really crucial, because when those taps stop running, you're going to be running to the river, and you're not going to like what you're drinking. So I just kind of want to put that out there. I know it's a little firm, but it's all good advice, actually, isn't it, Game? Thank you.
All right, so I'm seeing reports from I see a Josh Reed post. He reposted Mario Nafal, of course. Unverified U.S. intel leak exposes Israel's attack plans on Iran. Two alleged U.S. intelligence documents detailing Israel's attack preparations on Iran were leaked by a pro-Iran Telegram account. U.S. officials are reportedly concerned, but haven't confirmed the authenticity. And I can't of the documents. The leak comes after Israel prepares to retaliate after Iran's October 1st missile attack. Well, let me tell you something. This is what bothers me uh, about these reports. The Iran missile attack, of them sending 300 ballistic missiles. Now, let's just think logically. You don't have to be in the military to figure this out. You don't have to be some sort of fucking genius like Elon to figure this out. This is just logical thinking. Logically, precision is the key to winning a war. Let me say that one more time. Dramatic pause. Precision is the key to winning a war. So you have 300 ballistic missiles up in the air going towards Israel. How many of those hits and those targets were successful? I would say less than a half a dozen. All right, or about a half a dozen. Does that make sense to you folks? 300 ballistic missiles and only 6 targets or less that is heavily affected by those missiles. This was all designed as a psychological propaganda piece. This wasn't designed to have any impact on winning anything. And Iran is working within this administration. Blinken is telling them to call the shots. They have the leadership in Iran has been infiltrated. I don't know if this is breaking news to you guys or not, but they have. There are many Mossad agents working within the Iranian government and their CIA, shadow agents in the Iranian government, and that this is all for show. Now, I posted in the nest up at the top here. We've got to clean that nest out. It's getting really, really full.
I'll get on it.
Jimmy the Otter. We need to get rid of Jimmy the Otter posts. But up at the nest, it says, I have information about the Black Swan event. It will be happening soon, and it's not what you think. You know how Catherine Herridge talked about a Black Swan event. Now, the majority of the people and the majority of the audience and the majority of the world, when they seen that, they started kind of parroting that, and they've kind of set the alarm into place about this sort of event. And our number one direction that our minds goes towards when we hear somebody like Catherine saying something like that, we automatically assume it's going to be some sort of bomb, some sort of military escalation, that's going to nuclear disaster. That's where our mind goes towards. But in reality, and of course those things that could take place when a nuclear disaster happens or a nuclear weapon goes off, it's going to change the directory of how every country functions. And that would be some sort of black swan event that we can't control, that we can't prepare for, that we can't react in a positive way. That's not, that is just those sort of scenarios that we think that it's going to happen. Those sort of scenarios is the after effects of the black swan. Those are the after effects. What's really going to take place that's going to set forth this black swan event is the data dump. That's why we're here in this space, is because of the data dump secrets. That is exactly what is going to happen when, if and I highly suggest you to bookmark what I put in there. And this is an old video. This video is like over 20 years old, or around 20 years old, 15 to 20. And so you're going to learn from this video. Since you can't listen to it right now, bookmark it for later so you can listen to it, because it's highly important. This is exactly this. I was shown this by an individual that works in this administration, saying that this is kind of the area of what it's about. Now, sounds insane. Okay, that's fine. Let's just use logic. Epstein, blackmail. Diddy, blackmail. Our politicians doing things out of the ordinary, putting these other countries first instead of American citizens, blackmail. The Ukraine situation, the Bidens, blackmail. China putting all of these agents, these spies into sleeping with Fart Boy and going into the governor of New York's administration. Blackmail, blackmail, blackmail. Now they're learning that the blackmailing is up, the jig is up. So what are they going to do with all of the blackmailing information? Data dump. What is Trump doing with his negotiations? I reported just days prior, 4 or 5 days prior, knowing that it was going to happen, knowing that the red folder does come into play. And a lot of you guys were here for that reporting. I know Dory was. Dory was co-host. I don't know if Blue was, but I know Dory was. And I reported 4 to 5 days prior to Trump's sentencing on September 4th that Trump was utilizing the red folder as a negotiation tool on September 4th. I said that. Probably not as heavily as I should have. I should have done it 100 times prior to that happening. That way more people would have taken notice. September 4th came around, there was no sentencing. September 5th, all of the mainstream media was saying, well, the sentencing has been pushed back until November 26th. Why is that? Why not take and build that political capital? Why not allow Kamala to have an easy victory? Definitely the course would have changed on September 4th if Trump went to jail. The political capital that Trump would have taken and lost because of the created narratives that the media would have put in forth would have taken and changed the trajectory of the whole entire election, right? I mean, that would make sense. Why wouldn't they put Trump in jail to cost him the election prior to it? Why wouldn't they do that? It's because of the negotiations. Strictly because of the negotiations. And you guys need to be well informed about that. No, you're not going to hear it anywhere else. You're not going to hear it from mainstream media. And these social media influencers are definitely not going to give the information because they don't have the sources that I do. They don't have the gumption of saying the crazy things so others don't have to. They don't operate on that scale. But the data dump is very real. I've been highlighting it all this year, even prior to knowing that of exactly when it was going to happen. Because I ended up saying, okay, July could have been the data dump. That was one of the dates that it was going to happen, was July. They changed that. So that's why I didn't put a timeline on it. But got to look at what happened in July. Was there negotiations that happened in July that we're not even aware of? That I'm not even aware of? What happened in July, guys? Dory, do you know what happened in July?
I'm sure they were negotiating Biden's dementia crisis
Oh
to
my
trot
goodness.
out
You hit the
Kamala
nail.
as the yes nominee.
You hit the nail right on the head. Biden dropped out. Now is all this making sense, folks? I've held this in for so fucking long. It's so irritating that I sometimes have to be patient with my posts for you guys all to understand like the blueprint of shit and how everything has been pre-planned. And when people take and get this information, do you honestly believe that it's just some sort of top secret stuff that doesn't get out? Well, guess what? UFO top secret stuff gets out, and that's the most important thing in the whole entire uh, intelligence community. But stuff gets leaked all the time. I ended up getting that leak prior to the News Nation report. So everything that I'm literally telling you right now is gold. It's solid. There's nothing that I'm saying that's air that. And trust me, I have speculations about stuff, but I'm going to keep those to myself. Just so, just so that you guys don't confuse my speculation with the actual facts. I'm just going to bring you the facts. Now that I've been talking about the data dump for so long this year and even parts of last year, that I genuinely thought that, uh, we would have it much sooner than what it is today, but it all makes sense. The data dump was literally, being talked about since March of last year between Elon, Tucker, and other journalists. I want to name one of. I'm going to go ahead and name one of them. Crowder. They've been coordinating with each other for a long time about this stuff. It's not like they planned it just a week ago. And now, this type of scenario, you've got two groups. You got the bad guys with the blackmail material, the good guys with that material plus the material on the bad guys. And so it's really about who's going to come ahead on this data dump. This data dump is not just from the good guys. You got to understand that. It's from our enemies. Our enemies are going to push this information out to cause chaos amongst all of us to see how we respond to it. And it's not going to be a healthy response either. There's a lot of sinister shit in this information that's going to come out. And when this sinister shit comes out, you honestly believe that pitchforks aren't going to be raised? Do you think the public is going to just sit idly by? Well, we've been sitting idly by for a long time because of this programming. But you don't think that the programming is going to take a drastic change? You don't think that they're not trying to predetermine and predict, like the predictive programming, they're not trying to predetermine an uprising, like what Jamie Raskin is kind of preparing for? That the Erickson, the Erickson guy that was just in here, that he's been highlighting a little bit about martial law and stuff. Is it all coming together to you now, guys? That's the actual Black Swan event that Catherine is actually talking about? That's going to set into place the martial law in these wars? Because the wars, a war with China, a really huge escalation with Israel and Iran, or the United States and an escalation against Russia and North Korea and China, that's going to overshadow. That's going to overshadow all of the information that's going to come out. And then you're going to have the media not talk about it. You're going to have a complete blackout from the media on this topic. You're not going to hear about it. You're going to hear little bits and pieces, 2-minute puff pieces about it, just like, they do all along. And then they're going to change it. It's like the COVID ticker. You guys remember the COVID ticker on CNN? 24 was seen, the stats on the COVID deaths. They want you to pay strictly on that. Why? To program you to wear the mask, to program you to take the vaccine, to program you into thinking that this was the most deadliest thing that's come into our generation.
Because
So the
game, what is all that they were programming into people? Fear. FEAR, fear. Fear is behind all of this. If you program people with fear, which is why all this chaos is happening, a fearful population that is continually assaulted from every end militarily and with this UAP things ramping up, when the Pentagon uses words like the drones came from a mothership, this is all not okay. When you see North Korea's troops are fighting with Russia against Ukraine, these should alarm you, but don't be afraid. That's why Game wants you to prepare mentally. They're programming you with fear. Don't buy it.
and that's a very, I'm glad you said that, Dory. Thank you. That because that's really what this is about. This is about how we react. November 26th happens. It's how we react. Now there are going to be protests. They're going to probably be at Rikers Island. There's going to be scenarios like that where there's going to be protests all around the country. Maybe in Washington D.C. Why do you think Vindman, the wife of Vindman, I don't know his first name, help me out, Santino, Dory, somebody, Alexander Vindman? Why do you think
Yes, yes, Alexander.
why do you think his wife just tweeted out just 3 or 4 days ago? A vote for Trump is actually a vote for JD Vance as president.
And her name is Karen.
Right. And there's 3 or 4 other prominent people that posted the same exact thing, the same exact day, the same exact day. It's because that's what they plan on doing. And now the Jack Smith case in the courts, that's pre-planned, that's coordinated. Basically, state in those documents being released that Trump had 7 days to appeal the ruling of not allowing those documents to be released. Those documents are basically created by the government. So in reality, these are government created documents that the people are going to see as actual evidence. But really, in hindsight, it's just actual speculation and opinion. And it's basically a curveball on the information. And that curveball is to basically fool the public into thinking that these are actual facts about how January 6th is strictly because of what President Trump did or didn't do. Why would they put that out there? That's a non-story. That we already know the truth about that. Well, I'll tell you why. Preparation. It's because they're going to use those documents, they're going to use those narratives as a way to disqualify President Trump after he wins, to take him out of office before his administration even comes into place. How are they going to do that? By using the 14th Amendment, Section 3 of the Constitution. Like Jamie Raskin said, this is all pre planned.
Hey,
And then
Game.
we're going to get protests. Then we're going to get protests. And then the FBI is going to put in their confidential informants and create a scenario where people are going to have images of barbaric type, stuff, just like January 6th. And then guess what the media is going to do? The media is going to do what they normally do, and they're going to utilize their wordplay and their little catchphrases for us to sit there and tag along, just like the testy and the sharp as attack and the disinformation misinformation game, those type of word plays that they push upon the American public. And what they're going to use is MAGA extremists. And this is all because of the data dump, guys. Everything that I just explained to you is because of the data dump. And the only counter that Trump has is by taking and outing a lot of the sinister shit that our government agents have done over the past 20 plus years. And that is exactly what Elon Musk finally made public just either yesterday or the day before. I think it was the day before. Does that all make sense to you guys now? All right. That's my little rant on the data dump for everybody that just came in here. That's basically what this is about. Go ahead, Dory, and we'll get to the end.
Yeah. So we do have some new people, and I've gotten some messages in the back, questions about what is the red folder. So could you give us just a little recap on what that was and how that leads into what it is that you're talking about today?
Sure.
Thank you.
So in July of 2022, I did a live podcast. I had about 21,000 in attendance, all the way up to like 50 to 70,000, but 21,000 was like, I looked at the time scale of everything. And trust me, the majority of those in the audience, the reason why I'm telling you the audience size kind of leads up to all of this. It was mostly conservatives. And I told people I ended up getting information about the Mar-a-Lago raid before it happened. And I told my audience, hey, Trump's going to get raided in just a matter of months. I got so much backlash on that. From conservatives, not liberals, from conservatives. Oh, you're full of shit. They've been trying for years to get him, and they're not going to trust me, bros, your source. Sort of fucking trolling. And then, of course, September happened, and he was raided. I honestly, I got a lot of apologies, but there was two main things in those documents that were labeled not in the same way as others, which really was interesting. One, because UFO or UAP was labeled in one of those documents. Another one was JFK. The others that were labeled was like C3B, file C3B DX5792, shit like that. I only got to see one page only. A lot of what they were rating Trump for was the most classified stuff. Trump was pretty smart. He took a lot of that shit because he needed that shit for what's to come. He needed to prepare for this war. And the only way that he would have proof, the solid proof, was having somebody from the inside basically getting the material for him to collect. Because he sure couldn't trust the FBI. He sure couldn't trust the CIA. He needed somebody on the inside, and he had it. And they collected all of the material for him. And that is basically the red folder. The red folder has basically the ins and outs of every single sinister thing that the deep state has done, and politicians and world leaders and Hollywood starlets and so on and so forth. That's what the red folder is. It's a collection of information, and that information is dirty shit, and Trump has been using that as a tactic all along, saying, look, you fuck around, you'll find out. Because now we have the goods. We can show people the goods. Now, granted, some of those papers are only labels of the operations from what I hear. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that that's correct. So even just the labeling of uh, peaches and cream operation, or black start operation, or operation tinfoil hat, sort of language, just the operation names alone, because he can't gather every bit about each operation, but just the operation names alone gives the right people the know to not fuck around. I hope that makes sense. Let's get to the hand story. I don't know who was up next.
Okay. Well, we had a couple people with their hands up, but they've put them down now. Let's see, Daffy, did you get your questions answered by what Game just said? If not, please put your hand up. We have a couple new speakers, so if anybody wants to say something, now's your chance. Game's looking for hands.
My
All
hand
right.
is up. My hand
Oh,
is up.
it is? Okay, go ahead, Daffy. I
I took it
cannot
down
see
and
it.
then I put it back up because I had
Perfect.
another
Go
question.
ahead.
He did answer. Hi, Game. Great space. Hi, Santino. Hey, Dory. Um, fantastic space. I've always wondered what that dang red folder was, and you just explained it. I wanted to take a few steps back, though, on the couple MK Ultra, the programming, the behavioral modification, all that stuff that they're doing. I believe that there's subliminal hypnosis on all social media, and you need to be careful with your scrolling. And then just
Daphne, can I pause you for a moment?
uh,
Would you be shocked? Would you be shocked to know that a lot of the programming happens in prisons and happens in colleges, and that's why you're seeing a lot of, you know, recidivism rate going through the roof in the last few decades, and as well as like something as sinister as women teachers having sexcapades with their students. That is literally the percentages are going up and up and up and up, and it's not because of the whole trans movement sort of situation that we got going on, but it was actually because of an operation done by the United States to program individuals.
I did not know about the university and school stuff, I, but thank you for that. There's so much I could talk about that I'm not going to do in this space, but my dad worked in the CIA, which I have mentioned many times, so it's not a secret. I wanted to touch on the Jamie Raskin thing, though, just quickly, and ask this. What role would Mike Johnson play in any kind of attempt to prevent Trump from being sworn in?
Fucking amazing question. Well, the role, uh, all you have to do to answer your question, Daphne, honestly, all you have to do is go back to, I believe, either April or May of this year, and you look at the comment made by Mike Johnson in the hallways of Congress when
About this, after he looked at the skiff.
the fight. Exactly, and I reported on it 5 days prior. I believe it was on a Monday that I reported on it because I ended up getting some information from not only journalists. I got this from journalists and from congressional aides, both verifying, because they don't know each other. They don't know each other at all, and the journalist sources is the one who told me first about the FISA stuff, and what took place was basically, I couldn't name the country, but now I can. Israel was basically, because if you go at the top of my post, uh, the Black Swan event, April 11th. So prior to April 11th, just a few days prior to that post, I ended up getting this information uh, that Israel went to Mike Johnson and had the data dump materials, some of the data dump shit uh, included in his briefing, the skiff briefing. And they basically said, you're going to authorize FISA. Now, if you go back and you listen to Mike Johnson's comments about FISA in the past, and you go on YouTube and you listen to all of his little interviews about FISA, This dude was, it sounds like he was completely anti FISA to begin with, and that he wasn't going to renew or give authorization to that. And then what changed? Well, he gives a little bit of a fucking hint in that hallway when the cameras were in his face. And it goes alongside to what I reported 5 days prior to those cameras being in his face. And I said, and I told my audience, I said, look, he's going to authorize FISA, and it's only because they fucking put a folder in front of him saying, here's a list of the congressional members doing X, Y, and Z. Some of it was adultery, which, we know that happens. So that wasn't really the biggest part of it. But a lot of it was these stock trading shit. That's one of the key highlights that was highlighted to me, was that they was going to come out with the Nancy Pelosi's of the world and figure out all of the bills that they passed, that Congress passed, that these congressional members were profiting off of. That was the biggest thing, and Mike Johnson didn't want to get that out. There was probably other material, but those were the two things that was highlighted to me. And so go ahead, but I wanted to make sure that you're clear on that. That is why Mike, so we know now for a fact Mike Johnson is compromised. I mean, there's no question about it in my eyes.
Well, it's either, I don't know what you know, but it's either that or he's just protecting his job. He's protecting his power perch, and he's also protecting his little coterie of Republican, you know, his, what do they call it, good old boys. That's what I think. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how he got in there to begin with. He seems to be worse than McCarthy. But that's all I wanted to say in this space. I just wanted to ask about the red folder, and I wanted to ask about, what is the probability that he's going to initiate not even an impeachment, because Trump may not have been sworn in at that time. It's some other measure or some other punishment, I guess. I don't really know what he could do. But what is that actually, that I will ask this question. What steps would he take to prevent Trump from being sworn in?
Well, they're already making the steps now. This election is really not about the presidential election. People think it is, but in reality, it's about Congress and it's about the Senate, because that's going to allow the Congress and Senate to get rid of Trump with the Raskin situation.
Well,
And
also, what's his name? Adam Schiff is running for Congress, for the Senate in California. And if they win Virginia, they can basically they can tear up the Constitution. They might as well. It'll just
yeah,
be one party nation here.
exactly. And in reality, I've been teaching my audience that this is not a two-party system anyways. This is a Marxist system. And that just because you have an R or a D next to your name doesn't mean that they're differing political creatures. They are all a part of the same exact team. They all are. And even if a R loses a battle and a Democrat wins, it doesn't mean that the country is going to change directions in a positive way. It just means that um, the plans are still going to be moved forward regardless. And the more that people are aware that R&D does not matter, it really is about taking and electing people who are just everyday individuals like yourself, Daphne, or somebody like Dory, until we get victories like that that aren't a part of the establishment. We're never going to get anywhere politically anyways, ever. And so our elections, honestly, at this point, really don't matter. That's why I'm not in these political spaces as much, because I'm tired of hearing it. I know what the truth is, and a part of them even knows what the truth is, but they think that they can vote our way out of this, and that we can't. We have to. It's going to take a military ground game to get out of this, and that's what people just don't want to accept. It has to do with our military, and it has to do again with this whole data dump scenario, and weeding out the individuals and completely getting rid of those individuals to get our country back. And that is why the 5201 document released by the Department of Defense that highlights, the fact that our military can use deadly force against the military or against American citizens is being put into play. And that is why those 5 or 6 congressional members has tried to create a bill that replaces them in an account of their deaths. That's why that is being pushed. I don't know what the bill
Can
is
you
called.
clarify what that is? Because it seems that that was written by the Department of Defense, and that was not an act of
Which one?
Congress. The
Which one?
one you just mentioned, that they're the modification.
5201.
Yeah, the modification of the military's use of force on Americans. It was
Yeah,
not
that's
in
why
there.
the
It was
Department.
not in the first version, apparently.
Yeah, that's in the Department of Defense document that was just 52. Is it 5211.01 or something like that, or .04? Just you guys can look that up and then read the document yourself. It's very, I mean, like all you have to do is just read it. But it goes in line with, though. It falls right in line with these half dozen congressional members basically stating that they want to create a bill in case they die, they can be replaced by their own. They can pick their own person to replace them with, which is unconstitutional to begin with. But why would they put a bill out like that? Why would the DoD change the directive like that at the same exact time? It's literally because these some of the stuff that's going to come out is treasonous activity. And what's the penalty for treason? Okay, so you guys understand that and that's why they're getting that's why Hollywood and these politicians and the mainstream media is basically telling you what's going to happen. And then they're going to say, see, I told you so. I told you so. Trump is an authoritarian. He's just like Adolf Hitler. He's taking and rounding up all these individuals and putting them to death. That's why Millie is very scared right now. That's why you see a lot of these politicians using that type of language. That's why you see the mainstream media using that type of language. It's not because what they're saying is completely untrue, other than the narrative that they want to build to try to put trust back into them. When shit hits the fan, they want to say, see, we told you so. And then they think that by saying that trust is going to go and gravitate towards them, which is a really good tactic for psychological warfare. And it may work, and I hope it doesn't. But that's why you're seeing that type of language in the media right now. It's not because of what they're saying is completely out of they're just telling it wrong. They're just giving you a little bit of the truth, and then 90% lies to kind of give you the idea that this is what's going to happen because Trump is a bad man. No, this stuff is going to happen because there's treasonous activities that needs to be taken care of. This ain't QAnon bullshit either. I don't that this is not Q type shit. This is just facts, and you can literally see it in like what they're saying, and then see the preparation that they're making. You put all of that together, and you're going to get a complete picture. The replacement of Trump with JD, the DOD directive, the Congress taking and trying to replace people, the media saying Trump is Hitler, he's going to arrest everybody. Well, yeah, and that has to happen in order for us to get our country back, in order for us to drain the swamp like he promised in 2016. All of this stuff has to happen, or we won't have an election again. We won't. Elon's right. The depopulation agenda is going to happen, just like he is the number one force behind that by bringing that to our attention. And that I'm telling you, it's going to be a strange and chaotic time for this country. There's going to be stuff that has happened in this country that we've never seen before, and it's going to freak the public out. That's why you have this UFO and UAP stuff dripping out. It's going
Game,
to.
I want to remind you right now that I did post receipts the other night when I told you that the Air Force is making all of their crash team, the crash teams that go out to recover crashed aircraft, and it doesn't give a description of the just crashed aircraft. They have had the military, and I posted the article with the receipts to the military.com, military.org. They have made them sign NDAs. Then they came out with an article that said, yes, by having an NDA, you will be able to do your job better. You can do your job better if you keep it a secret. That was the article I posted to you. That is exactly what they said. So you have aircraft teams, that Air Force teams that go collect aircraft crashes that now have signed NDAs. They can't talk about it to anybody. And you're right about this UAP thing. That is heating up so much that people aren't prepared for what's going to be coming with that either. I just wanted to mention that. And one more thing, because Daffy mentioned MK Ultra and game, because you have done so much on MK Ultra. MK Ultra has covered all of its bases. I just discovered the other night in the interview I did with William Ramsey, I had mentioned that when I started to get into the New Age movement, I got into a course in miracles. Well, lo and behold, William pulls it up and he goes, wow. And I said, what? And he said, the co-authors, there's two authors, the authors of A Course in Miracles worked for the MK Ultra program. They have written an entire spiritual system, and they were MK Ultra handlers. So they're in the spiritual arm of everything too. So if you don't think that we're being overthrown by a spiritual programming narrative, you need to wake the hell up about that too. Thank you, game. And now we have lots of hands.
Yeah, I know that user in No Rose is first, but this person has to go. It's Truth Told 24. I don't know who that is. Is that Whistleblower? Yeah, that's Whistleblower. So I'm going to let him go first. I apologize to user No Rose, but they are in a time crunch. So go ahead, Whistleblower.
Hey, how you doing today, man?
I'm well. How are you, Bob?
Yeah, I'm good. I say my name's Charles McNeil. Um, I don't know if anybody's been reading those articles from all over the UK and Ireland and all that over the last few weeks, but I came on here because I seen something that said data dump. Somebody brought it to my attention, and I was listening. I heard you mention something you called the red folder. Well, I was actually read in on a lot of things to do with what you were just talking about with UAP, the UFO narrative, and all that. I actually received 8 classified briefings over your time frame, and one of the things that I read in classified files about was something called the Red Book. In that Red Book, they just call it that as a nickname. It's actually orange. It's old. It's more like brownish red color now. And the president doesn't get to see this book. He gets what's called an executive summary. And depending on who the president is, it depends on what he's told. You know, he's a temporary employee. He doesn't get told much. And I will say the Republican presidents, with the exception of Obama, seem to get told more on the UAP topic than others. But I don't know if you've been following along with any of the stuff I've been putting out or not. But when it comes to uh, the UAP narrative and people not being prepared of what's coming, I second that. But a lot of people don't know what's coming either. So I put a timeline out on my page detailing what's going to happen in the next 2 months and the next 12 months and the next 2 and 3 years. Really put it out there. Like, we're looking for in the next month and a half, 2 months, we're looking for James Webb announcement that's going to say that they have discovered, quote, biological signals or biologics within the TRAPPIST-1 or Alpha Mentay star systems. That's going to happen. They're going to reveal something called Project Coral Lane, has to do with outer space. And those two things are going to happen before the end of this year. And then, they're manufacturing this World War III, and I know people are kind of think I sound crazy right now, but it's a fact. I don't know if you know anything about the Majestic 12 group. It's not debunked. They're real, very real, and they're closing every nation of their weight around the world. And manufacture this World War III that we're about to have, and they're going to interrupt it with a fake alien invasion. And I'm not talking about what people call the game. I'm talking about
You were rubber banding really bad. Is he gone for everyone or just me?
No, it was the same with me as well.
Okay, we'll drop you down, and then if you can come back, that'd be great.
While we're waiting on him to drop, let's go to let's go to username, and then we'll bring him back up.
Good afternoon, Game. How you doing? And thank you for that synopsis that you provided. That was extremely helpful, and it's had my brain kind of racing ever since. So my primary question was, if everything, and I mean everything, was pre-planned for the data dump, why would a blackout be necessary? But I think you've answered that question in that one side is doing the data dump, and then the other side would be doing the blackout to hide said data dump. Now, the medium that would be released in would be the internet. And if the blackout happens, then there's no internet, which actually makes me realize what a big part that Elon Musk plays in all of this. Now, I don't doubt his ideals, but there's always something in it for somebody in these cases. And at that point, the only internet that'll be working would be Starlink.
Starlink, that's right.
Yeah, so for him, he gets to benefit from everybody wanting to go to Starlink, but at the same token, Deep State gets to hide the information. And then, strangely enough, starting to make sense why the Wayback Machine was just recently shut down, hacked, whatever you may want to call it, because when the Deep State reignites the internet, well, now you can't go back and look at some of the information that was posted. So it's almost going to be a battle of those who have it with Starlink and said, no, here's the data, here's all this craziness that's going on, while the other side is not even paying attention to it and calling us all conspiracy theorists. So
let me have a back and forth just for a moment, and then I'll let you continue. Now, do you see why I'm so frustrated that these other space influencers won't push this information out? Like this is seriously some of the most important stuff that we need to kind of prepare our audiences for, and it's like pulling teeth to try to get these other influencers to speak about these crazy things.
You're bringing me right into my next point. It's even going to get worse, because if they do the blackout, and if there's any time to trigger sleeper cells, that would be it. you already know where they are. You sweep in, you save the day, the internet's back on, and then the country's mourning at that point for all the losses and this crazy event that happens. And that would absolutely dominate the news, right? And then you throw in UAPs, you throw in the subsequent World War III that would occur because they would blame it on Iran, and also the market completely crashing as a result of all of this. I mean, the world will be in chaos, and meanwhile, we'll all be sitting there screaming, from the mountaintops, be like, you missed this, you missed this, you missed this. And those influencers, they'll be focused on UAPs, they'll be focused on the market crash, they'll be focused on World War III. And my only thing in terms of timelines here is that if November 26th is such an important date, that these events would have to occur before then, I would assume. I don't know your thoughts on
No,
that, or at least
I
before
think
January 21st.
I think it's going to happen after. I think it's going to happen after November 26th.
Yeah, because then you already have them in the grasp in that case, and people would start to get upset, and but then the whole world would be asunder at that point. So, yeah, I mean, you really got my mind racing here, and now I really do see why you're so intent on pushing the envelope here with these other influencers, which really just leaves it up to us. If this or when this does happen, either get a Starlink now or buddy up with somebody who has Starlink. I would also suggest not buying it from any third party and getting it directly from the site. I mean, I'd be kind of worried if an event like that happened that the powers that be know that I actually have a Starlink. And copy and print and do everything you can to make sure that that information is in every form possible. So, not letting them get away with any of the distractions that would occur thereafter. Yeah, and we know Elon's in on it. I know I posted this to you, Game. I saw you may have covered it earlier, but there's a reason that the blocks have been removed and there was a bot cleansing. You think no blocks is kind of a bad thing? No, that means that you can communicate with everyone and they can't block the information that you're providing. That would probably only last for a short time frame, so take advantage of that while you can.
Yeah, there's always a reason why things are moving forward, and it's not, it's people want to concentrate just on that area, and really they need to start thinking outside the box and looking at the bigger picture. It'll help you move forward so quickly when it comes to making sense of all of these things. I appreciate that username. That was a great analysis of everything.
Hey,
Uh,
game.
yeah,
You just really can't have the most spectacular UAP invasion without it being completely dark. Okay, the blackout is going to enhance this particular event that they've been planning for a long time. I mean, I even ran across the Aquarius project this week for Jimmy Carter, and anyway, so this goes back a long time, but yeah, that blackout is going to cause a lot of problems.
yeah, and the majority of the people are going to not concentrate more on this information that gets put on us. They're going to concentrate on the after effects instead of the actual information, and you know, but we're just I honestly just don't even know. I honestly don't even know like how to help people with this. I'm just putting it out there, and mental preparation is the only tool in the box that I have for people. I mean, there's
Game, if you
nothing.
don't mind me, I'm sorry, if you don't mind me asking, how legitimate then would you consider the UAP disclosure if that was the
Oh, it,
scenario to distract from the data dump?
I don't think that that's necessarily a distraction. I think that is just it's just a precursor of what to expect when we start seeing UAPs pop up everywhere. And I think that is the motivation behind that is because they have intel and data to suggest that. Now, it does help when it comes to all of this craziness that's going on, and that's why they've kind of created the timeline that they're creating, because they know that this stuff is going to come out anyways. So why not add a little bit more flavor to the chaos that we're seeing by implementing the UAP situation into everything? That's unfair to us, but that's just how the cookie crumbles, I guess. But I don't think it's a distraction, and I've never suggested that it was. I actually suggested that it's the opposite, that this stuff is real, that if you look at the timeline of events on everything from last May up until now, and then as well as my reporting back in May when I said October is going to be a UAP sort of month, that there's going to be a lot there, and to look out for October. And now you're starting to see exactly why. You got the Lou book coming out. You have the James Fox movie coming out. You have the congressional hearing coming up. You have the Senate hearing coming up. You have uh, the Michael Schellenberger article that just came out. You know, the project immaculate, or what's called conception. Is it project
Yeah,
immaculate?
Project Immaculate
Yeah.
Conception. Yep.
So you have all of that information coming out this month, and so I already knew ahead of time, a while back, amongst the sources within the UFO community, or well, my sources that told me back last in May that disclosure is about to happen. uh, I didn't know when I first got this information. I honestly, it was a gift. It was like, here you go, buddy, sort of thing. Report on it. Use the word spiritual a lot in your reporting, please. We appreciate it. Thank you. And I didn't know the extent of what was handed to me. I didn't. And I was honestly afraid to even kind of report it because I never used the source before. So that's kind of that's kind of a scary area to get into by reporting something and not knowing who these individuals were. And then come to find out 2 weeks after I reported on it, fucking the whistleblower story comes out. And I'm just like, wow, okay. So this shit is fucking real. I didn't miss the mark, and I'm not going to be looked upon as a joke in the fucking space community. And people are going to pay attention, and people did, thankfully. And then, of course, the working with James Fox, uh, days prior, as a little secret, by the way. And then I had to basically, pretend that I was ignorant about a lot of shit, and even ignorant about the whole James Fox coming into our space sort of thing. There's a lot there that I know about that I'm not able to kind of push out. I'm just not able to. And I'm telling you, a lot of it, a lot of the shit that was pushed onto me is absolutely fucking insane. It's crazy scary. It's like, it kind of just like, oh my gosh, why isn't this in the Bible, sort of stuff. But again, we have to understand that there's information has been controlled since the beginning of time, and there's a lot of mysteries to God that we don't understand, and that's a biblical reference, by the way. So, you know, it's like this. I would love for the UAP to be a distraction story, but in all truthfulness, that is this is the most real story that you guys are going to be hearing of. And I know a lot of you guys have not believed in UFOs in the past. I would highly suggest you to change your tune about that. I really would. I don't know. A lot of it is genius talk, and I know that I kid all of you guys about being a genius, but I am. A lot of the information that was passed along to me, I don't even understand it. I don't, I can't even grasp, I can't even put my mind around. It's like a foreign language to me. Just do not understand it. Uh, but
Game.
yeah,
It is biblical. There are many
It,
instances and there are many occurrences. And what the corporate religiosity has done to us also is that they have diluted and watered down and out and swapped original names from languages and things so that you aren't able to pick up the
it
patterns, but
not
it's
it's
all in there. And I'm
I
doing a thing about it.
I yeah, we'll have to, yeah, definitely highlight that at the end of the space so people are aware and create a post so we can share it. But it's not just about that. It's about what Blue said earlier. Blue was talking about like the coal and the caves and all that shit.
Yes,
Like the millions of years that's just false information for us to steer clear of the real truth that God was trying to inform us about. And the fact that the earth is billions of years old. No, it's not. It's not. And that is like what we get taught from as a young kid, and we grow up getting it drilled on our head over and over and over, and then all of a sudden that we think that it's fact, and it kind of screws up our own sort of thinking. When we get thrown the real truth out there, we sit there and compare it to everything that we've been taught as a kid, and none of it makes sense because of the programming that's been going on all along. And it's like, man, we need to wake the fuck up and just, try to forget about all of the shit that we've been taught, because it's all been fucking lies. And it's just a hard concept to grasp, especially amongst the older generation, the grandmas and grandpas out there. It's like a smack in the face. But to answer your point, username, the UAP stuff, no, it's not a distraction. It's just an addition. It's definitely an addition. And I think, now this is pure speculation on my part. This is not a fact. It's just pure speculation. I think that that's the end game, to be honest. I think that that is the the grand finale of the fireworks.
absolutely.
Yeah. Again, that's speculation. I'm not saying that that's true. I'm just saying it just it just points that direction, I guess. Let's get to the hands. Let's go.
Game real quick. Why do they call them fossil fuels?
I don't know. Educate me.
Because they find these fuels and things in the layers of the earth that are at the fossil layer. But like I said, they found fossils at the top of Mount Everest, which are marine fossils.
Just let everybody know I can't hear anyone, so I'm going to drop down.
So those would be marine fossils that were found. So that's just another term. That's another term that they've thrown around so that you don't think that these things are renewable, because it takes millions and millions of years for these things to, accumulate or to form themselves under the earth. And that's what they want you to believe. I can find fossils all over Texas. I can also find oil all over Texas too. And it's not going away. And so part of the big untruth is that they don't want you to believe that these things can be renewed. We have plenty of natural gas and oil, but they want everybody going to electric. So think about that. Why do they want you on electric? Because then they can control you. Because if you have access to these renewable energy sources, you could do your own energy. I mean, it's just insane. And the more places that I go to explore, and the more places that I see, I find more evidence, way more evidence, to show that that the stuff that they've told us, it's all untruths. They're all lies.
Well, I've gotten long winded, and I'm so sorry about the hands. No Rose was actually next, and she dropped down. Hopefully, she hears this and can come back up. But Go
Yeah,
back.
she couldn't hear, so she dropped and said she
Okay.
would come back. So I'm on the lookout for her.
Well, let's get to a new speaker. Let's go to Kathy, then back to Daphne and Adam. We'll circle back to them. Kathy, you're next.
Oh, great. Hi, thank you. It's so good to hear your spaces, Game. I love all of the content you bring. I wanted to ask you and actually go back to the time when Johnson was not into funding FISA, and shortly after he came out and changed his mind and said, no, 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 we have to fund it. We have to fund it. National security. Um, Massey was doing an interview and he came out and he said, well, I was in the same skiff that he was in. So I don't know what amazing information he saw that I didn't see. But they didn't prove their case that this had to be funded. So I was just curious if adding that variable, if we think Massey also is privy to whatever was in the red folder, or if it was
No.
something that Johnson was okay.
No. And here's the thing: is I completely kick my ass over. I do some of the stupidest shit sometimes, and I wish that I had like an assistant to tell me don't do stupid shit. Uh, Trust me. So when I was in Springfield, Ohio, doing reporting there, I had an opportunity to go and meet with Representative Massey and have dinner with him. And fucking, I didn't do it. I didn't do it. And that was one of the questions that I had to in middle that I put back in my computer brain here that I wanted to kind of bring up was the fact about the FISA and the data dump sort of scenario. And I wasn't going to use language like data dump. I was just going to use like, was there any intel there that kind of twisted Johnson's arm, hint, hint, to kind of get him a direction and change. And I would have used language that Massey would have been very familiar with, and he would have known exactly what I was talking about without having to spill the beans in front of people. But I didn't fucking go to that. Uh, I was invited by Kyle Rittenhouse's attorney. I don't know, you guys remember Kyle Rittenhouse, the guy, the shooter. His attorney invited me to go meet with Massey, and it was like that happened on Friday. We were supposed to go on that Sunday, and I was just so exhausted from the Friday and Saturday of doing field work that I was just like, oh, I'll skip this event because I ended up meeting like Frank LaRose and a lot of the politicians there. And I figured maybe I'll have a future invite some other time to meet Massey if I'm ever in that area again. And I didn't take it, and I'm just I literally I think about that every other day or so. I should have taken that invite more seriously because there I think Massey is one of the real ones, Kathy. I do. I think he is the real deal. I think that we need him as speaker, and I think that our budget needs somebody like him, specifically when it comes to our debt and stuff. That's probably not going to happen though. Is there anything else though, Kathy? But no, Massey was not um, in attendance when that binder was giving handed over to the. It was right at the beginnings of that meeting was when what was told to me. It was when Johnson ended up getting that information and saying, "You're going to pass this. You're going to pass this. You're going to talk to your party, and you're going to vote for this sort of situation." Anything additional?
Oh no, sir. No, I totally feel you though. I love Massey, and I don't know. I'm kind of hoping someday he might be president or something.
Well, I mean, he'd have to work circles around the establishment just like Trump does, and I don't think that that's his cup of tea, unfortunately. You know, I think he's more of a he has more of a gumption of not playing the game. And what I learned from this past month is the fact that if the establishment doesn't want you, um, then the odds of you even being into power is slim to none. And somehow Trump kind of got away from that whole scenario, and he's just one of it's like hitting the lottery. But he had the money to know how to do it, though. Let's go to Daphne and then Adam.
Thank you for having me
Oh,
up
I'm sorry.
again.
Can oh, never mind.
Oh, what? Who's that?
Oh, game.
Oh,
Rose is
Rose is here.
back.
Oh,
Okay, Daphne, hold up a moment. Let's let No
I'm so
Rose
sorry,
go.
Daphne.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. I'm running out of time here. I have to get ready for something, but great conversation, and um, I'm trying to wrap my head around the data dump and tying it with the FISA and November 26th, and my head is really towards. I think I'm going to make one comment. I think that Johnson's hands were tied from the very beginning, just because of the Rhino faction in the House, and they threatened to leave the House if he did anything that they didn't want him to do. And that would have turned the House over to the Democrats. And so his job basically was to save the House and give in to the rhinos. That's all he could do, really, is to save the House. So that's my opinion of it. I think he's also compromised. I think that came from the big guns like the Bush clan, the Romney clan, uh, Paul Ryan definitely got his claws into him. So anyway, um, Mike, I don't want to like dive off on a different tangent, but it kind of all ties in with the mayhem that will ensue. Uh, my concern is the potential of the jailing of Trump, but also the illegal immigrant situation where you have fighting age men, millions of them in this country. And then we're going to elect a president who is promising to deport them all. What do you think is going to happen? Right? So, my concern is that uh, where it, just the mayhem, they'll unleash these guys. On top of all the other college idiots who like to raise hell too, um, but on steroids. So, yeah, I kind of look at it as a tactical, I don't factor out anything in terms of feeding Trump. I think there's a lot of gaming going on, and just looking at Eisen and Elias and what they're doing and
Talking about
planning.
Ivan Franklin.
Yeah, there's all kinds of. There's going to be huge lawfare going on during all of this, so that's
Well, that come kind of coincides with what I'm saying about the arrests and shit. Um, and that's why the media is highlighting that. That's why the media is calling Trump totalitarian and kind of comparing him to Hitler sort of situation. But in reality, it's just it falls in line with the data dump. Once people start seeing the real information of the crimes being committed on American soil, we're not going to be able to get past that and just say, oh, everything's forgiven, because you got to look at the Hillary Clinton crimes of taking and bleach bidding her servers and shit. That's a crime. And we were so quick to say, well, we really can't do anything about it. The FBI's not going to do anything about it. Well, when Trump comes in the office, they're definitely going to do something about it. And
And what do you make of? I posted it I sent it to you and the purple pill, where if you can believe this or not, that CISA is actually going to be conducting a massive cybersecurity exercise on voting day out of Atlanta. Like, how could this
well, that's
possibly
just
be? You know?
again. Honestly, I'm glad you mentioned that, but I've been highlighting all of this. This is all testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, testing, testing, testing. The 911 system's going down, testing. The communications with ANT going down, testing. This is all testing. They're testing their preparation for these events to happen, because when these events happen, it's all going to be at once. It's all going to be at once. It's like all
I
you have to do.
totally agree, because the
Yeah.
Cyber Solarium was the funding for the DoD and CISA to put all this mechanism and to fortify it into place and to build the workforce around it. And then that you bring in the NATO side, right? But you know, my big concern is Edge, all of the cloud services, and Microsoft, and Bill Gates. It's a trifecta, right? He controls climate exercises to medical to then cloud service for uh, basically everything the government does, along with Amazon. I mean, it's nuts.
Absolutely nuts. I appreciate it, Rose. We'll get to Daphne, then Adam, Anastasia, and Blue, your co-host. Go ahead, real quick.
The part about the illegal immigrants and the um, removal of them. Sorry, I just started eating something and my mind went blank. A lot of people need to understand these are contracts with the UN Migration Services. Some of these people that have come over have taken out loans for this. They are being allowed to come in, many of them. The parole program is a real thing where they have actually tried, Biden and Kamala brought in people that would not have been able to come in. And all of those records, it looks like, were falsified. Now, we could probably get many of those people out, but a lot of the people that came from many different countries, they're actually here. Some of them are on a loan program. Some of them get the free money. I mean, I don't, that's the part, it's huge. It's huge. And these nonprofits are the ones that are the, whoever the sponsor is, they're the ones that have to have to check in with these people, make sure they're paying certain loan payments and different things like that. But there's a lot of people that have come in through that program where they're actually been allowed and been taking out money to get here, and they're responsible for paying it back. And so there's all kinds of different networks with this illegal migration coming through, and a lot of it has been orchestrated by the UN.
The UN has a travel service to relocate people here. That's why so many Chinese men came here by planes, okay? And were waiting to get picked up with their bags, and they didn't look disheveled or like they had crossed, here from Venezuela or something, because the UN had, US sponsored through the UN a travel concierge, all right, that would arrange their travel to come here. A lot of them, we found out when Blue dug in when Game went to Springfield, Ohio, that many of the people brought in there were given a protective class. They were brought here by our government under a protected class. So we're not, I don't care who's president, they're protected. You're not sending them anywhere.
Well, they just gave protected class to Pakistanis, or there, another whole class of immigrants were given protected status. I think it's either
The Haitians,
Palestinian.
the Haitians.
No. It's beyond the Haitians. It's just brand new.
Yeah, Somalians. It's a lot of differing people.
If their country is technically at war, then they're considered a refugee, and they're
Exactly.
not allowed by UN charters and all these other international groups. You're not allowed to return a refugee to a war, a country that's involved in a war.
I'm so glad you put that information out for people to understand. That's why you see the influx of Haitians coming into the country because of the July 7th, 2021 coup that took place and all of that. Let's get to Daphne, then Adam, Anastasia. And I want to mention real quick before we get to Daphne, the whole, Trump taking and sending back all those immigrants back. That's I'm just I'm not trying to attack Trump, but that is just political talk, guys. It's just political talk. We will be sending a lot of them back, but again, it's just political talk. And the majority of the ones that he is got to understand, we're at war. It's going to be on U.S. soil. There's terrorist cells everywhere in the United States. The FBI knows this. They've reported on this. We should know it by now. We should accept it into our heads. But you got to also understand the murders and all of that stuff that got released from the prisons in Venezuela and other places around that. They can't go back to their country. So what are they going to do? They're either going to have to fight their way out of this by you know terrorist type activities that the FBI and DHS is well aware of, or they're going to have to hide for the rest of their lives. Those individuals, it's not like we're not sending all of them back. It's just impossible. All right, Daphne, Adam, then Anastasia.
Thank you. I just wanted to tell everybody that Game's tip jar is on, and you should go put money in it because this is one of the best spaces ever on this whole site. I wanted to ask first. I want to touch on the immigrant thing. I saw or someone mentioned that a lot of these immigrants staying in the hotels are due to be sent back on November 15th for some weird reason. I think it's because they were on an 18-month program and it expires on that day. I'm not really sure. So if anybody has information on that, that piece of data, it would just enlighten us, please. I don't know if that's like gossip, where that came. It was in a space, but I don't know the source of it. And then I wanted to ask a question about Anthony Blinken. Wendy Patterson had on her X post about 2 or 3 weeks ago that Anthony Blinken is running everything at the White House.
I've said that. I've said that for the past six months or so, maybe
Maybe
more.
she got it from you then. Okay. But then I also want to ask about this other weird thing that happened a few weeks ago. Jill Biden held a cabinet meeting, and she, in it, contributed $500 million of DoD funds to the Clinton Foundation. What is that about?
Well, she wasn't. The media reports was completely wrong. The sensational stories that you saw was completely just conservative talking points. And I'm a conservative guy, so don't hate me on this, but that was completely not correct reporting at all. She didn't head the she wasn't headlining the cabinet meeting. But President Biden was there, and she was a guest, and the guest was allowed to present, the things that they want to present. This isn't really out of the ordinary. It's happened in the past. Every president's done this, and so they just took the whole cognitive decline story and kind of try to bleed it into, oh my goodness, Jill Biden's running the cabinet meeting. No, she wasn't running nothing. She was just headlining like charities and all this other bull crap. Now with the Clinton Foundation, I don't know nothing about that, and but with Blinken, yeah, I've been saying this all along. Blinken is it's really the Obama camp, but Blinken is a part of that, and Blinken is basically pushing orders on like Ukraine, for example. He told Ukraine 3 weeks ago, or it was longer. I ended up getting it 3 weeks ago. That put everything on pause. Do not escalate anything. Now you see what's happening. They put everything on pause. They now Russia's the one who looks like the aggressors and all that stuff. Um, the whole October 7th scenario. Blinken had that information on October 2nd or 3rd that the 7th was going to happen by the country of Egypt. Egypt gave Blinken that intel. Blinken has been called, and then not only that, but I've reported that Iran. Blinken was running a peace negotiation agreement to try to gain political capital for Kamala Harris, and he's failed at that because what he was suggesting Iran to do to negotiate with them, he was going to free up a lot of the money, more money and aid for Iran. But Iran, what they wanted was to eliminate all economic sanctions. Blinken couldn't do that in the face of, losing political capital. So basically, they're negotiating with a tit for tat sort of situation as propaganda to be pushed out into the media that these escalations are going to be, that, oh my goodness, we're on the brink here. And then you have Blinken and Lloyd Austin basically carrying the water for the media by putting in defense systems, which I reported on prior to it happening. What was that post that I was talking about with the data dump and with North Korea flexing, 2 weeks ago. I also put in that the United States, and this is one of the things I did forget at the beginning of the space, was to highlight that the United States was going to put defense systems in and around all of the Arab countries for Israel. Guess what? That was just reported on 3 days ago. Uh, so everything that's been put into place literally is because of Blinken, literally, and he this is all for show. This is all for basically the psychological warfare that's going on. The media is playing a part in it, and this Iran Israel situation is not what it seems as of right now. It'll heat up later after the election, but right now this is all imagery and narratives and basically a psychological test. That's all this is right now. So we don't have to sit there and worry that we're going to see a bomb tomorrow. It's not going to happen. Blinken is not going to allow it to happen. It's literally because it, it's trying to cause people to focus on the escalation when in reality it's just a mirage. That's all this is. It's just a mirage. War is precision. There is zero precision in any of this. And you can see it with your own eyes. There's no precision on any of it. Let's get to Anastasia or Adam and then Anastasia.
Hey, thanks, game. Um, I just want to let you know, brother, that this is such an amazing space. I haven't enjoyed this for a long time, but I agree with you 100%. This is distraction. This is for us to turn our heads and focus on something else. With that being said, I had one question for you. Actually, I had two, but it was answered November 26th. Um, and I just got on. X about 2.5 months ago, but I'm not really familiar with spaces other than I know you can talk on it and give your opinion or whatever. But is there any way that I can get access to this space so that I can share it with the people that aren't on X? Because this information, all the people that have been on this space are so knowledgeable. And I think it's important. And I talked to you earlier, it's about getting your voice out so that people know whether they want to believe it or not.
Now, Adam, you see exactly why I push these accounts that are in this space,
Absolutely.
because these are these are the real deals. This whole entire audience, I may not talk to them every day, but I notice their faces in every single space that I do. I notice you guys. I'll hippie's one of them. Rabbit, Lane, Mama, Becca, Samantha. I mean, all of you guys, can't not can Jazz, Jersey Girl, MJ, Noonie, Rosie. I'm telling you, and I know I'm not mentioning every single person, but I noticed you guys are in every freaking space that I do, and you guys don't understand how much that means to me, for one. But it's not just about meaning something to me, it's meaning something to all of us, that we're actually on the same team here. We're a community. Their voices, Adam, are way more important than just mine. That is why I have people like Blue and Santino and Dory and all of them to help me along with passing along this information. We're a team. When I can't speak eloquently enough on a certain subject, here comes in Blue to help me out. When there's certain details that I need, here's Alexis putting it down in a purple pill, even though she never takes a mic, or Dory taking and highlighting something that she's been paying attention to all this week about the solar stuff or about Syria. Santino, when it comes to the war stuff, he pays attention to it more so than anyone else. That is exactly why, Adam, that I absolutely adore this fucking community of people.
Yeah.
It really pick up the pieces, and we can we compromise, we not compromise, but we
Compliment.
complement. Yeah, we complement each other
Yeah.
in dishing out this information.
No, and thank you. You know what? For anybody that's not following me, I can't get to everybody, but please follow me and I'll follow you back because any information is great. Um, and I will put out whatever I can too because I love everyone. I want humanity, and we need all of this to make sure that we can survive throughout all the bullshit that is going on. So with that being said, I got to go take my daughter on our dinner date, but I love you guys and
Awesome. Well, I love
stay
hearing that.
safe. I look forward to your next space.
You should take your daughter to go get her nails done. My kids love that.
No, she's got a big smile on her face right now. She heard that.
Awesome. Keep making her smile, brother.
All right,
Thank
thanks.
you. I
Hey,
I,
before
I
he goes,
Yeah,
I want to say hi, guys. By the way, before he goes, the Spaces dashboard. So if you go to spacesdashboard.com, you can send that outside of X, and you can search all the spaces that are live, the ones that are recorded. So don't go anywhere without saying, saving. Say, I'll send it to you. I'll post it down in the
yeah,
chat.
no, please
But
do because this space with the aliens and all that, there's I mean, I know all about all that. I've heard about it, but you guys get into like detail, and I mean that's what's key and that's what I love. That's what I've this space is actually phenomenal. I've never been on a space that we've just I mean, I've got a big smile on my face. That's all I can say. And everybody that has spoke and all the listeners, I mean, I hope I could do my part with all the information that I'm trying to get out there to people as well. I mean, it's great. So
Well,
thank
you
you.
can I'll end with this. You can do your part, Adam, by joining other spaces, like Katie spaces, and even like Mario's space, try to get us a microphone in those spaces. I don't discourage you guys to go to any other spaces. I encourage you to go to them and start saying the crazy things so other people don't have to.
Right.
Seriously.
Well, we're not conspiracy theorists. We're just truth.
Exactly.
We're
And
truth tellers.
you can pick up my crazy mug. Dory bought a couple of them. They are fantastic, by the way.
The
And thank
greatest
you,
mug I've ever had. I got two for when one's in the wash. Thank you, Adam. Go have a good time
just
with your
for
daughter.
just
Yes.
transparency. The mugs, I do not get any profit from them. It's like I get 3 pennies per mug, so I'm
Well,
not trying to monetize from that. I promise you.
you let
But
me know what I need to do, and I will contribute. I just because I'm working for FedEx now doesn't mean that I don't have some money to contribute. As long as we can make everything great and we can keep going.
well, thank you, Adam, and nice meeting you. By the way, I'm glad that you grabbed the mic today. Let's get to
Thanks.
Anastasia, City, and then Mermaid. And I know that we have many other requests. We'll get you guys brought up in just a moment. Just be patient.
Thank you. I have so much to say because there's been so many topics. But when you were talking about Johnson and why he changed his mind, I'm sure everybody remembers that photograph of him and Paul Ryan walking down the staircase. He was going for lunch with Paul Ryan right before he made that decision. And I was almost 100% sure that that's why Paul Ryan took him to lunch to give him a talking to. What do you think? That's one thing. I have another question. How much do you think Trump knows? And do you think he has a plan at all? Like, he must know about all of this,
Oh,
right?
Trump knows all of it, guys, every single bit of it, and he hid. And just to let you know, this is not a negative that I'm saying about Trump. It has to do with national security. We are under attack every which way when it comes to our national security. So there are things that Trump is being deceitful about but the reason being is because of national security. Okay. uh, and at first when I questioned him and gave in many spaces, I've even questioned Trump about a lot of negative shit that he's done. But now everything that I'm learning from his circle and other people that I do trust, that is journalists, that are people that work in this administration, even though they work in this administration doesn't mean that they're bad people. He knows everything, and he's being very calculated right now with his moves. So it's one of two situations, people. It's either Trump is the real deal and he's trying to lead our way out of this the best way possible with the best people that is see, here's another thing. His circle, everyone complains about his circle. Well, there's another circle that no one knows about. Shadow agents, shadow figures. That's a real thing, and that's what people don't even talk about. People don't even highlight that there are people that are in Trump's circle that you have that they have no face, they have no voice in the game politically, that are coordinating with him in a way that you would probably be proud. That is why I'm on board with Trump. Now, another scenario that you're not going to like is he's in on it. So either we're going to win and there's going to be a lot of chaos to that winning, or we're going to lose very fucking bad. And it's going to be absolutely awful. But on the latter part of it, if Trump's in on it, so's Elon, so's all these other cats. And really, we have no hope but from each other. And the depopulation is probably going to happen because of things that are going to occur that we can't avoid, like a cataclysmic event with like an asteroid or something, you know, which is very highly possible. Look at the Apophis asteroid. It's going to come in between Earth and our satellites. That's pretty fucking close, guys. So, you know, I'm going to look at it as part of Trump is the real deal. And there's more proof in the pudding that he is than not. And
We have years of him talking about all of this. I mean, there's from back in the 70s.
and not only that, but separate everything that you've seen in the past 6 years. Separate all that. Just put that out of your mind for a second. And then you put Kamala and you put Trump up next to each other, and you look at their lifetime pers- personal dealings. Uh, you have never heard, not once in the media, nor these liberals, talk about Kamala taking and providing a loan to a black person, and then that black person taking and trying to pay back that loan, and Trump says, "No, you keep it. You've done your job." Or Trump taking and giving an apartment to a family that had, you know, their family members murdered or something, or a lot of the background information about Trump giving to people day in and day out his whole entire life. Not once have you heard anything about Kamala doing that. Not once. And so, you know, take all of the noise from the past 8 years away, and then you look at the personal dealings that Trump has had on a moral and ethical standard. I mean, it shouldn't be any choice. It shouldn't on just that alone. And I believe that Trump is honestly a good person. I know that he's done the locker room talk and all that shit, but trust me, you get around some of my friends, they're going to make Trump look like a fucking angel compared to some of the talk that you hear from a lot of my guy military friends. They're no angels, even though they're good men. But let's get to the hands because we got a lot of them. Let's get to City, Mermaid, Rosie, and then we'll circle back to Daphne.
Hi, Game. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, bro?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. Yeah, just a couple of things. So I'm looking forward to the UFO hearing in November in the House. Me and my wife saw a UAP in the sky a couple of weeks ago. We saw a plane going past with its chemtrails, and then right underneath it was a little black orb. So that is the fifth UAP I have seen this year.
City, City.
Yeah,
You know who he's actually in here. It's his account name is Red Panda Koala.
yeah.
Do you know that? Are you following him?
Following now. Just followed.
Okay, great. Go to one of his spaces
Yeah,
and tell your story in one of his spaces. I
yeah.
encourage you to do that because they eat that shit up. But go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, and the second point is so the election is coming up now. From an outside perspective, I don't see the election in the same way you guys do. I have been watching it closely and I see it as competing interests and outsiders who are trying to influence each presidential candidate and each political party into basically adopting their agenda. So you've got two sides. You've got the military industrial complex, the NATO, EU, globalist side, and then you've got the Israeli Zionist side. Now, what I see is one side is catering to the war against Russia, which would be the Democrats. So they would be pushing towards expanding NATO, expanding the European Union, going up against China. And then I see Trump, who has taken money from Miriam Adelson, who is telling Benjamin Netanyahu to strike Iran's nuclear facilities, who is, Netanyahu right now is on a rampage. He's killed the leader of Hamas, but he's saying there's no end in sight to the war. There's no end in sight to the fight in Lebanon, and we want to, eventually do regime change in Iran. Now, Israel isn't big enough to carry out regime change in Iran. They might, kill the leader, but that wouldn't change the regime. But what
can I
what I'm what I'm
can I
hearing is Trump wants them to strike their nuclear facility. So Netanyahu wants to get the Americans on board to fight that war on their behalf.
let
So
me
it'd essentially be Iran all over again.
City, let me pause you because you got to balance. I'm I'm not suggesting that any of that information is not true. It is absolutely. You got to balance it though, and the way to balance that to give the audience a whole picture of what you're saying is to say the uncomfortable things, even though you may not like it. Now I know where your stance is. I see your post. I pay attention to your posts a lot, but and I understand the the thinking that you have, and I even side with you on pretty much almost everything that you do say. However, you've got to be balanced because Trump does have a really good relationship with Saudi Arabia. Trump does have a really good relationship with those Arab countries as well. So, to say that Trump is going to be bought and paid for by, quote unquote Zionists and Netanyahu and Israel is really unfair when you do not put in the projection of the Arab countries working with Trump as well to provide a peace agreement.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying. I think the perception amongst people within that region and the wider world is that the Gulf countries like Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, the ones that are hosting American bases, they were kind of installed by the British a long time ago. So, after World War One and World War Two, when these countries were emerging, if you look back at the history, you'll find that Saudi Arabia, the House of Saud, were put there after they'd taken down the Ottoman Empire. And I think there were similar stories in kind of Iraq, Syria, Bahrain. All of them had installed leaders put there by the British. And then in some of those countries like Iraq and Syria, you then got dictators, and the royal families didn't continue. So those were the countries that kind of became hostile towards the West, while Saudi Arabia and Bahrain and Qatar, they've kind of hosted American bases and have continued to do so. And so I think what happened under Trump's last presidency was he had a lot of people like Jared Kushner and what was his UN ambassador's name? David Friedman or something. He was the American ambassador to Israel, and I think those guys, they pushed the Abraham Accords. So you had Saudi Arabia, no, sorry, not Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Morocco, and the UAE basically doing a deal with Israel for normalization. Now, the reason why I believe the Palestinians got upset was because they wanted normalization contingent on a two-state solution. So when they realized that the Israelis have no intention to have a two-state solution and just want to turn Israel into the entire state rather than having two states side by side, I think that was the impetus for the terrorist attack that you saw on October the 7th, because it was kind of like, I think it was their way of saying we're going out in glory, rather than, we might not get our state, but we're just gonna, go out into the wind without doing anything. So I think that's what caused that, because they realized that Netanyahu doesn't want to have a two-state solution. And I think if you go back to one of Trump's interviews where he talks about Israel, he says, yeah, I spoke to both the presidents of Israel and Palestine, and the Israelis basically said, Benjamin Netanyahu said, I'm not interested in a two-state solution, or he sussed it out, he inferred it, and Trump said, oh, I don't think you're interested in, and Netanyahu kind of nodded and agreed. So I think that's the reason why there's so much instability in the region right now. I think if a couple of weeks ago I saw the UN General Assembly, and I think there were a few Arab leaders there who just said, no, we're not happy with what's going on right now. We all of the countries in the Middle East will offer Israel full normalization as long as they stop the killing. But clearly there's an agenda at play here, and I think I think there's kind of a collaboration between the American government, whether it's Biden or it's Trump, and the Israeli government to kind of see a sea change in the Middle East.
Well, I think it's more complex than just that. I think that it's the war hawks that create these scenarios to kind of implement that sort of military complex agenda that has been going on for 40 plus years. And I think that we need to get away from that, and hopefully Trump has a plan to get us away from it. However, we can't sit there and just think that it's just a Israel Palestine sort of scenario. We've got to understand that we knew about October 7th beforehand. We
Yeah,
know about these movements beforehand because we plan and coordinate with these groups. Look at ISIS, for example. ISIS, we pay up to $2,000 per family to go fight in Ukraine. We're paying our tax dollars are
yeah,
basically paying for terrorist organizations. We work alongside with these terrorist organizations. We don't work against them. We work with them. And that's where the messaging on the Israel Palestinian spaces that you don't hear any of that. You don't hear that Mossad actually works with these terrorist organizations. You don't hear that the United States and CIA takes funds these terrorist organizations because it doesn't go play along with the narrative. The
yeah,
narrative is that it's literally these war hawks that have created these scenarios to continue fighting and to continue making money, like Halliburton and BlackRock and all these other big corporations. This is a corporation war. This is not a Israel versus Palestinian war like the narrative that they want to build upon for us to continue discussing. It's not that's where we need to stop with the discuss. That they collect the data, folks. They collect the data of our conversations every single day, and they look upon that data. They look at the area. They look at every aspect of where this data is coming from, whether you live in Montana or Florida or Georgia or California, and they tweak the data. They tweak their messaging so it takes and changes our views and minds about particular things. And that's exactly what they've been doing with the Israel Palestine war. That's why you see a lot of anti Zionist language. That's why you see a lot of the anti Palestinian language. It's to continue that narrative when in reality, they're the ones who's creating this whole entire thing to begin with, and it's spiritual. We can't forget that. Netanyahu is on the mic stating that he is doing all of this for the implementation of expediting the Messiah coming back. Those were his words,
yeah.
not mine, and those are facts. So we got to put all of that into play instead of just the Israel versus Palestine war. That is not what I truly don't think that that's what's occurring here.
Yeah, I think they want to rebuild the third temple and expedite the return of Moshiach. And
Exactly. Yeah.
I believe in the folklore of Christianity and Islam, it's that's the Antichrist, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's a whole different topic, buddy. We're talking
I'm
about the
sorry. I'm going to have to step in here if you don't mind.
Yeah, let's table that. Put a pin in it for another
Let's
space,
just
yeah.
stop
City, if you
talking
would.
about this because
Thanks.
it's totally
Yeah,
wrong what he's
I
saying.
know. I understand that. That's the thing that city that's what I'm talking about. It's like we can't. No one can win for losing or lose for winning on discussions when it comes to that is the and it's sad. It's sad that we have this amount of motion on a subject that is extremely important, and we are fed so much bullshit that we don't even know what the fuck to believe anymore. And here's my ending message with this city is that we all, Arabs, Jews, Christians, we all need to be at peace with one another because love overpowers the evil, sinister shit in this world. And when we sit there and come collectively and lock arms with each other and say no, we're not going to buy into this bullshit, we're not going to get anywhere until we start doing that. And so these conversations, yeah, we can pull out facts all day long, but it's not going to help the public any. We need to start changing the way that we discourse on this topic. We have to, because it's never going to get anywhere. And that's completely designed like the psychological warfare that I've been talking about. That this is the type of stuff that we get into, and it's not going to change. Because if Israel, if we say that Israel has they need to protect themselves against these terrorists, but at the same time we're not we're not dishing out the information that the CIA and Mossad has basically funded these terrorists. We've got to be honest with all aspects of it, not just the Israel side, nor these terrorist organizations that are very real, that they do try to kill is innocent Israelis. And on the flip side, the repercussions that Israel does to the innocent Palestinians, it's like there's no win-win. There's no win-win until we come to collectively together to say enough with the bullshit. We're done. And that's just where the conversation ends. I'm sorry, City. I just think that 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 sort of direction is not on my agenda today. Not at all. Well, you know what? What I'll do is we'll do a space together on Israel and Palestine, and we'll get the pro-Palestinian people in. We'll get the Israel people in, pro-Israel people, and what we'll do is we'll sit back and we'll just listen. We'll listen, and then at the end, we'll say, "You guys are both fucking wrong because this is exactly what's going on," and put out some truths for them. I think that's the best scenario that I have for that. But let's get to Mermaid
Yep.
Rosie,
Yeah. Okay. You got it.
Mermaid Rosie, Daphne, Anastasia, and then the two new guys. I'm not even going to try to say Osiris and Reality.
I think
Have you?
Anastasia was before me.
Okay,
I'm
so
last. I've
we'll
I've
go to
spoken
Okay.
enough. I just had a couple questions.
okay, we'll go to Mermaid. Yeah, we'll
Thank
go
you
to
so much for having me up and allowing me to speak. Like, I really appreciate it. I don't know if you have already covered this or not because I didn't catch the beginning of the space, but here's what I think is, here's what I think is going to happen. Joe Biden's going to end up being dead really soon, and they're going to install Harris as president, and then they're going to shut down the elections. Like, what do you think about that?
no,
You don't
uh,
think?
no. If they would have done that, they would have done that a long time ago.
Well, one would
But
think, right?
well, here's the thing. It goes back. I thought I was the first to do this. I'm not. Um, I was going through Rush Limbaugh's stack of stuff to try to get like, you know, things of things that he has predicted ahead of time. And honestly, I was trying to look through his immigration stuff too. I wanted to see what he was talking about with immigration because I wanted to highlight that because immigration has been a big talk the past 2 or 3 months. So I went through a stack of stuff and I found a clip that was like, oh my freaking goodness. Like, why isn't people sharing this more and more? Like, what in the hell? How did we miss this? Rush Limbaugh called it exactly what we're seeing today. I mean, 100%. And it all comes down to here's a search term, Mermaid, that you can go to later on.
Okay. All
So
right.
go on YouTube and then type
Uh-huh.
type in Jake Tapper Biden interview and listen to what Biden had to say back in 2020. Make a long story short, and then I'll give you back the mic. Uh, Biden said that if he had a disagreement with Kamala Harris, with his vice president, that he would step down and fake an illness. Now, my
Oh,
question is why would he, if he had a disagreement with his vice president, why would he step down? Just like
that doesn't. Yeah.
it doesn't make sense. But Rush
Right.
Limbaugh highlighted that and said basically what it comes down to is that Biden uh, is not the president. Obama is. And Obama and basically Kamala was going to be president before Biden's first term was up. And guess what? That's exactly what happened.
Yeah. I mean, there's some like really. Our government does some really shady stuff, but this is like beyond comprehension for me because I've been around for a long time. I've never seen anything like this in my entire life, and I'm so mad. Like I'm so pissed off. So, I hope that doesn't happen, and I hope that Trump wins, and we get a turnover of you know I want I want them all fired. I want them all to be gone, all of them, red, blue, green, whatever. Like I want them all shit canned, basically. But that's neither here nor there. But I appreciate your space. I've been listening for a while, and it's super interesting. Like super, like I like it. Hi, Santina. Like thank you for letting me speak. I'll drop back down.
Thank you, Mermaid, and it's good meeting you. I just want to say this before we get to the next mic. The the real data on the polls, and I've seen this, and I know that the polls don't change very much, guys. That's the thing that most people need to realize. Polls, people's opinions on who they're going to vote for doesn't change in a 3-4 point swing like that. It just doesn't happen. The real polls this is from a New York Times journalist who passed this along to me a few months ago, that Trump was getting around a little over 30% of the black women vote. That's freaking unheard of. Go look at the stats in the prior elections. This is going to be such a huge win for Trump that they're going to try to have to mirage this out. They're going to have to try to say, okay, Trump won, but not as big as he. So they're basically trying to limit his win right now. They're not going to. They're not going to say that Trump didn't win. They're just going to try to limit it with how it's such a close race, sort of thing. It's not. I honestly believe, from what that New York Times reporter gave me, is that Trump is going to win 46 states. That's the compass of where it's going to the direction that it's going to go. Now, the Jamie Raskin situation is what's important here. What's important is, if you look in between the lines of everything that's going on the outside of the political world, even though it bleeds into the political world, look at the Jack Smith. Again, I know I'm highlighting this for people who have already been here, but we got a lot of new people in here, so I need to highlight this. The Jack Smith ruling that Trump had 7 days to appeal for all of these documents coming out. It's not to change the election results. It's not to take and try to change the minds of the people, because the minds of the people has already been cemented. It's literally for what's to come. So this document release about him being responsible for January 6th is really not to give Kamala a political gain here. That's not the strategy. The strategy is literally what Karen Vinman and a lot of these other people have been posting this week, is that a vote for Trump is a vote for JD Vance. Why would they say that now? Why would Jack Smith try to get these documents to be put in play? It's not to change the trajectory of the election. It's to change the trajectory of what's to come. The Democrats and even the Republicans, some of them, are going to use that information of those Jack Smith documents to implement the 14th Amendment Section 3 clause in the Constitution. And that's how they're going to try to push out Trump. And then also November 26th, we have the sentencing, and they're going to try to put him in jail if Trump doesn't release the data dump prior. If he does go to jail, that's when shit hits the fan. That's when the data dump happens. Just to highlight again, the data dump is basically a collection of the crimes being committed by politicians and by deep state actors, treasonous type crimes. That goes along with financial crimes. It goes along with assassination on American citizens. Seth Rich, hint, hint. That is exactly why you heard just 2 days ago Elon Musk talking about a data dump. This was in the works since March of last year, March of 2023. That's why you didn't get the Fauci files, is because they've been holding on to them for this purpose. That is why I've been highlighting until I'm blue in the face about two things, well, three things more than anything else that I've been highlighting. Mass casualty event number one. I ended up recording a lot of DHS employees last year. I've been holding on to them. I haven't released them. I released one of them just a couple weeks ago, but I want to release them right before the election. Two, the blackouts, the fact that the military's been training heavily for black start operations that we covered just a little bit ago. Look that up. That's a real scenario. Then Sean Ryan and Tucker Carlson on the Theo Von show started talking about that heavily and saying this is imminent. This is not, a warning. This is imminent. And then you have, you know, uh, so we got the Black Start, we have the mass casualty event, and then uh, what is the other one? Well, anyways, I'm getting lost track here. The data dump has been coordinated for quite a while, and proof of that was the first time that I really heavily talked about it on August 30th or September 1st, which Dory was a part of. Trump has been using this intel as a negotiation tool. Proof of that is September 4th came along, September 5th, the announcement of Trump's sentencing has been pushed back until November 26th. This is all real, guys. Now Elon has made it public. Now everybody's going to be in these spaces are going to be experts on it. And you're going to hear this being a conversation twofold in the next few weeks. I guarantee it. This story's not going to go away, and I highly suggest you guys to correct people when you hear silly shit that they just don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Let's get to the hands because I'm getting way off track here. Um,
Okay.
who's next, Story?
Well, we had Osiris of one or Osiris in the
I
hat.
think it was me, Kim.
El Rosie. Go ahead. Rosie had her hand up.
I'm
Everyone's
still
hands
here.
have gone, but I know we had Rosie and Osiris in reality. But go ahead, Rosie. Then we'll go to Osiris. Thank you. Oh, Daphne too. Go ahead, Rosie.
I can't hear anything. I'll
Okay.
drop and
All
come
right.
back.
Then we'll go ahead and Osiris, welcome to the stage.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment a little bit about Iran. Because you mentioned 4 decades, even longer than that. When I was growing up, I heard about the Iranian hostage crisis, but that happened for a reason because the duly elected president of Iran nationalized its oil supply, and of course the CIA and initiated a coup and installed the Shah. So if we're talking regime change about Iran, I'd like to discourage that. That's the wrong direction. Also, looking at the history of Iran, when was the last time they actually invaded another country, is a good question to research. As far as whether or not Trump is the good guy or the bad guy, he's doing something that no president in my lifetime has done, which is organize his cabinet now so that when he uh, gets into office, he can hit the ground running on all of his goals. And whether or not he wins or gets stolen, you're right. We are the ones who can make a difference in our community, in our families, getting healthy from food choices, and more importantly, refusing every vaccine because every vaccine has not only negative efficacy, but they've been used as weapons against us, whether it be introduction of the the antibody or introduction of an estrogen-like molecule, one to complicate pregnancy and the other to reduce sperm count. And I'll drop the mic there.
Game, any comment on that?
I'm so sorry. I'm looking up. Take control for about 30
Sure,
seconds.
sure, you got it. I hear what you're saying about Iran. I'm not sure if you're aware that Reza Pahlavi, who was the Shah of Iran, that we allowed to come over here for his cancer treatment, which caused the Iranian Revolution and the Khomeini to happen in 79, 1980, right around there. Well, the uncle of the Shah of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, it has stepped up, and that is the royal family of Persia. And so he's stepped up. He's interested in, returning Iran to the pre days where those people were a little bit freer. So I appreciate what you're saying about that. I think what a lot of us miss in many areas, because this is a multi-pronged attack. This is a multi-pronged psychological operation. It not only is financial, it's military, it's the immigration, it's your food. Our food here in this country has been seriously messed with. Okay, like it's full of things that humans shouldn't eat. That's why the food in the United States is banned in over 30 countries. So we have food, we have military, we have immigration, we have money. So then we have lack of services because of the immigration. The difference between the 1 to 3% of the population and the 50% and below, the gap between wealth is continuing, which also causes problem. We have inflation at the pumps and the grocery stores. We have these blackouts starting to happen. And just let me mention what's going on with our solar cycle, which is absolutely wild, but we've known about this for a very long time too. And that's why there's cameras that watch it and things like that. The things that are going on in the Middle East, all the parties involved with that, from one end to the other, this has been brewing and simmering for thousands of years. There's a very big picture going on. And yes, UAP, spiritual, okay, these things are also a factor. Remember, it's multi pronged. This whole thing is designed to attack you at every level, spiritually, emotionally, mentally, nutritionally, which also includes the vaccines, the things they're doing to our water, which I know that Blue has some information on that we might bring out in a space later on in the week or something. But all of this is going on at the same time. The picture is bigger, much bigger than pointing at one geographical location, one group of people. This is a global operation that has been working since at least the 1950s, if not the late 40s, when the paperclip scientists came over. This is a huge, long game, very long game. We can pick apart and nitpick each player that we don't, and the people with the D's in front of their names and the R's in front of their names, but zoom out. Zoom way out. Try to look at the whole landscape. This is why when I listen to Game and Game says things like Syria, Lebanon, I understand these things because I also understand the script that they're running on, which is the Bible that we've been given, especially the book of Revelation. Netanyahu knows it when he says he's doing everything to hasten the coming of Mashiach, the Messiah. Okay, so it's a very wide scale, global, and zoom out and look at all of the things. Don't forget to look at BRICS. Okay, don't forget to look at the little oddball military things that are going on, like increasing training for field trauma units in the Marines. Okay, why are they doing trauma training right now, field hospital training with advanced technology? Why now? I'm sure it needs to be updated, but these things should cause you to be suspicious. When you have things that you look at astrophysics, look at the sun, look at war, look at BRICS, look at choose these things and look at them every day. You might be able to get a whole picture then of what exactly this multi-pronged approach to the chaos is how it's happening, where it's coming from, and maybe it'll help to not pick a little one gangster, right? One little enemy. Ooh, we all want to throw it on somebody, right? But it's a lot of everybody's involved in this for many, many decades. And this is the beginning of the culmination of all of this.
Very well said.
Thank you.
Very well said.
All
I don't
right,
mean to be a doomer, but all right,
I'm back,
hands.
Dory. Who do we got next?
Okay. I believe we were waiting on Rosie and then Daphne.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Beautiful. Okay. I apologize earlier. I couldn't hear Mermaid. I'm sure it was wonderful. I have to listen in the recording because Game, you've been so polite to record these. And when that gentleman came on earlier, oh gosh, Alex, I think his name was, he really sparked something in me. I'm like, all right, you've been on X for a very short amount of time. What's happened? Elon has endorsed Trump. But what has happened by extension, I did not connect that until just now. How many people are coming onto X when they didn't know what X was before, Elon being on the scene next to Trump? So here's my fury, and I was laughing at the emoji that, or not the emoji, the meme that Game put up. The X is the media now. Yeah, X is the media now. So by Elon campaigning with Trump, he's campaigning for where the new media is, and it's here on X, not legacy media. Like that just blew my mind because I'm like, oh, he's campaigning for Trump. And I'm thinking to myself, no, wait a second, it just blew up. The real news as to where it is here on X, and we all know this. I didn't think of the impact it would have for all the other people out there who just by default will come onto X to see what's going on here. So there's a lot of minds getting blown up, and I love it. This is critical importance, guys, for us moving forward because it's our unification as we push through all of these challenges coming up. Because I'm with Game. I'm expecting the absolute worst outcome for Trump as far as what they're going to throw at him and Rikers Island and all that. So I just want to put everyone's attention on to all the good stuff that's happening. Tomorrow, Madison Square Garden, Donald Trump is having a rally at Madison Square Garden in New York City. I'm a native New Yorker. I am so excited to see this for a hurt New York. New York is aching right now. The state has lost so many people, myself included. I have moved. It was that bad and it was getting worse. But there are still people living there and they're taken over by the immigration is insane. When I was living there, guys, I went from living on a block where there was neighbors that I've known them for years, where other cultures were moving in with 20 family members in the same house. To the right of me had 15 people living in there, and they were all individual guys and they were renting. This was in suburbia of Long Island. So I can't even imagine what New York City is like right now. But that's huge being at MSM tomorrow. And Game was talking about 46 or 47 of the states going to Trump. And I actually have the same feeling. I think it's going to be an East Coast, like by 11 p.m. on denial win. But that's my personal opinion. We'll see as it happens. But keep in mind, by him doing that tomorrow, he's building these other seats because if we don't have the House, if we don't have the Congress and their support, we can't move legislation forward. So Trump can only do so much by executive action.
We need an active legislature to do it. So all of the people that will be there influencing on the New York ticket. So I just pray that everything there moves forward and we move forward into the next season, whatever stuff we have to go through to get there. But with Trump as our president and a House and a Senate who are all in agreement that we're going to move forward and make America amazing, because we're amazing as people. We're built on an idea and we all love this idea. And I think we'll cherish it more now than ever. So I just thank you, Game, for having these spaces and for recording it. I love it. Like, so I can catch up and I can go back, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Rosie. Let's get to Daphne, and Reality Registers or Realities had their hand up for a while too. So let's go Daphne, Reality, then Nikki. Go, guys.
Thank you. This is my final bite at the apple, and then I'll drop down and let some other people come up on stage. Rosie, you're phenomenal. I love your vibes. I wanted to add, by the way, Donald Trump is doing the fry line at McDonald's tomorrow in Philadelphia. I can give you the address. I don't know if it's before or after the Madison Square Garden thing, probably in the morning. I wanted to ask about three things. First off, earlier I was kicked out of the space and my app shut down and rebooted. And this has been going on for 2 weeks, I think. I'm not sure if other people are having this problem. I don't know what it is, but it's pretty it's happening daily, like when I'm in spaces. The other thing I wanted to ask was, in California, Gavin Newsom signed, I don't know if it was an executive order or if it was something that was passed through the assembly, but no voter ID required. And you're not allowed to even ask for it. If someone tries to show you their ID, you can't look at it. Is it likely that this law will be contested by someone? And who would that someone be? And then my other question is, what happened to Kate Middleton? Why did she just vanish or evaporate? We have not seen her since December. I don't believe the cancer story. What happened?
I,
I don't
I
know.
just I wanted to answer real quick on the space thing. That happens to me regularly. I'm always having issues in spaces. This one, I haven't so much, but when I did take the co-host spot, I had issues with hearing people, and I didn't drop because then it's harder to get back in. So I'm starting to see patterns, and I'm starting to recognize the patterns of when I'm having these. And yeah, I have the same issues all the time.
Okay, go ahead, Reality.
Well, let me answer the question real
Oh,
quick.
oops,
Kate
sorry.
Middleton, yeah, that's okay. Kate Middleton, I don't know anything about that. The first question, there's always a challenge from somebody. We'll just have to be patient and wait to see. I really don't have the information in front of me on exactly. So, what is the bill exactly? So I can look this up for future reference.
I'll ask Grok and I'll post it to you or something.
Okay.
And then the other one was also the Department of Justice is contesting another state's requirement for voter ID. It's Georgia, I believe. I mean, it's just, or Virginia. And I think it's Virginia, yeah, because Virginia is in play for the Senate, to flip the Senate. So this is a precarious position for our Congress right now, because it doesn't look good. If they take control, I'm hearing they're going to try to make Puerto Rico and DC states, and then they're going to pick
Well,
up.
they would. Yeah, they would. That would have to be the. I don't think that would happen with Puerto Rico becoming a state. They've been talking about that for a long time, but and if Trump wins, I just don't see that happening anytime soon. So, um, let's get through the hands though. This is going to be the last stack of hands that we get through. We're running on 5 hours, and I'm getting a little bit exhausted. Plus, I have some other stuff and I have to call my family stuff that I have to get done. Blue?
Perfect.
Blue, go ahead, and then I think we'll get to Nikki and reality and Harry.
Reality was first, then Nikki. Thanks.
I just want to remind everybody that after Trump won the last election, the big deal was that he took everybody out of the Paris Accord. That's what everybody saw. That was a big deal. But what happened after that was that many of these Democratic mayors, large city mayors, they're from the large cities, they took it upon themselves to create C40. It was, I think, C30 in the beginning, and then it changed to C40. So they actually circumvented the U.S. government and had their cities join the Climate Paris Agreement without our federal government. This is the same thing, and this is how they did, and and once they learned this, they did this with all kinds of things. So this is why when you saw the riots and such break out all over, you saw these mayors coordinating and actually talking about these things together because they already had a plan in place and how they were going to do this. And one of the things that they were going to do was have a united front. I will post it in this space. It was at a South by Southwest like they have the film festival. It's not a film festival anymore. It's a political show for all of these people. But they came in and they talked about it. It was Mayor Portland, Mayor of Austin, I think it was DeBlasio, and others were there, and they were talking about how they get around the government in a situation where you have, a Republican president that they didn't like. They didn't want Trump in. So I'll post that there. But those are the things that we need to be aware of, even if let's just say everything goes on without with Trump gets in, we're rolling down the road. This is what's happening: is that they're getting around the U.S. The federal government in certain cases when they think it's advantageous to them. So that's what we need to also be aware of.
All right, before we get to the hands, just stick around. Don't leave just because I said, "Hey, I'm closing up the space," because I do want to highlight a few things before we leave, just so the audience. I know that a lot of new people have joined, a lot of people that haven't even really listened to my space before. I want to highlight some things that you guys need to be aware of, especially when it comes to this data dump and what to expect in and around November 26th. All right, Dory, who do we got next?
Reality.
Okay, reality, and
And then
then
Nikki, and then Santino.
great.
Yep.
Hey, can you hear me okay? Hello.
Yes,
Okay.
Yeah,
you're 5x5.
Great. Hey, thank you for hosting the space. This is great. I think I'm a first timer in your space game. And what made me want to join was, and I'm going to go blow real quick through my points here. There is a guy who has a video on his feed.
what made you want to join?
Well, I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
Because I don't trust anything that happens. Number one, just like all of you. I mean, we've got to be skeptical of whatever we see on the boob tube because it's all. I mean, there's just so many examples of. I mean, they could do a whole war and pretend it's a war, and just take all the money and pay everybody off and give everybody new identities, and the war never happened. I mean, this is kind of what we've been reduced to here with the way technology has progressed. I mean, what is real and what's fake? It's crazy. But along that line of thought, there's a guy on Twitter. His handle is Earth is flat, space is fake, and you can think whatever you want to think about that. Whatever. But he's got a video on there that they say they're testing all this new how to fake out the populist stuff with these launches from SpaceX. And it's actually all, massive CGI or however you pronounce that. So he's got a great video and he shows like it's all drone produced. So it looks real while you're watching it from across the pond, and they've got sound effects and explosions and all that stuff. But I mean, this is the type of thing to be skeptical of. I mean, we can't just buy hook, line, and sinker that Elon's on the right side, even though we're on his platform right here. A couple other things. Virginia is in play, but the politics I don't think really matter in regards to the stuff that we were talking about with Iran and the history of Iran earlier. I can't remember who was talking about it. I really suggest everybody look up Confessions of an Economic Hitman. That is a great and valuable resource. Our government and our black ops has been in play a long time in trying to shape this reality for the best of us. And that's why my handle is reality redesign, because I think the way this reality is designed is could use some improvement big time. Next thing, free speech is under attack. I think that is, and if you check out my website and stuff, I mean, I'm gonna, shameless plug, but I got some ideas to make things better. Free speech is under attack, and I don't know who follows Russell Brand, but he had a clip of Joe Rogan talking to Brett Weinstein, and they were talking about how the New York Times just published an article about the Constitution of the United States. It's sacred, but is it dangerous? So, and this is the big, the bone in the craw of the establishment is our founding documents, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence. They don't like that stuff. And those are all the globalists that don't like that stuff. So I want to share the name. This is my last point of a colleague of mine. His name's Alan Green. He's got a thing on Gaia, GAIA, and it's a series called Decoding Shakespeare. He's a 25-year cryptologist, and he has been decoding stuff from Shakespeare and the pyramids and all this stuff and the connections for all. It's super cool if you've never looked into it. He has found the same type of coding that he'd been documenting for the past 20 years with his whole Shakespeare obsession, which he was obsessed. That's what he would say in the founding documents. The people that wrote the founding documents of the United States were Freemasons for the vast majority of them. They have encoded what he's calling the American codes, the America codes in the founding documents. If you go to his Twitter feed, it's BARDCODE, Bard Code. And he is kind of blowing the lid off this whole thing, and he's releasing a 22 video series, and he's in the middle of it right now. He just released number 16 yesterday. But this is a message from 250 years ago of our founding fathers, and it's positive and it's hopeful. And it just flies in the face of all the freaking bullshit reenactments we're all going through with all the shitstorm that we're seeing and hearing in regards to our bought off media, and everything's a lie. Petroleum's a lie, the government's a lie, our history's a lie, COVID's a lie, everything's a lie. So this is a bit of truth that we can, hopefully pivot and like a toenail on the ascent back to, thinking with our heads and our hearts instead of with our, our short attention span theater. And if anybody wants to talk to me, you can follow me or send me an instant message. I'm actually putting on a program next Thursday in my local town, and I'm gonna, just promote this as however we can, because it really is all about free speech and the experiment that the United States is, that the world looks to for guidance. And I'm done. Thanks for the opportunity to chat, you guys. I appreciate all of you.
Thank you, Reality. Would you do me a favor and put that that handle or a post from that person's account? The purple pill at the right hand bottom of the screen, it has a number on it and a little bubble. If you could please drop the link to that person that you're talking about, because it's really hard for some of us who have severe dyslexia. it's hard for us to hear these handles and be able to remember where to go.
I hear
So
you.
thank you. If you could just drop that in there, I'd really appreciate it. And then we'll have Nikki up next. Go ahead, Nikki. Nice to see you, girl.
Nice to see you too. So I've been doing cleaning, but I'm listening the whole time, and I wanted to go back to something Rosie mentioned when um I I don't remember exactly what it was, but I wrote down about, if you pay attention to the stuff that Elon's been posting, um there's a lot of interesting things, like, it's all about the free speech, and then you throw in a little bit about the corrupt judges, and then you talk about, like, oh my God, like the media, like they say things, the same, like they should, I don't remember his exact wording, but basically he's talking about the Mockingbird media. He didn't call it that, but he's got 200 some million followers, and there's more light being put on the fraud in a broad scale when it comes to the justice system, when it comes to the elections, when it comes to um, basically everything that we've been seeing. And to have the magnifying glass on this right now is huge. Another thing that was brought up was the the what Gavin Newsom did in California. It can absolutely be challenged. There's so many things that are, when it comes to like the law and constitution, there's several things. I mean, um there's challenges when it comes to the laws and constitutional provisions, um that basically violates. So I have a suspicion that they are doing everything that they can to spoil the votes. And what I mean by that is, if there's an inclination of fraud or uh, anything wrong that could happen to make things muddy, it'll create a it'll create a situation where um they're going to have to put it into like it'll end up in a being contested. Does that make sense? So I have a feeling that that would happen, because if it gets to a point where they can't determine things, then it's going to go to another level, and then whoever the speaker is will have to stand in until it's figured out. But that's on my bingo card, because there is so much going on right now that it's like my state could say, by what you're doing, California, your electoral votes can be challenged. Like, they can be thrown out as spoiled. Like, they won't be able to be used because you can't prove that only citizens voted. I have legislation written up. I need to just do something with it because I've been sitting at for way too long. But it actually combines several different things, and I was working on something last night that would basically um, create like a census card that is like an ID card, and it does separate U.S. citizens from non-citizens, and counts them, but counts them separately, so we can keep track of things, because we're in a real pickle right now, and it's going to end up to be something that's litigious, in my opinion. So with that, I appreciate the space and everything that you're always, everybody in here that's working on stuff is always interesting to kind of get the minds together, when people can stay focused. And I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys, and thanks again for having the space.
Thank you, Nikki. Blue, go ahead. You're a co-host.
Okay, so I wanted just to expand on what she just said. You have to remember, the Socialist or the Democrat Socialist Party, or we have a Communist USA Party. Several years ago, I don't know exactly when the date was, but they joined together. So the only thing that separates the two parties, the two platforms that they have, is the means in which they will steal an election. the communists, of course, believes they can do it by force, and the Social Democrats, or the socialists, the SDS party, they believe that, go through the elections. So several years ago, it's probably been 10 or more years ago, a city councilman, very, very, he was he was subscribed to the Social Democrats, Socialist Democrat Party, and looking for workers' rights and all of this. He was running for city council in Austin. Now everybody talks about Austin. I don't know why still around there and give up on it and all this. I watched what happened about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the day of his race or the day of the elections, and everybody's focused on certain things, not definitely not the city council positions, but he called the race for himself, and he against an attorney, Laura Presley, in the race, but he called it for himself. And then the next thing he said was, I'm waiting for her to concede. Now, the voting polls didn't even close till 7. Not very many people noticed what he did. But of course, his opponent did. And he just carried on like he won the race. Now, it ended up going to court. They didn't have paper trail. They had just the machines. So they weren't able to give her anything. She took it all the way up to the Texas Supreme Court. Anyway, she ended up winning because they failed to keep the records of the election. And she was ended up giving like the attorney's fees back to her. There was a judgment against him. He had to pay her, but he did not lose his seat. And then he did it again the next time. And then now he's in the House. He's that crazy little Shay guy that y'all see that'll spout out 100 words a minute really fast. He's crazy. He is batshit crazy. And I'll tell him that to his face because he is a communist. He is a straight up communist. But he subscribes to the Socialist Party because he's agreed that he's not going to use force. He's been elected to where he's at. So this is part of, what they've done. They redesigned the machine so they could have a paper trail. This all happened in Travis County. The city clerk that we had, Dana DeBoulois, I think that's how she said it. She is so funny. But she's the one, she was here for 30 years. She helped design the hybrid machines. She had the first example of the hybrid machine, which would put the listed names, but the tabulator would only read a barcode. It's because they knew you wanted to see who you voted for. They want to make sure you can see who you voted for. But guess what? The machine doesn't read the written text. It only reads the barcode. This was by design. This is by design. And they're not going to have, they don't, if you lose the election, you have to pay for it out of your own funds to do an audit at these local levels. It's ridiculous. So,
Thank-
mhm.
Oh, I was just going to say, I thought you were finished, and I was going to say thank you, Blue, because actually, before we get to anybody else, we're going to have Game do his wrap up. So I didn't mean to interrupt you. You took a breath, and I kind of dove in.
Yeah, I'm done. I just wanted people to be aware. You have to be watching these things. You have to be watching your local races. You have to see when these people that you really don't want in, see when they call the races. You have to be. I highly suggest everybody pick somebody. Pick one of the radical people in your area. Pick a news organization and start following and put your notifications on right around election time. I did this, thank goodness, right before January 6th. I got all the press, I got all of their notes for the day of how they were high-fiving each other at the good photos they got of January 6th. Guess what? That's proof that they were all there. They were all celebrating these photos. That's huge. I was also following many members of Antifa that were going to be there, and I was grabbing all the screenshots of what they were planning. So this is important too. that we work together to, of course, I can't watch all of them, but, I'm definitely getting in that mode where I'm going to start watching accounts right before the election. And I'm not going to engage. That's the important part, because you'll get blocked, and you'll get blocked by, 15 other people around them. You just have to do it, covertly. You just have to, just be behind the scenes, just looking. And if you see something, I mean, grab it, screenshot it, put it somewhere, because then, you might have to go back where you can. I believe there's everybody in here is probably up to going, there's something wrong with this. What are they saying here? Grab that stuff. And, we don't know when we're going to need it, but I do believe there's going to be events at the capitals in different cities. I believe there's going to be other things that we need to be watchful of. And so if you see or hear something, definitely make notes of it, and, game spaces, or you can bring them up and talk about them.
Thanks, Blue. Okay, game, lay it on us, man, and then we'll get to Santino and whoever else is left here.
Thank you, guys. I wanted to kind of bring all of this up because we're losing audience. They know that I'm wrapping things up. I'm glad that you guys stuck around, just because this data dump situation is real. It's not something just out of thin air. Thankfully, Elon brought it to people's attention, even though I've been screaming it out for quite some time. Just to give you guys a highlight of what this data dump is, it's a collection of all of the sinister shit that the deep state and these politicians have been doing for quite some time. There's Trump has that, but there's also another data dump as well, guys. This is not just merely Trump and his team having this information. There's China, there's Israel. They have their own collection of blackmail sort of stuff that they've collected over the years. That is why you have the P. Diddy situation. That's why you have the Epsteins. That's why I highlighted that video from what 20 plus years ago, um, of Mossad collecting intel on all of our politicians. The Black Swan event is not what it's not what you think it is. It's not a nuclear event. It's not terrorist cells being activated. It's not any of those things. It's literally starting with the data dump. And the things that we're going to see with Trump being sentenced on November 26th, the Jamie Raskin situation, the Department of Defense changing their order on allowing the military to kill American citizens on American soil, the fact that um, we have other directives. We have bills in Congress right now with trying to replace Congress members if they die in sort of an event. We have also bills put into place to um, not allow militias to gather and organize the paramilitary activity sort of thing. We have, and I'm sorry, I'm just completely exhausted, so I'm going to try to push through this because this is important. The blackout situation is imminent. I've been screaming that at the top of my head for a long time because that's the one thing that I do panic about. If there's anything to panic over, it would be that. And I just gotta I just gotta say this just for my own little itch. You know how you have an itch and you want to put stuff out there. I told you fucking so. All these naysayers and all these other people, I told you so. People who didn't want to grab attention to some of the stuff that I say because it sounds crazy, I told you so. I've been saying this for over a year and a half now that all of this has been pre-planned. All of this has been put into place. Martial law, mass casualty deaths, blackouts, the psychological warfare, the psyops that's being done by our own government on the American public. It's all coming into fruition now, all of it. And now this isn't about a pat on the back. This is about encouragement for you guys that I've been taking the blunt of criticism for a long time in these other spaces. It's time for you guys to share all of this information to your audiences and do the work as well. Get that criticism, get that feeling. Okay, now I know what Game's fucking feeling. Now I know what he's, being blackballed for. It's because when you start saying these crazy things, you get shut down quickly. You get shut down. But now's the time to take these messages, to take this information and push it out. Well, how do you know all of this is going to come about? How do you know that this is going to be true? Okay, fine. I've been talking about the blackouts heavily. And you guys follow Tucker, you guys follow Sean Ryan, you guys follow all the rest of these people. I said it long prior, got criticism for it. Now Sean Ryan, Tucker Carlson, all of them say it just recently. And now the praise goes to them. It's not about me. It's just about the hypocrite, the hypocrisy that I see on X. And it's like, guys, you guys known this. You should have been mentally preparing your audience for this, because that's what it's about. I'm encouraging you guys to not be afraid to say the crazy things, because this is what we're up against. We're seeing China, make the statement that everyone's kind of highlighting. Well, Blue knew this. A lot of other people knew this. They reported on this, that we pre-planned a war with China by 2025. And if you would have been following us and pushing along this information, your audience would have known that we prepared for war with China by 2025. You would have already taught your audience that. The blackout situation, been pushing that for quite some time. The military website says as much. Go to military.gov and look up Black Start operations. Now you have Cuba in a complete blackout. You have the UK talking about blackouts. You have other countries talking about blackouts. Ottawa, Canada, talking about preparation for blackouts. You have this cyber attack that's supposed to, the cyber exercise happening on election day. What do you think that's about? It's not just about our communication systems or our elections and all of that. It's literally about the blackouts. Then you have this data dump. I don't know the first time that I actually reported on the data dump, but this data dump has been coming into play since March of 2023. That's when they started planning on this. Now, 2 days ago, Elon mentions a data dump. I can only be correct so many times with people, taking and saying, "Oh, trust me, bro," sources, those type of trolls. This shit is so important to be pushing on to your friends and family, to mentally prepare them for what's to come, that I'm taking time out of my day every single day to, trust me, it gets tiring repeating the same thing over and over and over and over. It's like I feel like, shouldn't I come up with new material? Honestly, if I had my way, I would be talking baseball playoffs right now. So I'm trying to encourage you guys all to kind of like at least mention those things a couple times, maybe, because one person's not enough. 10 people is not enough. even 200 people in this room, it's not enough. We really need to start doing our part and say the crazy things, even though we might get a crazy reaction, even though people might want to drop you down as a listener or kick you out of a space that just happened to me just 3 days ago or 2 days ago in Solomani's space. Because the narrative is their narrative and the deep state's narrative and the CIA's narrative and these algorithmic programming's narrative is way more important than covering something that's outside the box of that. And that's what you see on X. You see all of these trends. You see all of these people taking and covering trending things that they see. And that is basically their engagement. That is their engagement farming apparatus. That's how they monetize. But really, none of that is fucking important. Trump is using this data dump as a negotiation tool. So far, it's worked. So far, it's been somewhat positive. But after the election, when Trump does win, that's not when we can breathe a sigh of relief. That's the sad part of it. That's the sad part. And I really feel for those political people on November 6th when they're all cheering and saying, "Hurrah, hurrah, we're finally going to get our country back." No, we're not. The bad guys have a plan to take it all away again. And the only momentum that we could even have in this is not just our votes, but our voices. Why do you think that Obama and the Kamala camp had changed strategies so quickly in the past week and a half? Isn't elections usually about women, right? You guys, in all the past elections, it's about the women vote. It's about the women vote. Now, all of a sudden, the campaign is white dudes for Kamala or men for Kamala. When has it ever been about the men vote? I mean, honestly, think about it. There's a lot there that if you just take a moment and you look at everything, you've got to understand that all of this has been pre-planned. All of this has been coordinated to a T. Look at just a few weeks ago, I reported that the Obama team got basically data scraping data from these social media companies. That's a fact. These social media companies are working hand in hand with these Marxists. They ended up getting the conversations, the real imprint, the blueprint of our daily conversations on Facebook, Meta, you name it, include as much as they could off of X. Now you can see that they can't on X. That's why Elon changed that data scraping. Hint, hint. They collected that data and now they're panicking. That's why you're going to see Obama and Clinton and Biden all together. That's why you're going to see them out in the forefront trying to push. They know they lost the election, guys. Polling doesn't change. People's minds don't change in a matter of a second. They're doing this for the Mirage event. They're doing this to continue the narrative that the country is fractured, to continue the narrative that the country is 50-50, when in all out reality it's really not. The only disagreements from you to your neighbor is pish posh stuff. Uh, uh, it's not at the gravity that the media wants you to really actually believe. In reality, everyone wants lower taxes. No one wants to pay higher taxes, but the media wants you to believe that half the country wants you to pay for higher taxes. And in reality, you have even been fooled about the abortion stuff. Common sense would tell you, if you just push aside what the media tells you, push aside what the politicians tell you, and you think about this logically, this is a Christian nation, is it not? 22% of Americans are Catholics, and you know how Catholics feel about abortion. But suddenly this is the majority of the people want abortion. I just don't believe that. I believe that that is a complete false narrative that we've been programmed with, when logic tells you the majority of Christians, and I'm not saying all of them, but the majority of Christians do not believe in abortion. Yet we're supposed to believe that 50% of the nation believes in abortion. This is all a mirage, just like the election. The election's going to be a mirage. You're already seeing the cheating going on. When this data dump does happen, it's going to change the trajectory of national security. When November 26th happens, you're going to start seeing the FBI do its trickery like they did on January 6th. They're going to create scenarios where the media can take those scenarios and blame it on MAGA extremists. Instead of focusing on the terrorists in the United States, they're going to focus on the citizens and call them terrorists, because the government is at war with its people. Not with Iran, not with Russia, not with China, within its own people. Why? Why would the government do that? Because they're compromised. That comes apart where the data comes in. One of the key things that I did dish out at the beginning of the space, and I will talk about the next thing maybe in another space if we have a data dump part 2 soon of another leak. But one of the things that's going to be talked about in the data dump is the Seth Rich. Mark it up. Let me know if I'm wrong or not. I'm sure you guys will. But November 26th is going to be the start of it all. I'm really concerned about that. November 5th is not going to be a victory. November 5th is going to be a spark. I hate to be Debbie Downer here, but I've just got to call it the way that it is. Not the way that I see it, not the way that I think that it's going to happen, not my opinion. I'm not giving you my opinion about November 5th. I'm giving you a fact. That's when the spark happens. The Jack Smith release of these documents has nothing to do with trying to put a curveball into the political system and have Kamala gain political capital out of that story. It has nothing to do with the election. It has everything to do with the weeks following the election. It's the basis and the creation of the narrative that they're going to use to try to use the 14th Amendment, Section 3 of the Constitution. To basically disqualify Trump from holding office, even though he won the election. That is why you have Karen Vinman and others start, and I wish I would have known those other 3 accounts that pushed it within minutes of each other, because it is coordinated. When she said a vote for Trump is really a vote for JD Vance, because everything is coordinated, guys. And you guys, I know how exhausted you guys are mentally with all of this crazy talk and crazy shit that's going on. I understand it. I'm the one who's dishing it the most, or one of the people that's dishing it. It's exhausting. It's mentally exhausting. But it's also designed like that. So you get ignored. So people do ignore the crazy stuff and just pay attention to the more comfortable, warm, doughy stuff, like vote local, vote locally, localize, and all this other political nonsense that really they shouldn't be paying attention to. That sounds absolutely insane. Don't pay attention to voting. Don't pay attention to localization. Well, how 2020 work out for you, buddy? When's the last time that we've really had a positive feeling about Congress and the Senate? You know why it doesn't work locally like you guys think so? Is because the establishment doesn't just own the federal level; they also own the state and local levels as well. And proof on that is I talked to the chairwoman of Clark County, Ohio, when I was in Springfield, and I asked her about Vivek and all of these other politicians and even Carrie Lake. She said there's no way Carrie Lake's going to win because the establishment won't let her win. And she's had 30 plus years as a chairwoman. She knows her shit. I didn't like the answer. I hated the answer. And frankly, it was just like kind of like uh, brushing off sort of question, like you just don't know sort of thing. You lowest of low. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. But that's just the truth. And that's the nature of the beast. I mean, even Travis and Flint, or Travis Wines, he ran for Congress in Michigan. And he told me the same thing in May of 2020, that there's no way for a normal everyday American to run for Congress or for Senate and to actually win and not to be a part of the establishment or the deep state. There's no way. The money's not there. That's why Trump won, is because he already had the money. I just think that within the next couple weeks, the focus is going to be on, the war. Focus is going to be on the election, and in reality, the focus should be on our national security. That's where our focus should be on national security. Because what if you do wake up and there's no electricity throughout the whole entire country? Your phones ain't going to do any good. You can't get on X and bitch and complain about it. You can't create engagement farming posts and open up spaces to talk about it. You're going to be at a standstill saying, fuck, why didn't I warn my neighbors? Fuck, why didn't I take and highlight this to my ex audience that I'm sitting here thinking about social media on a day where we don't have fucking electricity? It's going to be too late, folks. A blackout literally will cause millions of deaths. Period. And again, you guys don't have to believe me. That's fine. You don't have to believe a word I say. Do you believe the military's website? Do you believe Tucker Carlson? Do you believe Sean Ryan? Do you believe these other, elites out there that will basically say the same exact thing that I've been saying all along? Will you believe them because you cheer for them? You would love for them to join your space because it would provide more attention to your account and to the things that you're trying to do. And you would be cheering them along with every breath that they speak. So don't you think it's important to use your breath for a good intended purpose instead of just taking and trying to grow your account or try to get more engagements, but actually to educate others on these very important events that will be taking place? It's imminent. It's imminent. And for fuck's sake, if I'm wrong, then fucking I'm glad I'm wrong, but I'm not. I wish I was. And we can't trust the government. We can't trust the word the government says. They're the ones who allowed terrorist cells to come into this country, and we're supposed to trust them on the response after all these terrorist events happen. We're supposed to trust the government that they're going to take care of it even after the election, where people are going to breathe a sigh of relief after the election results. No, no, don't breathe a sigh of relief. Be more vigilant. I mean, we have examples that the FBI over the past 20, 30 years has created crimes and allowed American individuals to die in front of their presence. Garland, Texas shooting, look that up. Even the Governor Whitmer kidnapping case was completely created by the FBI. Amongst others, we have MK Ultra program that everyone thinks that is an absolute crazy shit show of a story, that it doesn't happen anymore. We even have space influencers like Ian Miles Chung tell me, oh, that doesn't happen anymore, bro. The fuck if it doesn't? It's time to actually start saying the crazy things. It's time to start forcing people to actually listen. And if you have to scream in one space and you get kicked out, go into another space and start screaming the same exact thing until you get some success. Because that's exactly what I've been doing for the past couple years now. People get tired of it. I don't fucking care. Don't care. I'll continue doing it tomorrow and the next day and the next day until I reach as many people as possible and educate them of the sinister shit that our government is doing. And it's not about the R and the D's. It's not about the Republicans and the Democrats. They're all fucking in on it. They're all Marxist individuals. You want proof of that? When's the last time? We've been talking about immigration for how long have we had an immigration problem? Is it being fixed? No. Our economy, our debt, has that been fixed? No. We sit there and listen to Josh Hawley, and we cheer for Ted Cruz when they get these little sound clips in front of Senate and Congress. We sit there and have people like fucking James Clapper and John Brennan lie under oath. They're not in prison. They never seen any jail time. But at the same time, we have Steve Bannon in prison because he defied a fucking subpoena. It's a shit show, guys. You guys are putting your faith into these fucking corrupt people, and there's no way around it. And then you applaud yourselves on a good job on election day for getting shit done, when in reality, nothing's being done, and nothing will be done in the future. The only way that we're going to get our country back is to educate people about what's really going on, instead of pressing people into, you know, volunteering or action. Education is more of a better tool than taking and following a, a politician blindly and pushing votes on a person, when in reality those votes don't get you fucking nowhere. I know a lot of you guys are going to disagree, and that's fine. I'll come back in 4 years from now, or even a year from now, or 2 years from now, the next election day, and I'll ask people, how did those votes actually, how did they work out for you? We have a president that is not supposed to be president right now. We have an upcoming president whose presidency is going to be taken away again. And we're sitting idly by thinking that our votes actually matter. Instead, we should be educating people about the deep state, about these wars, what they really are, and about these blackouts, about these national security implications that we're going to be facing, and about the depopulation agenda that people think that is absolutely insane, but it's very real. Uh, Elon Musk is a so-called genius, right? He uses his platform more about not just SpaceX, but about depopulation. He knows it's real. So why is it something that you are afraid to repeat? So the data dump, that is just one little piece to the pie on all of this chaos. It's going to happen in just probably 5, maybe 6 weeks from now, about 6 weeks from now. And it's going to basically spark a whole entire chaotic scene. That's pretty much all I got. Let's get to the hands. Let's go to I don't know. I don't even know who. I haven't been looking. I'm sorry.
Okay. Nikki has her hand up, and then not Ken has his hand up. So we'll go to Nikki and not Ken, and then we'll go from there. Hey, can I say something first, Nikki, before you go? I apologize. Game, the story that I put up in the nest about electronic warfare system creates phantom jets, that was done in China, I believe, and there was thousands of them, and they look like jets, but they're not. Okay, it's an illusion. It's a mirage they've created. That's China. There was another story today from China about the 10,000 drones that flew in formation
Well,
together.
if people have been following, 2 weeks ago, what was the story that I put out, Dory?
About China?
No, about loitering Joan. Lord,
Loitering munition drones, yes. And now
yeah,
there's 10,000 flying in formation in China. They're proud
and
of this.
that's what I'm talking about. So that post specifically about loitering munitions, um, that came out what, yesterday or today? North Korea flexing. Now we're seeing North Korea coming, and then this post was created like 2.5 weeks ago, folks. So it's something, just to pay attention to. North Korea flexing, that's happening. The United States Defense Department is putting in uh, defense systems all around the Middle East. That was just announced a day ago. You have the data dump, October surprise data dump, and of course it's afterwards, but there's going to be a lot more chatter about the October surprise. People are going to think that it's the data dump, and it's not. But it's going to, you're going to start seeing a lot of elites talking about a data dump. Elon being the first domino. There's going to be many more that's going to start talking about this as well. Um, all of that stuff is basically came into fruition. I thought it would be maybe a week or two later. I thought I would have to wait on that. No, nope, not at all. So just pay attention, be vigilant, and quit talking about the things that trends. Start thinking outside the box. All right, Dory, who we got?
Nikki, go ahead, Nikki.
Santino actually he's had his hand up
Oh,
and down, so
he
he needs
has.
to go.
No,
Thank
ladies
you.
first. No, ladies first. Go ahead, please.
Okay, go ahead, Nikki. Then we'll go to Santino, then Ken.
I was actually just going to touch on what Blue was saying to what I was saying before. I just want to remind people to keep an eye on stuff that's going on in the background. Like Game said, the other thing I think to watch is what's going on with like bills and acts and shit they're trying to pass that they are there's stuff that's getting through because nobody's paying attention. There's things that get through, like for example, um I was doing a little bit of digging yesterday, and I know during 2020 when everything was going on with the challenges, um, the electoral process and how everything worked had been in place since like 1867, I think it was. So the first major change happened in an omnibus bill, where they basically made it impossible for people to challenge. Like if my state wanted to challenge the electoral something that was going on electoral votes, for the presidency, they basically made it so it's nearly impossible to do so, which is it's a huge violation of our constitutional rights. And they're starting to do this more and more, which again, this goes back to what everybody's saying about, you know, we have to do our part. We can't just sit around because the stuff is flying on under the radar, and they're changing things as we speak. So we have to be vigilant about, you know, either,
Nikki, I
trying to.
totally agree. Let me change that, Nikki. I'm not trying to tell people that voting doesn't matter. That's one of the hallmarks of our rights in the Constitution. What I mean is that yeah, voting matters. We should talk about it. Hey guys, you guys need to go out and vote, particularly if you believe in these sort of principles. That's, this is the candidate you should vote for. And on another topic, let's talk about these blackouts that are occurring. We need to kind of limit the conversation on about voting when that could literally take only a 10-minute segment into your conversation by saying, this is why it's important to vote, guys, because it's your constitutional right. Start exercising it. Here's some of the list of the candidates that are in this general area. If you live in this general area, these are good candidates to have. But on the flip side of it, what do you guys think about the North Korea situation that's happening in Russia? How is that going to affect our national security? There's many ways of going about adjusting the conversation into what's the events that are way more important right now than to have these conversations about voting every single day with so 90% of your talk is about political stuff and voting, and 10% of your talk is about all of the other things like what you're having for breakfast and coffee, and then 1% is about national security and the immigration and terrorist threat in the United States. That just needs to change, and that's what I mean by that, is to have the majority of the conversation about the national security threat that is literally going to affect all of us, including your loved ones. That's kind of, I wanted to make clear of that. Go ahead, Nikki. I'm so sorry for interrupting.
No, you're okay. It wasn't necessarily just about voting stuff. It's like it fits in exactly what you're saying, because all of the stuff that you're talking about is getting buried. So when it's like it's like a trickle down thing. So like if one thing comes out and everybody's focused on it, that's when all this other stuff is shoved through and nobody pays attention. They put a bunch of stuff in the omnibus bills that are thousands of pages long, and nobody has a chance to debate things, and all kinds of stuff goes through. And then people look at it and they're like, well, how did this happen? Like, how did, FEMA get to do the whole thing with the immigrants? Like, that didn't have anything to do with Congress, like, except for the fact that they funded FEMA through an omnibus bill. Like that the SP, SSP, SPP, that was created under Mayorkas. So there's all this stuff that's happening in the background, and then Congress gets basically forced to push it through. And so, yeah, people really shouldn't only be focused on voting. They should vote and do whatever, but understand that there's things that are being put in place behind the scenes to compromise our votes. I am sticking with, on my bingo card, I will say, and 10 toes down, that there will be challenges in this election, if it even happens, because they're doing stuff to the point where it's already showing that the early voting's compromised, the IDs are compromised, like all this stuff is a mess. So I firmly believe that there will be challenges to the point where, you know, after the election, I don't think I think we need to do bingo cards. This month would be a fun month to do it, like our serious spaces and like a bingo card space. I brought it before, but I think it'd be fun to do like weekly bingo cards to see like where we're at. But yeah, I'm right there with you. Like you're right on the money with this. And I think that we have to really be watching like everything that's going on in the background, because there's too much that's flying under the radar right now. And we do have to be prepared for things like like blackouts. So for example, recently, what was it, a month or two ago, when the damn it, I can't think of what it's called. They did a software update basically, and like half the world blacked out. Well, that affects your water, like your water, how your water is pumped in a city from like point A to point B is on some kind of program. And people don't even think that, oh well, my water just runs. Well, it doesn't just run. It's from the electricity that makes it all happen. So you have to be prepared for that in some way, shape, or form, which is hard. I mean, I live on a river, so it's, I can always think about that, but like, a lot of people don't, and we have to figure out a way to be as resourceful as possible. I think it's important. But anyway, I'll shut up now. Go ahead, Santino.
Hey, Nikki, what you said was very important. The water systems, they're computerized. So some of these cyber attacks, the ones at hospitals and city utilities, city governments, there have been a lot of them. I post about it every time I see one, but my posts get 10 views or something, right? Which is kind of what Game is saying today. There's real people in here who actually put out like actual stuff that's going on, but we don't have 100,000 followers, and we rely on whoever happens to notice that we're putting this information out. But those cyber attacks on public utilities are very serious and will probably figure in to the Black Start operation that Game's been talking about. Thank you. Go ahead, Santino.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to just piggyback off what Game was saying. This has been a phenomenal, I think, one of your best spaces, Game. But they're all fantastic. But this is one of your best spaces. Um, we've touched on so many topics, and you're absolutely correct. There's so many things you said were so on point, and I agree with them so much. We've posted things in the past 4 or 5 years, a year ago, 2 years ago, about things that we know, or we feel something's telling us they're going to come to fruition. But yet people look at these posts and just scroll on by. They go, oh God, this guy's crazy, or this woman is nuts, or what have you. They just don't believe it, or they think it's just conspiracy. And at this point, I kind of think like, hurrah, things are coming to fruition, the things that were discussed, whether they're bad or good, right? But when you're talking about China, I mean, I posted something, and this is like Dr. Phil had a segment. Military age national Chinese males are entering the United States through Mexico and the southern borders. No wonder they don't want to close the borders. The border agents, military haircuts, military boots, in physical shape, coming in with military training. The Union chief warns Chinese military age men are legally flooding across the border. You should
Yeah,
see.
I think the number's up to 200,000 now.
Oh no, it's
I know
higher
just
than
last
that.
year was like 150, but I think the data now shows about 200,000.
We're now at 242,587 men, and that was in
There we go.
January 2024.
Yeah, I seen some.
Is that covered like the northern border too? Because we get that on the northern border. Like people can row right across Lake Erie.
These numbers, people say, oh, 5,000 here, 5,000 there. Oh, it's only 5,000. One's too much. One's too many people. You can't look at it that way. Look where we are now as we were before back then. So you have
I'm so glad though. I'm so glad you just and I'm so sorry to interrupt,
no, it's
but I'm so glad that you
you're
put
ruining
that data
my train of
out
thought.
because
Kidding.
I
Go ahead.
I had that in front of me yesterday, and I was going to point that out today, and I ended up I couldn't find the email, but it had the what 242,000. Yeah, it had literally that number. I was just like, and this is from a solid source that works at DHS. So I was just like, I was wanting to mention the exact number. I knew it was over 200. I'm so glad you mentioned that
Do you
though.
want me to read
That
the
what
numbers out to you?
Yeah, because what he's saying, guys, is literally the data that I got from an actual DHS employee 2 days ago. I didn't notice it, but I read the email last night, and then I was actually going to cover it today, and I couldn't find the email for nothing. But Thank you. Seriously, thank you for bringing that up.
No problem, Game. I'll read it out if you want me to. So it says in recent years, and I have a clip, by the way. There's a clip attached. I'll post it above so people can watch the clip, so you can see that there is proof. In recent years, according to the U.S. Custom and Border Patrol, there have been a significant increase in the numbers of Chinese nationals coming through and apprehended for illegally crossing the southern borders. What they're doing is they're bringing their passports over and they're dropping them on the floor and they're walking on through, and they're claiming status. In 2021, for example, only 450 individuals were caught, but this figure surged to over 2,000 in 2022 and further skyrocketed to 24,000 in 2023. Aside from the showing that the Border Patrol agents encountered a record number of illegal immigrants, 242,587 in January of 2024, compared to any previous January, the CPB numbers show an alarming trend in the numbers of military-aged Chinese nationals entering the country illegally. Border Patrol agents encountered 5,717 single Chinese adults in January, more than twice the number of any other January on record. The CPP.
Let me pause you that. Let me pause that.
Yep, go ahead.
So what he is uh, giving you is the true data. However, there's additional data on this. So that is what the news will carry. That's what the mainstream media will carry, is that those numbers are there. Of course, the liberal media won't cover it as much, but they're kind of forced to when facts come out. This is the important part of the data that's not being covered. It's the fact that those individuals that have crossed over and they found the passports, they have looked at the passports and the names, and they've run them through the database, and they are actually, a lot of them are military officers within the CCP. That's why when you hear the phrase military aged men, it's not just about the well, are they military or the no, they are, because they've cross referenced all of these IDs and the names, and then also facial recognition, whatnot, and they've taken that data, and they've looked into their own national security database, uh, and linked a lot, not all, but a lot of, I would say, thousands upon thousands of actual uh, brass level military people. That's why you have that whole uh, wordplay with military age men. No, these are military people. Let's just call it for what it is. Go ahead, Centino.
Then it says of any other January in record, CPB data shows in December 2023, the figure rose to a record of 7,581, while the total since January 2023 stands at 64,979. Similar nationwide encounters with Chinese migrants, again, most of whom are young males, experienced a remarkable surge, reaching 52,700 in 2023, nearly twice the previous year's counted. So I brought this up because we're talking about China, we're talking about what's happening right now. We've been talking about this, but no one ever wanted to believe it. And the thing is, I want the bigger channels, the bigger accounts. They're going to start talking about it, and we're going to say, "I was talking about that." At this point, it doesn't matter who said it first. Um, just talk about it. Bring it out there. Prepare people. I just want to give a compliment out to you three. Dory, I admire your delivery when you're speaking. I think that you're a phenomenal speaker. How you can effortlessly just, when someone's talking about something, you can go in your mind and just complete off the handle, just talk about things. And at lengths, and I admire that so much. And there's nothing wrong with admiring people for their qualities. Blue, I admire your digging, your research, how you can go in and find things. You find things that no one can, and you can actually connect all the dots. I admire you for that end game. Your courage and your strength to come into a space, open this up, expose yourself vulnerably as well to everybody, but bring so much and collectively bring so many people to a space, and they're all a community. We are so lucky. We are so, so lucky. I can't even tell you to have this type of space here, because when you really think about it, it's almost like we've got to stop feeling entitled. We're lucky to have spaces like this, because if we didn't have them, we couldn't do this. What we're doing right now, nobody can do it. We wouldn't be able to talk about it. And I want to throw a compliment to everybody in this space, that you're able to fight back against the people who wanted to bring you down because they thought you were crazy, and that you're able to come here and show your faces, show your accounts, show your posts, and feel confident that we actually empower you, to come here and do that. So, see, this is my problem, right? I start to get, and what's also great is I can actually see. I can start seeing without my glasses. It's amazing. I'm always trying to grab I don't need my glasses anymore. Um, yeah, I'm empowered now. Anyway, game, I wanted to just throw that out to you because you deserve those compliments. Dory, you deserve that. Blue, you deserve that. Everybody in here deserves it. And this is not mush mush. This is about us actually opening our hearts, opening our third eye. You know, the age of Aquarius is on its way. It's coming. And we really are learning a lot. And yeah, it's just an amazing time. And you know what? Get ready, because like Game said, even though that election is coming, we have a massive, massive battle on our hands after that, regardless which way this goes. I mean, you have to be crazy not to think that's going to happen. Anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you, Santino. And I'm just going to mention this too. I'm not going to start talking about the woe is me sort of little statements I make anymore in any spaces. I I I, I have a strategy as to why I do that. It's not really for you guys. It's for the people who listen later. I know that there's many, you know, influencers that they hear shit about me all the time. This is a competition for them, guys. I've learned about this competition. I was invited, and I show you the receipts. Dory and Santino and a few others. My go-to was showing private conversations because I don't like doing that. But I'll show you the receipts. I was invited to do the beta program for the monetization. I was invited to the little Mario circle back in November of 2022, and let me tell you, it's I would have to be controlled about what I say, and I just don't have that discipline. So I say those sort of things to kind of elbow people, and it's not really about the people who really just hate me, which that I don't pay attention to them. Um, it's really about the people I respect. That's who my message is to. It's not for you guys. It has nothing to do with you guys whatsoever. It's for those individuals that do host big spaces, that do have a really great audience, that have my respect, that I love dearly, that I think that are good, honest people, that their heart's in the right place. I'm saying it to them. I'm saying it to them. I'm telling them that they should be more encouraged to talk about the crazy shit, because they have the audience. They need to start doing it. And it's now. It's right now to basically mentally prepare their audience for what's to come. They know that these things are facts. They only speak about them when Elon or Tucker or Sean Ryan or any of the rest starts talking about it. That's why I bring that up, is because only when they start talking about it, then they start bringing the stuff up. When in reality, when I tell them something, they know me, they know my work, they know the ins and outs of my contacts. They know where my sources come from, even though they might not have the individual names. They know that my sources are pretty fucking sound, and so they know that. And so when I bring something up, they know that it's pretty damn. It's going to happen. And so that's where my messaging goes towards. It's not you guys individually. So I know that I bring that stuff up a lot, and it really has nothing to do with me being pissed off or no one's paying attention to me. No, I have a following for a reason. There's reasons why there's people that come in here every single time I do a space. You guys are the ones that matter the most. It's not about the woe is me, it's about the encouragement. And if I have to give a woe is me comment here and there to kind of nudge someone in the right direction, I'm going to use any sort of psychological tactic that I can do to get people motivated into doing the right thing. Psychological warfare isn't only in one direction. It's not only the bad people use it, the good people use it as well. And it's learning how to utilize that tool in your toolbox in an effective way. And I think that I do that, just that. Now there's some other out there that, the Nick Sorters of the world that just concentrate on the engagements, concentrate on the sensationalism, and tries to put a microphone and make themselves about the story that you shouldn't do. And I'll say that publicly. And I don't have any I don't really have anything bad to say about Nick other than I think that he has an audience and he needs to utilize it in a way that doesn't make him a part of the story. See, there's a lot of critiques that I can make about certain individuals uh, because they do it to me as well. I'm batshit crazy to a lot of them. But those negatives, people take them as negatives. People take them as, me hating on Nick or me hating on other social media influencers or space influencers. I don't fucking hate anybody. I just think that you should, if you have an audience, you have a responsibility to that audience. And you should take and at least give the audience the meat and potatoes behind what's really going on that the government is actually doing to save as many lives as possible. It is our duty. It's a soldier's fucking duty. And when I say harsh stuff, it's just I try to be as bombastic but honest as possible because that's where the attention lies. That's my sensationalism. That's my engagement farming. Saying fuck you, buddy, go in this direction. That's my engagement farming because they bite every single time. And then I'll put them in their place when stories come out into the fold. I'll put them in their place and say, see, I told you so. Not just to fucking pat myself on the back, but to sit there and say, see, I told you so. You could have brought this to your audience much sooner, but you chose not to because you were worried about engagement farming. I hope all that makes sense to you guys. I think a lot of people misunderstand why I say what I say, but I need to be more clear. So I'll try to do that. But I'm done with the fucking, antagonizing other space influencers. I'm done with that. I think I've said my piece. I think people are going to listen to this and hear what I have to say. And I know that they'll take a clip out, but they won't finish it up with the whole entire space, and that's okay because I have Dory and people like Santino to put them in their place for me. All right,
Wait, you have a
let's.
batshit crazy co-host. Come on.
Right? Fuck yeah, I chose you for a reason, Dory.
Okay, and Santino, thank you for the compliment. Part of the reason why my brain is the way that it is because I have severe learning disabilities. I'm severely dyslexic. Sometimes you'll hear me stutter, but as a result of that, I've had to memorize nearly everything that I take in. So then I have what I call the Rolodex in my brain. So when I hear something, the Rolodex flips forward, the Rolodex flips backwards, and out it comes. So, God gives us all gifts. So thank you for that. I really appreciate it. And Game, I absolutely adore you. And I am covering I'm going to make a lot of enemies with the spaces that the live streams that I am doing now with William Ramsey because I'm bringing out the spiritual darkness. I'm bringing out everything that occurred, that happened in the world of magic, that was brought forth into where we are right now, and how it's all connected to everything, especially the UAPs. So we have hands. Should I just
Yeah,
go for them?
let's get through all of these hands. I got to wrap it up. We are going on 6 hours of this, and I can't go any longer. I'm so sorry.
No, that's awesome. I just hang out because you have that beautiful, luscious, naked body, and Santino said you were exposing yourself today,
It's
so I'm here
glorious,
for it.
glorious. Get the
That's right.
wording
Glorious, not
right.
luscious. Glorious. Okay, speaking of glorious, Kevin, if you're still with us, please welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much, Dory. Game, always love it. Love you, man.
I hope everyone can hear Kevin, but I'm just going to sit tight.
Can you hear me?
Thank
Yeah,
you. Okay,
we,
good.
yeah, we can all hear you.
Okay, great. Like I said, Dory, thank you very much. Game, always love hearing about you and listening to you. I hope we have formed a collaboration here over the months here.
Of course, Kevin. Of course, I got a love for you too, buddy.
Um, and Blue, I love your symbol there. For every yin, there is a yang. Uh, the balance there is what makes things real. Um, I usually agree with, well, let me put it this way. I look at those who disagree with me as foes. I usually agree with them more than I do with those who align with me in public. That may be kind of complex to understand, but core values are dearer to me than sound bites. The U.S. government is made up of individual people, and those people they may put their political and financial interest, their religious beliefs before what is best for the people of the United States of America and its sovereignty. Yes, some people put their personal biases ahead of their duty. That is, to me, what is the leading cause of chaos and inconsistency in our government. Um, that's why we have so much screwball stuff going on in Washington and in our state capitals, in our counties, in our townships, in our cities. We're all over the place. We're at each other's throats all the time because we're trying to put our own interests ahead of what's best for our communities, big and small. And that's just it. We're not looking for our brothers and sisters. We're looking for our teammates. And that's not right. Um, I looked at that stuff from Jack Smith, the special counsel. His stuff that he's released is going to have little to no effect on voters, in my opinion. People have made their mind up as far as that stuff goes. They're not going to listen. They might want to hear the gossip, but that's about it. That stuff's not going to make anything going on. Everything they're going to do is try to get other types of little dirty laundry on everybody. They're just bad mouthing each other right now at this point. If they can find something to polarize, then they'll roll on it. We got those outages for, yeah, I hate to see if we do have some electric outages because, people don't understand just how bad that is. I've been without electricity for 2 weeks at a time from hurricanes and from ice storms. Down in North Carolina, when lived down there for 20 some years, it is devastating to have 18 inches of snow all of a sudden, or to have a couple inches of ice and fallen trees everywhere, or to have a hurricane come through and the eye of the hurricane just tear everything up, and there's trees down everywhere, power lines down, and you can't get out for a couple of weeks. And whether it's 90-degree heat and 98% humidity, or you're dealing with freezing temperatures, either way, nothing's good. And if you have your own wells out in the country, you need electricity to pump the water out of the ground. If you live in the city, you got to have electricity to pump them up to the water tank so it can gravity feed your home. So you're screwed not having water. And you can't flush toilets. You can't drink. So the water is, 3 days and you're out. But beyond that, we have media blackouts that have been going on, getting more and more severe, along with the dumping of data. And then we have the data dumps that are propaganda. And most of those are coming out of Russia. and they're coming down to our people, and they're just propaganda crap. There's some stuff that is true. Russia has very good intelligence on America. There's no doubt about that. Russia's number 2 on that kind of stuff. We're number 1. Israel falls in there someplace, and so does Britain. But anyways, they help us out mostly. The Paris Accord, these cities that are out there helping Paris Accord run the stuff. I don't know if that's a bad thing or a good thing, or what they're going to do with it, or how much of an effect they're going to have. But cities try to get a little bit of attention, and they do their stuff. I don't want to see any city have riots. I don't want to see anything get out of control, and I don't want to see cities trying to run their state government or anything. They need to control themselves, and they need to have things going on. Their police agencies need to be able to keep their people in control when things get out of hand, just like our federal government does. And nobody wants to see villagers with pitchforks and torches running around, taking things in their own hands. So God forbid, no matter what side you're on, let's keep people respectful of each other and each other's property. We all want that, no matter what. And when we're taking pictures of situations, let's remember we should be helping people out before we try to get the top video on YouTube. For God's sake, we're people. We're good Samaritans at heart. Help somebody out before you pull the damn phone out. God bless y'all. I love people. Let's do what we can to help each other before we try to become superstars on the internet. You guys have a great weekend. Thank you for letting me talk. Game, I hope you get some sleep, man. Get some good rest. Dory Blue. I saw Panda down there somewhere earlier, and there's so many folks in this room that I love. Thank you all. Have a great day.
Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate that. All right. We got Kagan and Mermaid. If you guys could be short and concise, I'd appreciate that. Well, if you guys want to continue the conversation in a future space, let me know. But I'm just trying to not fall asleep on you guys, and because I got a lot of stuff that I need to do after the space as
Yeah,
well.
because we work outside of these spaces. That's how he brings all the stuff here,
No,
and you have to write. And so we're not taking any more requests either. I apologize, Kasim. Okay, go ahead, Kagan's.
Mine will be quick and short. Usually is in these. There's a reason why you're not in Mario's circle, GameTech. You're.
Oh, I was
You're.
at one time.
Yeah.
Until I started calling them out on their bullshit.
Yeah, that's how it works with them. So I mean, your mission's different now, and it's showing now. I mean, I ran into a couple of weeks ago. Somehow, I'm not sure how we got connected, but our timeline is now convened. So the point is, I heard someone talking about China and all these things. I look at this, and I have been for quite some time, pattern recognition, everything is, I think if you look at the people that are all aligning, China, India, all these countries over there, a lot of it connected to the BRICS, it seems. I'm not sure if it's fully connected, but if you look at that, I think they are the ones that are coming in and taking down the deep state with Trump. I will always believe that till I see differently.
Okay, hold on, pause, because that's a big announcement. So you're saying that China and Russia and all of them are helping Trump take down the deep state?
Correct.
Okay, I gotta say this, and I said this a long time ago, and I don't know if anyone remembers me saying that. I know that I mentioned it in the Punch Bowl, maybe. I just can't remember, but I always
I
thought
remember.
you do. I always thought that this whole Russia war thing was completely a fucking mirage, because if you look at all of everything that the reset button that Hillary and the ambassador of Russia had, all of this other crap, that this was all a mirage, and that actually Russia's really not the enemy. They're actually trying to save United States.
And if you think
All,
about all the targets that Russia hit right off the bat over there in
yeah,
Ukraine, they were
and
all
think that,
biolabs. I mean, what if he stopped the next pandemic?
I mean, what we're saying, folks, is completely speculation. There's
All
really no
allegedly.
hard, yeah, there's no hard proof of that, but the analysis is there. Like the data, and the if you take and you look at the data, and then you try to create an analysis and summary of that data, that's kind of what Kagan like. Go ahead. I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
No, we're
I'm so
we're
glad
we're
it's
connecting the
refreshing
dots.
to hear something like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's something. I mean, I looked at the targets, I placed them on the maps of the Ukraine. Then you see, where the biolab. That's why I think whenever Trump used to say the word China, it wasn't China, it was China. There's a location over there in Ukraine that aligns with China. So I think that's where what he's referring. But as we get closer, I mean, we'll see what happens. We're now into 17 days almost. It's what who knows. So the thing is, and I'm going to make this short because I know you guys got to do your thing. But you've had time. People have had time to prep. We've been saying I've been doing this for 5 years, trying to get the information out. I know you have, others have. You've had time to prep, and we'll see what happens with this darkness to light. We'll see, what comes from this. Just all I have to say is go to your electric box, shut it off for 3 hours, and see how many times you can hear your kids scream, because that's what you're going to have to deal with for a very long period of time. Because what if something will happen right before the election? I think it's going to happen right before. I'm a remote viewer. There's just certain things I'm picking up and asked about, and that's what I see. But we'll see what happens. We'll go from there.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, Kagan. I also, before we get to the next hand, I also want to mention that there's going to be a huge, and I can't believe that I've missed this and I haven't mentioned this in quite a long time. I do mention it, sporadically about the psychological operations, psyops. I've mentioned that heavily off and on, but I haven't really mentioned it lately. But there is going to be a psyops push about 3 to 4 days prior to the election, and it's multifaceted. It's not just in one particular area, but the psyops, and you can kind of see in between the lines right now already. If you don't have any, like military training on pointing this shit out, or you're just not used to it, like blue can see a kind of like a psyops happening just because she pays attention to it day after day after day. um,
What are you leaning towards? What are you
well,
targeting?
so there's going to be a mirage on how close the election is. We should all know that by now. um, eh, but in reality, almost every single swing state, it's really pushing on Trump. It's like the whole, that is why they're having, like, Kamala is having a concert with Lizzo. It's literally to show a mirage. Oh my gosh, Kamala's rally, and then they put in the headlines also with Lizzo, also with Usher, and all. It's literally just a mirage. And then also with in respect to um, the wars that's going on, there's going to be a psyops push 3 to 4 days. So the election, these wars, and then of course uh, terrorist activities uh, around polling places. So those are the three type of mirages that the media has literally prepared for uh, a few days prior to the election. This isn't from sources from the government or anything like that. This is literally just talking points that I've already seen that's going to be pushed out in the next couple of weeks by, you know, the Washington Post, the New York Times, CNNs of the world. Those people already have narratives that they've already created for the upcoming election for days prior as a psyops, not necessarily quote unquote a distraction, just a psyops to kind of manipulate people's thoughts on certain subjects. Now,
Do you think
I
that's
know
why
that,
he's saying push, vote now, vote early, vote now, because he knows, he sees it
yeah.
coming?
So I know that people don't understand the psyops nature of like what it does, but let me teach you. Let me for people. I know that the majority of my audience has already heard me say this 1,000 times, but we do have new people in here that I have to respect on giving this information out because they may have not ever heard this stuff before. Okay, uh, psyops is so simple. It's like this: ringing a bell by training a dog. Every time you ring a bell, you give a dog a treat. Ring a bell, give a dog a treat. When you ring a bell after 1,000 times, they are going to expect a treat. Now, that's a simplified expression. There's also a scientific method. There's, you put 5 monkeys in a cage. You put, I know that some of you have heard of this scientific study before, but you put 5 monkeys in a cage and you put bananas up on top of the ceiling. One of those bananas, uh, one of the monkeys tries to get a banana, and they basically flood the entire room full of cold water or something. And then, the next time a monkey does that, they're going to get the shit beaten out of them. They started replacing these monkeys that went and tried to get the banana with a new uh, monkey until all of the monkeys were replaced. They had a whole new set of monkeys, and people were beating they knew not to get the banana because of, and they don't even know why. They've never had. Go look at the study. I'm so tired right now, but look at that study. You'll learn pattern recognition. They can do it to us too. That's my whole point. They can do it to us too by pattern algorithmic programming. They've been doing this heavily since January and February of 2023, and I've been telling people this operation just started, guys. And I know Dory was there for the punch bowl when I started screaming it out like, guys, this is major shit. The government has literally started an operation on us. And they've been doing it heavily since 2017. However, like this is like a big entire push in every spectrum. And it's not just about COVID anymore. It's about basically, creating a panic mode of where people aren't going to react to situations very well. And I tried to get that message out last year. I just don't think that I did a good job. So let me explain it to you this way. When the government can change your lexicon. Let me say that again. The government can change how you talk. The men and women thing, what is a man, what is a woman, he, her, them, she, they, whatever. That's not just a part of it. Look at how many times you use, and I know my original audience, that you guys know exactly what I'm going to say. I'm going to say it anyways. When's the last time that you've used the word misinformation or disinformation prior to 2016? Yeah, only very little. Now it's in our everyday language. That's the type of stuff that I'm talking about. And we have another psyops push like 3 or 4 days prior to the election. And it's mainly about the mirages that had been formulated already. They've already they've already taken these narratives and subliminally pushed you into a direction already, and they're going to capitalize on that direction for 3 to 4 days prior to the the election. And so, what I highly suggest you guys to do is to turn off all of the media, the mainstream media. The posts that you're going to start hearing trending 3 to 4 days prior to the election, the posts, the narratives, the engagement farming, the trends, and then turning on CNN and MSNBC is the moment that they're going to start pushing this psyops on you. So I highly suggest you guys not to even participate, not to even be curious about it, not to listen to any of it, because that is, I don't know why they've created these pushes and these narratives and these psyops.
Game, I can't hear you, so I'm gonna have to drop.
Okay, I don't know why or what the ultimate goal is on these pushes, uh, but I have to, knowing the fucking CIA and knowing the military and knowing what kind of shenanigans they're up to, I I just have an eerie, and I've had an eerie feeling for quite a while, and I'm so glad that Kagan brought all of this up, because this is, I'm shocked that I haven't mentioned this, but just be prepared for that. Um, Look for weird shit happening, and what I mean by weird shit is the MK Ultra type shit. That's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting like beheadings being in the story again, or like people freaking out, maybe even mass shootings. And we're going, what generally what we're thinking that's happening is, oh no, a mass shooting happened. Maybe an FBI agent, or maybe a FBI maybe that these people. No, it's really about fucking programming. It's more about the chaotic situate the mind controls sort of situation that we've got going on inside of our country that most people aren't aware of, but it's happening. They've tested the systems out. You look at throughout all of the stories this past year, especially about the Pennsylvania guy beheading his dad. He shows up at the military base. He has no military record whatsoever. Why is he at a military base? Sort of situations. Those are the type of instances that I'm referring to. So I know it sounds crazy. I know that you guys are probably learning about this like for the very first time, but I highly encourage you to go into like spaces with like Dez and Bill, whatever his name is, Blue. They all know about this stuff. So if you ever see them in the space, we don't have time tonight, but ask them about this stuff. They'll educate you, and this is a real scenario. I've been highly pushing this late last year, that this is what was going to occur, and then I started seeing it occur. But I believe that these are the type of pushes that the that they're going to be up to right prior to the election. Um, I hope all that makes sense. I'm so tired right now that I can't really adequately give you the precise details. Um, but just be aware of algorithmic programming prior to the election, 3 to 4 days, and it's heavily going to be influenced by the mainstream media. That is a fact, because I'm sitting there looking at these talking points, and these talking points are testy, sharp as a tack, uh, you know, uh, white supremacists. All those little catchphrases are not just catchphrases. They're basically programming. Anyways, let's get to Mermaid. And I know Sapphire is requesting a mic. I'm going to take Sapphire just because we've known each other for quite some time. So out of respect for her.
I will
Go.
try and make this. I will try and make this really short, but that has been happening since way back when. They're just not lying about it anymore. It's just right in your face. And I'll tell you what, Russia is not our enemy. No, they're not. And I don't know if anyone else in the world saw this, but there was a commercial way back when where it was like a Chinese professor, like in a college situation. And they go, yeah, America used to be the number one country and they had power, but we own them now. I don't know if anyone saw that, but that it's already been shown to us. It's like ugh, okay. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mermaid. All right, Sapphire, and then we're going to close it down.
Thank you, Game, for letting me up. I was so busy with my girls. I finally have a time here on my own.
That does not shock me whatsoever. Just a little inside joke between me and Sapphire. Every single damn time I'm in a space, and she comes up and gets a mic, she's literally running errands for her kids every single time.
That's what happens, game, when you're a
But
single
you know
mom
what?
with
That's
two
right.
cars trying
And
to.
I'm so proud of you, and I'm so encouraged by you. I appreciate that so much because more people need to be like that. They need to put their kids first above themselves. Go ahead.
Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. And I am God's child, but I know that God gave me my miracle girls. I wasn't supposed to have children after my son, and they came when I did not ask for them. I had prayed for them, but I did not ask for a boy or a girl. I just said, God, if you want me to be a mother again, you will make it happen. And he made it happen. So I take advantage of every moment I can to enjoy them because they're now 16 and 13, and you guys know how fast it goes from the time they turn 13. So thank you for that, game. I wanted to actually mention two things. Dan Bongino had President Trump on, and President Trump mentioned Area 51. He said Area 51 has aliens. I don't know if anybody caught that. I mean, literally, that's the first time I have ever
Oh,
heard.
how did he say it? How did I haven't seen the clip yet? But how did he say it though?
I think he just said Area 51 has aliens.
It, I
It's a
So,
military complex. We might be talking about the ones coming across the border.
yeah.
there, you know, there's Area 51 that most people think that's, that has all of that stuff, and
Uh-huh.
that is kind of a, a hoodwink by the CIA. I just got to tell people, Area 51 is literally a hoodwink from the CIA and from the intelligence community to kind of get. It's kind of like a distraction,
Right, right.
so literally, that's not where a lot of these things, a lot of these bodies and retrievals, from what I've learned just this past year, are actually in places where you'd be shocked that they are, because um, there's a lot of traffic in the area, and you would think that there would be no traffic in the area. But yeah, a lot of our stuff is in, let me just say this, a lot of our stuff are near main highways.
Yep, you're right.
Okay. All right.
So, real
But
quick. So, when he said that, though, I believe it's a calm of some kind, it's a play of words on other things. So, we have to listen to when he says something because there's a reason why he's saying it. And I believe they're going to try the alien card, you guys. I think President Trump is letting us know by that calm that the next thing before the election could be the alien card, the alien, the vision of the alien in the
you
sky,
mean
or
Project Bluebeam sort of scenario?
sort of, kind of, because remember the Vatican, we've talked about, the Vatican said that they were preparing their people for October to possibly have a phenomenon, a sky
Where
event.
where did you hear that from?
Oh, that was actually, the Vatican was preparing its people in May for it.
Where did you hear that from?
You. But yeah, so very interesting that he would even say that. The other thing is, there was a gentleman here that mentioned about Russia and China actually being along for the ride to get rid of the deep state. What's very interesting is I did a study, a deep dive on Xi Jinping. Xi Jinping's father was imprisoned by Mao, the dictator. And I don't know if it's because he went against him. I don't know what happened exactly, but he was imprisoned, and Xi Jinping was put in a work camp for teenagers. So, do you guys remember when he actually had an elder escorted out of their type of Congress, and he
Yes,
did not
yes. What
even
was
look
that all
back
about?
at him?
Say that again.
He didn't look back at him. The guy wanted him
Right.
to speak and acknowledge him. He wouldn't even look at him.
Okay, for the audience sake, what she's talking about is there's a video. You guys could probably find it. there was a whole bunch of state heads sitting down, and it was basically a government sort of event. And there was an individual that a couple people came and took this individual by his arms and escorted him out. And he was trying to get Xi Jinping's attention. And Xi Jinping was basically, you could tell he was ignoring this individual. But what was that all about, Sapphire?
So, okay. So they were having their big kind of conference that they had with what they call the elders of the CCP. The elders are the ones that basically make the choices for who's going to be leader for life. Do you remember that he was in a parade and he was paraded around and he was known then as the leader for life?
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
so this is what my take is. I believe Xi Jinping actually is the not only trump card, but I believe he infiltrated the CCP to get his revenge on his father and actually bring down the CCP. It sounds really weird,
Uh,
you guys, but I wouldn't be
that,
surprised.
yeah. I,
I just dropped a video in your post.
you know, I want to believe it. That feels so much better about what's going on. I just, man, I just don't know. And I do not think that COVID came from China. That uh, period. I do not think that COVID came from China. Um, I think that is just a hoodwink. But we're at war with China, though. China and Taiwan's going to go at it. We're already seeing. I've already learned about the movements like 3 weeks ago, how the military was going to like their stages and shit. At the same time, I knew about the defense mechanisms that was going to be put in place for Israel in the Middle East, and I want to believe that that would be kind of cool. But I just honestly, Sapphire, I couldn't buy it, even if someone paid me to buy it. I just couldn't. I couldn't do it.
I know, I know,
Couldn't do it.
but wouldn't that be amazing? The other thing is, what's the best way to infiltrate and actually not have to take a single shot at anybody in Taiwan? It is to actually put people in there just like they're
Right.
infiltrating the United States.
Well, that's what they did to the United States.
Hmm.
That's why we have Marxist congressmen and senators with the R next to their name and a D next to their name. It's because it's a mirage of politics. It's thinking that that Ted Cruz believes in lower taxes and no abortion, and Nancy Pelosi believes in higher taxes and no abortion. It's a divide situation where you vote for one or the other, but in reality, they're in the back room laughing their heads off and saying it's not about taxes or abortion at all. It's about the destruction of the Constitution and the destruction of the United States.
So, game. Ask yourself this, and you guys all know that many people have differences of opinion, and a unanimous vote normally does not happen unless it is a very special reason. So ask yourself, Mike Johnson became speaker by unanimous vote of both parties. So ask yourself this, um, Matt Gaetz was on a space, and he's the one that put out Mike Johnson on a silver platter for everybody to basically seal clap for. And look where we are now. Look where we are.
Yeah, I remember that space very well, and people wanted to ask and do little fluff piece questions to Matt Gates, and there was, everybody was cheering and hollering, and I'm sitting there like with my head between my legs and everything. What is these people's problems? Like, this is the first chance that you get to speak to a congressional member and you can ask questions publicly. That's on a recorded space where you can do true journalism, not by your ball, what the mainstream media and your boss wants you to coordinate and do, because you're under a contractual, obligation, like somebody like James Rosen. Or you could take and do it in the independent style and basically say, Matt, why won't you talk about Hunter Biden investing in a pandemic response company, Metabiota, since 2014, the same company that is involved with the monkeypox, the bat coronavirus, the Ebola outbreak, and all that shit, and lay out the facts for them. Why you guys are concentrating on the prostitution, the drug addiction, the weapons while being on drugs, the fucking Burisma scandal, all of the bribery shit, but you're not going to talk about him investing in a pandemic response company? Are you serious? That's journalism. That's putting it to your congressional members instead of just kissing ass, thinking that Matt Gaetz is going to remember your name the very next day, and that you can tell your friends, "I got to interview Matt Gaetz." It makes me so angry. It does. I'm sorry, Sapphire, for that rant.
That's
Go
okay
ahead.
because I have been seething ever since we've been given Mike Johnson. I believe that he's a Harry Potter looking man that everybody could kind of have a Bible under his arm and trust. Well, guess what? Those are the most deceiving ones. Those, if you see all of a sudden they bring that kind of rhetoric in, then they are the most deceiving because
Well, it's our media too. It's our media that we cheer along too. It's
yep.
the Daily Wire. If people really knew who funded the Daily Wire, they would probably question their motives a little bit further.
Oh
If you knew the
yeah.
background, the Daily Wire is funded by Marxists, guys. Period. End of story. I'm not going to sit there and hear any sort of positives about the Daily Wire. I don't give a shit about them, and you're not going to change my mind. And David Horowitz, you can sit there and say, "Oh, he's changed. He's a conservative now." No, the motherfucker's a Marxist. He's deep embedded with them. He knows the strategy. It's basically, that's exactly what McCarthy was telling people, was that these Marxist individuals was hoodwinking you all into thinking that they were something else for their whole entire careers, and then they're really a part of an operation and a lifelong. It's not just an operation; doesn't just happen and format for over a year. It takes decades and decades and decades for them to complete this operation, and they've done a damn good job of it, because we're $36 trillion in debt. Our national security is shit. Our education system sits there and teaches Marxist ideology. The law enforcement community takes and abandons the Constitution on the fourth, fifth, first, whatever amendment you want, Bill of Rights that you want to name. They completely disregard all of that. People get arrested for their First Amendment right. People get their Fourth Amendment and Sixth Amendment violated, like left and right. Their Second Amendment's being attacked left and right. Our corporations are basically poisoning us. So yes, this has been a Marxist organization all day long, and people sit there and think, "Oh, the Daily Wire's got Ben, Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh and all of these great people." No, they're not. No, they're not.
You're right. You're right,
the
Game.
people the people might be great, the message might be great, but their strategy and their weaponization of the information is not so great. It's basically conquer and divide,
So
and that's
Game,
their whole fucking.
let me give you my last little rant. And God's been giving me, let's just say my spirit has been really thinking about this one lately, and when something comes to my mind and my spirit at the same time and it won't let go, there's a reason why God wants me to talk about this. So today or yesterday, people in Tennessee that are Democrats are getting their votes switched from Democrat to Republican in different areas of Congress and a state. So I want you to really think about what God gave me, and I'm going to throw it out because remember they have Mark Elias. Well, Mark Elias is like a dog on a bone, okay? Um, and he actually has said out loud that the Republicans could actually cheat to get President Trump in. So I'm going to just say it here. Do you believe that their steps are going towards making President Trump and his people that work for all the election integrity look like they're the ones that are cheating and put all this into the courts?
Say that, rephrase that question. I'm not totally getting that.
Okay. So today there was a post that Democrats in Tennessee and another state are saying that their vote is changing from Democrat to Republican. What that means is they're not just messing around with the Trump votes to move to Kamala Harris. What this means is they now have an in to actually question the election. And Mark Elias,
No.
yep, Mark,
Yeah, I don't buy it. I
no,
don't buy it. I don't buy the narrative, and I don't think the Democrats would even try to use that strategy whatsoever, considering that they would have to admit that that does happen. And by admitting that does happen, then the Dominion lawsuit would be ineffective, and also it would change the conversation and direction of the conversation from the 2020 election.
right, right. Now,
It's
did
not going to
you
happen.
see that in Texas, the Secretary of State actually has not had the machines actually certified correctly, and that may be something they try to do to Senator Cruz. That's what I think.
Look, Senator Cruz is going to lose the election. If he does lose the election, yeah, there might be some cheating there, but it's his fucking fault. And that's where we really just should tell the truth about that. It's his fucking fault because he hasn't been doing his damn job in the Senate, utilizing his leadership role that he's had and his little speeches. I think Texans are just fucking tired of it. Not only that, but Texas has been having an infiltration of fucking immigrants, and they're going to allow a lot of these illegals probably to vote. I don't know how true that is. I don't live in Texas. Blue would be more in line to talk about that. But I just think honestly, regardless of the influx of immigration in Texas, and regardless of all that, honestly, Texas Ted Cruz, this should be a shoe-in election for Ted Cruz, regardless of the cheating. Just because Texas is a red state, they know what's going on with the election, and he's just not a fucking good politician anymore. People know that he's fucking smarmy. He's got this thing about him where he speaks that is he's not as effective. He's not as fresh as he once was, and
He's done.
he is.
He's lied about the election being over. His campaign lied about the election being over for Ben Carson. And I will never forget that. My sister and her husband were actually working with Ben Carson campaign. And they came in there with breaking news, even had it on their cell phones that Ben Carson had dropped out because he wanted their votes. They made it all up. CNN hadn't even reported that. So all of those delegates, I mean, it was awful. It was my sister was as crushed what he did.
And that's the thing is, I love Ben Carson. I think the world of that guy. I really do. I think he's so smart, so intelligent, incredible doctor. If you look at his history, I researched that guy, and oh, he's grade A badass.
And I'll
And what
and I'll say
go,
one thing real quick about his candidate, the one that's going up against him is Colin Allred. And several years ago, I was doing some research on Mark Vesey, who was another House member from Texas, and I found all kinds of dirt on him and his wife, and contracts with Bell Helicopter, and she's on the board. I mean, it was nuts the amount of stuff I found on him. And somebody told me, "Why don't you look at Colin Allred?" And I'm like, "Okay." And I didn't find anything. I mean, his he was pretty squeaky clean, and that's several years ago. I mean, I was digging too. I was just trying to find dirt. Somebody asked me to do that, and so that's what I was doing. And calling. So that's just.
Oh, we lost you. All right,
Did you fall
Sapphire.
off a curb?
Anything else, Sapphire?
Nope. Just making
All right.
sure that you guys had, the thing about Xi Jinping, which I thought was very, very telling. All of those things I did mention.
No, I think Xi Jinping has infiltrated the presidency. I think Biden has been compromised. I think the majority of them has been compromised. China is a real threat and a real danger to our national security. I think if there's any country that's not a danger to our national security that has been labeled as an enemy is Russia. That is why the Democrats have been utilizing and programming people into thinking Russia is the enemy, but in reality, they're no threat than let's say fucking Mexico. So Russia has its own self interest, and they utilize their own self interest just as much as the United States. And here's the thing: another thing that I want to kind of teach the audience before we go is the fact that we've been programmed to think that Putin is such this horrible evil guy, and he is. He is. He leaders do evil shit, and the evil shit gets highlighted and amplified in such a way that that's the number one we think about when we go to looking at an individual. But Macron's evil. Uh, you know, uh, fucking Netanyahu is evil in a lot of people's eyes. Trudeau's evil. Biden's evil. Obama's evil. Bush is evil. So, you know, we basically Hillary allowed an ambassador in Libya to be killed. Uh, we we allowed the vaccine to kill, you know, millions of people and affect hundreds of millions of people's lives. So those leaders are fucking evil, so I don't want to sit there and continue hearing people, oh, Putin's an evil guy, he poisoned his political. Yeah, motherfucker. Our country, our CIA has literally put poison powder in the vents of an apartment building in at Pruitt-Igoe in St. Louis, Missouri, just to study the effects on them, and it's happened in some of your guys' lifetimes. If you guys are a little bit older, it happened in your lifetime. We can talk about the Tuskegee Project, but the majority of people that lived through that is already dead and gone. I'm talking about in our lifetime, it's happened again. Our own government poisoned an apartment building in St. Louis, Missouri, just to study the effects of them.
They killed off a
So
whole
it's
generation of young gay men using the AZT drugs to treat HIV. And that's the
there you go,
honest
and that's
truth.
Fauci. That's Fauci. So I don't you guys hear about these people who are the most evil, sinister, presidents or prime ministers or leaders of a country. Well, we need to look at we need to look at our own backyard and clean up our own backyard before we start putting judgments on other leaders in our world. And it's a psyop. It's a number one psychological operation on the American public, man, that we need to get rid of quick and in a hurry. We need to quit thinking and falling in line like the sheep. I see Joe up here. He's the black sheep of the white. We need to quit falling in line with what the media and with what our history books and with what our leaders tell us, and start looking at the actual truth of the matter is that you're just as fucking evil as him. So why are you telling us that we can't listen to an evil motherfucker, but are supposed to listen to you, which is an evil motherfucker? Like, what is really going on here with our intelligence? They're insulting it. That's what they are. They're playing us for stupid. And it's really not about being stupid. It's just about being informed and not being hoodwinked, and stopping the programming as it is and taking and not trusting anything. That is why I like what Trump did. See, this whole messaging, you're fake news, you're fake news. Do you understand that that was a psychological operation? It's a counter. There's good guys in the battle too, guys. Join us. Join us. The only way, how do you join us? By taking and passing along information created by people like Santino, Dory, Blue, this community, following each other, supporting each other. It can't just be one of us. It can't be just a half a dozen of us. It has to be everybody. Allow the deep state to know where our minds are at. That's a counter. Because then they will see that their programming isn't working effectively anymore. That's the ultimate goal. You do realize that, right? Is the light bulb coming on now? That is actually the goal of Trump's presidency? That is one of the main goals, is to flip the light bulb on and get us to pay attention more and more and not to believe in the bullshit any longer? Now, do you see that this is all a psychological operation? The good guys battling the bad guys? It's a war of our minds. It's a new war that's taking place that we're not used to, that we're not even able to understand just yet on how they do things, because we haven't been in the classroom learning about algorithmic programming, learning about psychological studies and all of that stuff, and how they implement it to AI and algorithms and all of that. We're just not educated. I'm not educated, but I know it's very real. We have many examples: the 6 foot rule, wearing the masks, taking the shot. It fucking worked, didn't it? Worked on a lot of fucking people. But now people are starting to see, including the people who've taken the shot, that the good guys are gaining ground on putting their own psychological operation on the public. It's not a bad thing when you're doing it for good. And we don't have any other choice. We have no other choice to sit there and put those operations, even though they're unethical. Both the good and the bad guys are doing unethical things by programming us. But literally, we have no choice but to counter what the bad guys are doing. Putting that into elementary speak, but I hope you guys get it. I can't really dumb it down any other way. All right.
Hey, Game, can I ask Kagan's for a clarification, please?
Sure.
Okay, Kagan's just with a thumbs up is fine. I believe what Sapphire Mama was responding to was what you said, but you didn't say China and Russia. You said China, or excuse me, you said Russia and North Korea. You did not mention China. It was Russia and North Korea, correct?
I'll add China into it.
Okay.
I would agree
that,
with
but
you.
I really do think they're all aligning.
I would
Well,
agree with
she liked Trump too.
I would agree with the Russia and North Korea thing. I there's just too much there for China for that to be a whole. That is like way too complex of a psychological operation on that. That's just way too much.
The reason I say that is because
Thank
China
you.
would have a lot to lose if America went down.
Not if you understand BRICS.
again, I think that's just my opinion, just what I see is that I think there's something with that BRICS that's connecting the alliance
It's
to
not
go
about the
against the groupthink.
elimination. It's not about the elimination of the United States. It's about bringing us to our knees to make us equal or less than equal to them. They don't want us to fall completely, because you're right. It would decimate the world economy. However, China has, you know, China wants us to basically come to their level, and that's the it's all about Marxist. It's all about Marxist ideology that the everyone's equal on an equal playing field. Here's your bags of rice and your sugar. Here's your bags of rice and sugar. It's that type of mindset. But okay, I've got to end this space. Jeremy, Mrs. Doubtfire, Jeremy, and Joe, please make it short and concise.
I'm up.
Okay. All
Oh
right.
no.
Real quick. As far as, boy, I know I'm not the only one that sees these people and I see what's going on and I have thoughts and I have things I would like to say, but after seeing January 6th, I keep my mouth shut. And I know I'm not the only one. And that's all I was going to say.
Thank you, Miss Doubtfire. All right, Jeremy.
All right, I'll be quick too. Hey, man, it's great to be on here. I love listening to you, GameTech, and everybody else. Awesome talk, and we're always getting data dumped on, anyways. I mean, but continuing, I can't wait to see what's happening because I believe that we're going to be a hard reset coming on. Because I look at ourselves as things going on, especially in the government, as a freaking computer system is filled with malware throughout everything. Everywhere there's corruption. Everywhere you look, it seems like there's corruption in every single piece of our government, from top to bottom, bottom to top. We're talking about local, state, everything. Everybody gets corrupted, and it seems they all get all compromised. I don't think there's probably everybody seems to be compromised within the system. And you've talked about blackouts. I think they're going to dump some information on us, like you said before, and I think they black us out. I think that if we get into this blackout where they just shut the system down and just create us to go back into the straight Stone Age, break us back down, because I mean, when it gets down to it, you need to get local anyways, because you're not going to care what happens at a national level, because things are just going to break down here. It looks like it coming up. We've got Trump, 19 days. We're hoping that he gets in. Probably not going to get in because the corruption that's running throughout the system. And then we've got from him getting possibly elected to January, he's got to make it until then. And then is he going to be able to get things done because of lawsuits, all that? Anyways, but there's so much going on. I think that they shut down the system. You're going to get local. You're going to have to figure out what you're going to do. We're going to lose communications. Twitter's going to be gone. I guarantee you we're going to have some issues there. And hopefully you guys have ham radios. I'm going to start looking into that. We're going to be doing that ourselves. And to know who your neighbor is. Are they going to be friend, foe? And then the basic question, kill or be killed, in this kind of chaos that we're going to be going into. And that's where I'm going to land it right there. And thanks, guys, for having me on. And I'll have to keep catching these. So thanks, guys. That's where I'm at.
Thanks, Jeremy. It's good seeing you again, brother. Sorry that I'm cutting the space so short, but it's been 6 hours, so
I know I missed some stuff. That's been working, trying to get some
Hey,
cash
I
in.
recorded it. No, I recorded it, so people should be happy with that.
Cool. I'm trying to get some cash flow in, so because I think things are going to get chaotic. And like I said, if you guys haven't done any ham radio, we're going to be doing some ham radio where our system I could talk to anybody in the world. So I mean, because that's where it's going to have to break down into some communications. So because once you lose communications, it's going to get chaotic.
I
A little
actually
bit.
just followed you, Jeremy, because that's something I wanted to look into doing.
Jeremy, we've been following each other, what, 2.5 years now? Around there. It's been a while.
Oh yeah. And then I'm just, like I said, I'm just trying to keep moving some pieces and trying to get some things going, because it's getting scary.
A little bit, Bob. A little bit. All right, Joe, you don't have your hand up, but I know that you came up here for a reason.
Yeah, Game. I was going to add to the lady was talking about China earlier, but it's no big deal. That was after the election over there, but that was a big statement. And maybe she's right, maybe she's wrong, but China does not have our best interest. They're worried about China, and China doesn't have to, pull out weapons against us. They're actually bought all of our politicians. But the enemy that we need to be looking at, and I'm saying enemy, yes, I am, is the people that are in charge of Israel right now. If you look at what's going on over there, it's not good what they're doing, and they're trying to draw us into a larger conflict. And they own all of our politicians. I don't know if a lot of people are aware of what's going on, but it's true. They own them. They control them. And financial, I think there's going to be a financial collapse no matter what happens with the election.
After the election.
Yeah, I think, and then maybe right after the election or a day or two after, that's when they're going to shut the damn communications off, have a total blackout after they steal it.
Dark winter.
See, that's the thing, guys. Is I really hate doing these spaces, putting out all this fucking doomsday sort of situations at hand. But listen, Jeremy, mute your mic for me, Bo. But somebody's got to say the crazy things so others don't have to, right? And I've just taken and tried to do my best on explaining it, not in such a crazy way, but in a very informative way. And I hope I'm doing you guys a service by doing just that. I know that some of the shit that I say is very bombastic and very kind of like you're skeptical about, and I completely understand because like if I was doing the same job that I did, let's say 15, 20 years ago and didn't get blessed with the contacts that I have and the people that I rub elbows with and work with on projects. There's a lot of background stuff that I do that I don't I don't make public. There's a lot about me that I don't make public just because there's a lot of crazy individuals in this world. There's a lot of stuff that you know um, that I deal with personally a lot. Uh, I have two girls, two daughters. The mom's not there, um, and a lot of family heartache, a lot of things. It's I lost a brother, I lost a nephew, a fentanyl, um, and it's just been a crazy 4 years. Um, and there's a lot of stuff that you guys would be shocked if I took and put it in the mainstream for you. But I'm focused on this. I have to be because it if you have the opportunities and you get blessed with working with every individual from Laura Loomer to James Rosen, and you can talk to these individuals and they can give you information and they can say, hey, look in this information, or here's a contact that you can call, or here's a source that you can go to in this area. you know I, I've learned that if I've taken and used those in good moral standing, and you build relationships like that, and you do the diligent work and call every day tirelessly. Guys, I'm making $40 every 2 weeks on X. I'm not making hundreds of dollars. I'm not making thousands of dollars. I'll show you the receipts. You probably laugh at it. Matter of fact, I will show you the receipts. I'll post it. I'll post what I make on here for transparency and for you guys to get a giggle out of it.
Well,
So
let's just hit his Cash App,
no, no,
please. Buy
no,
him
no,
a coffee. Buy a coffee
no, no, no,
mug.
no. That's not what I'm saying. What? No, 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 no.
I know
Don't
I'm
think.
messing
Don't
with you
think of
now,
it that
man.
way. What I'm trying to get at is that that with all of the accounts on X that do it for those reasons, you can trust that I'm not the one to do the same exact thing. That I'm literally trying to give you, I'm just trying to parrot the best way that I can without giving up my sources. I'm trying to parrot the information that's handed over to me. And
You're the best, Game.
what I'm trying to give you new followers some information is that my reporting isn't sensationalism. It's literally I'm just I'm repeating what I hear. I don't do it for any other reason but to really help my neighbors, help my brothers and sisters in Christ, because I've got a epiphany of what a relationship with Christ is. It's, I've always been confused by that. And with that epiphany of having a relationship with Christ by taking and feeding a homeless person and eating with them instead of just passing along food and saying good luck, but actually having a conversation with them and taking and making them feel human for 15 minutes. And then also taking and being blessed enough to have these sources and to have these contacts and to have these relationships with individuals that some of you may not be able to, have a blessing for. I'm giving you the information and passing it along to you because I believe that it does help you in some sort of way. And I believe that mental preparation for all of this stuff is key to having limit the failures or limit the amount of overload that you guys are going to be facing. If you guys heard about, like, if something happens where the electricity goes out all over the United States, what if you've never heard that before and it just happens and you wake up one day and it just happens? Honestly, you're going to flip the fuck out. I would. But when it happens, then you're going to be like, okay, don't fucking panic. We heard this in game space just like a few weeks ago. We need to just talk to the neighbors, make sure that they don't panic. And honestly, you should have notified your neighbors a long time ago when I first started talking about this, so that they're mentally prepared. That's why I'm doing this, is to continue that momentum. It's people like Santino, people like Dory, and people like Blue that come in these spaces with me and are partners with me and actually help me in getting the message out about all the craziness that our government does, not just the blackouts, not just the poisoning, not just all that, not just about MK Ultra, but just little shit too. All of the little homeschooling techniques that fucking Blue puts. There's a lot of valuable stuff and a lot of talents that each one of you guys has that overshadows what these big social media accounts are literally doing, which is the engagement farming, the monetization, and all of that stuff. What we bring here in this space with all of my friends, this is our space. This isn't GameTech space. This is our space. This is Blue's space. This is Santino's space. This is Dory's space. This is your space. This is where we gather all of the information. But here's the thing, it doesn't stop with that. We have to pass along this information to others. We have to. We have to continue passing this information out to our friends and our family and our neighbors, because this shit is about to happen. It's imminent. And I hope I've encouraged you to do just that. So thank you all for the support. Thank you guys for taking and joining me day in and day out. I'll have some more brand new information coming Monday morning. I've already prepared a little bit on what to expect for the next 2 weeks. I've gotten a little bit. I haven't gotten everything gathered just yet. I'm going to wait. I may wait until Tuesday morning, because maybe Monday or Tuesday I'll end up getting the emails and getting the stuff that I've tried to contact people about. I've already gotten a couple, so that's good news. That's kind of momentum. So I'm going to build on that momentum. I can't just put out two different things and say, hey, these are the two things to look for. I want to make a one complete big post, and just so you guys can just say, oh shit, this happened. Oh shit, this happened. Oh shit, this happened. And pass it along to your friends. Say, hey, look, this is what this dude, he's batting 1,000. Here you fucking go. And then shock the hell out of them. Fuck, call it your own. I don't care. Steal the shit. Say, look, I did this work. Here's the fucking work. I don't even care about that. I'm not even here for that. That happens to me a lot anyway, so it does. I'm used to it by now. All right, I gotta go. You guys have a great evening. Thank you for listening. I appreciate it. Go feed a homeless person tomorrow. It'll bless them and you at the same time. And literally, ever since I've had that epiphany, honestly, like my life has been blessed tenfold, even though all the chaotic stuff in the background. Just wanted to put that out there. Like God is literally blessing me day after day, and it's mainly because of you guys. A lot of it has to do with you guys. All right, thank you guys. Have a good night.